X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled minds. Why do they just in arrogance when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shadowed minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me right now, punch your things now. Let me show you how.
All right, good evening, everybody. It is so good to see all of you here once again. I am joined by my friend Ethan, who is here for a few more days. And, yeah, want to say hello?
Hey, what's up, chat?
Actually, let's
It
get
works
that.
better if we do it like this, I think.
You think so?
Yeah.
Here, talk at, like, my volume.
At your volume? Hey, chat, can you hear me?
Let's turn it a little bit like that. How about this?
Hello? Can you guys hear me all right?
We're trying to get it so we're both in the yellow as often as possible.
Yeah,
And
in
what-
the yellow?
Yeah, I think this should work, right? Do we sound good?
Doesn't know.
Does this sound good right now? A bit quiet. I think we can boost ourselves. Filters, gain. Let's try this.
Remember, tweak it small.
Alright. How about you?
Hey, can you guys hear us all right?
You're still quiet. Here's what I like to do is put it a little bit, because it can still go a little bit off the edge. Now let's get a little closer to you.
Okay.
Yeah, if I can honestly probably move the whole bed just like half a foot closer. And it would also mean it would be so much nicer because then I don't have to worry about like covering you up anymore.
Oh yeah, with the chair whenever you turn it.
Actually, I bet I've got another chair that we could put right here.
Where at?
I feel like
Another
there's one in
chair.
the living room. There's one right there, but it's not super comfy unless you get like a pillow. Yeah, this will be easy. Yeah, this will probably be a lot better than doing gain. I'll keep the gain how I put it, just so it's a little bit better, but Yeah, we're making this. We want to make it ideal for you guys. We can hear Ethan, but he's a little low. Just make him yell a lot when he tells funny stories. Ethan has a tendency to get, like, low-voiced often, and I don't want to have to keep on telling him to, like, raise his voice every time. So we're gonna, like, basically get ourselves a good dual streaming setup going.
Yeah, good dual streaming setup with this kitchen chair I found.
You'll probably want to use a pillow.
Oh, no, it's fine.
Alrighty. Okay, let's try now.
Hey, chat.
Do it. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Sounds worse, honestly.
Worse?
It looks like it. Is it better or is it worse, chat? Sounds good? Okay, chat says it sounds good. Let's do it this way then.
Okay, cool.
Alright. Chat says it's Call Me Carson. They keep calling you Call Me Carson.
Because of my big ass fucking neck.
Yeah, you got that Call Me Carson neck. It's like neck and then ears.
Wrestler neck.
You're like how a Japanese person would draw an American.
American Johnny is here for cheeseburger.
Been watching the YouTube channel for a while. This is my first time on the website, chat. Excited to be there. Hell yeah, Moki Mocha, or Zaki Mocha, sorry. Welcome. I hope you enjoy your stay. Tell Ethan I love his shirt. What? Let's explain to me the anime reference of your shirt.
Fuck if I know. I saw a shirt that had a girl's fucking pussy out. Not TOS on stream. And I thought it'd be really funny to go buy this shirt and wear it walking into my home during my mom's baby shower.
Yeah. How many anime girl shirts do you own?
Like 5 or 6, and I wear them because I think they're really stupid. It's like my favorite thing. I almost considered putting on the I went outside to be here, like the graphics aren't great or whatever fucking nerd shirt I have.
I love that meme. I went outside. The graphics weren't as good as I was expecting. What is this outside server people keep telling me about? Are the graphics good? What kind of GPU do I need to use to run outside?
Do I need to run to the corner store? Minimum spec requirements for a corner store run.
Yeah. How do I launch the corner store? How do I know if I can run it or not?
God.
Okay. I'm gonna get the first segment queued up so that we're like ready for the first segment of the day. But before we do that, I want to show you all some like a little funny meme.
Many people.
YouTube so much. I think YouTube does that.
The autoplay?
Yeah.
Fucking annoying. They don't give you a second to pause it.
They don't give you a second, bro. Hey, Balth. Speaking of graphics, you saw the unrecord game. That scares me. That's what I was gonna show, by the way. Yeah, I feel like this is something that like both me and Ethan can have some commentary on. But yeah, it's so good to see all of you. Welcome everybody. 140 people here already. Oh, and someone just donated Slashy. Thank you for the $3 super chat, or I believe that was a Streamlabs dono. Oh, thank you. Let me add that on right now. Thank you very much, Slashy. It said, do you think conservatives are going to do themselves in going after a target that destroys their culture war? It's kind of leaning on that right now, it really seems. Like, that's kind of how I'm feeling they're doing things right now. Like, I feel like going after Nintendo would be so bad that it would be a feedback loop that would cost everyone under the age of 45. It's definitely possible, but I think that attacking Mr. Beast is a big part of it, because right now, being anti-Mr. Beast is Mr. Beast is practically untouchable.
Conservatives are bathing in gasoline and smashing rocks together right now. I mean, when you have DeSantis going after Disney, you have the fucking Mario movie narrative they couldn't settle on, and you have going after Mr. Beast fans. They're looking to lose just about anyone who's culturally aware of anything ever, because it's Disney. It's like the fucking like big three of Zoomer shit. You got Disney for like the older Zoomers. You've got fucking Mr. Beast for every kid who's ever been on the internet, and then you got Nintendo, which everyone and their grandmother plays Nintendo games.
Yeah, everyone loves Nintendo. Yep. Yeah, I think they're probably overplaying their hand here. I think they're overextending, and I think it's gonna be not the death of them, but like it's gonna hurt them bad in the culture war, as it were. Beta Leafy. Oh my god, you're such an Euler Beta Leafy. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Said, I hate that people say I look like Kurt Cobain. Do you really look like Kurt Cobain, Beta Leafy? I'll take your word for it. Kurt Cobain was good looking, right?
Yeah, Kurt Cobain's a great looking guy.
Huh. Yeah, well, that's a compliment. Why would you hate that? Are you humble bragging? Is that what that was?
I don't know. Looking like Kurt Cobain could also mean you look like you're fucking run down, because Kurt Cobain was a good looking run down guy.
Yeah, it could also mean that you've got...
Yeah.
you know.
You look like Kurt Cobain if you're still here today.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. It could also mean you've got like a
bit of a moved face.
Yeah, just like, hold on. There's a character in Preacher that has exactly that problem. Oh, hold on. I gotta shift legs. Ugh. Who is this specimen? You just got called a specimen, Ethan.
Creature.
You just got called a fucking specimen. What kind of specimen are you, Ethan?
Like one of the ones that cracks the glass in the movie when the camera pans by and they're trying to show off how dangerous.
I'm the kind of specimen that cracks the glass.
Also, Ethan, what are your thoughts on... Okay, hold on real quick. The Radical Left donated Tier 2 subscription. They say, fuck it, Tier 2 sub. Also, Ethan, what are your thoughts on femboy twinks? Femboys would probably be the better choice over women if they didn't somehow manage to be more annoying than women. That's my take on it.
Interesting. Alright, so I am the Radical Left. How many months was that, by the way? I don't want to undercredit you. I really appreciate the dono. But yeah, Ethan apparently likes femboy twinks. I mean, you did tweet, like,
soft, pillowy twink butts on your Twitter.
Yeah, pillowy twink butts, I think is what you tweeted. 1 month? Thank you, I really appreciate that. I am the Radical Left.
Someone mentioned Conservapedia in chat. That's a good fucking time waster on stream if you ever want to look into that.
Oh my god, yeah, conservative Wikipedia. It goes so hard. Alright. Now my nose be itching. Alright, let's check out that, that game, that fucking...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, thanks for the whistling. Can they even hear you doing that?
They can probably hear me whistling. I'm just bringing up the thing. Alright. Guys, this is actual, proven, real gameplay. I did that one video a while ago where I went over that game the day before that ended up being fake. Ethan was actually the one who sort of, like, me and him were super invested in that game, like, watching it.
It definitely was, like, in-engine fake, you know? Like,
it was
like
in-engine fake, yeah.
They didn't do anything particularly, like, impossible. It's just a matter of, is someone finally putting these things together, you know?
Somebody could have done the day before for a long time ago, but at this point, literally all it is polished good Daisy.
Yeah, it's just
that's what people
Daisy.
want. Polished Daisy. And, you know, hopefully we'll get it. But this is real video game footage. This is live gameplay, not in-engine. If you look really closely, you can kind of see, like, it very obviously is a video game. But it takes advantage of some pretty cool, rendering.
If you were based, you would have just said this was body cam footage.
It takes advantage of some pretty cool rendering technology that makes the visuals... You know how when you watch, like, a video recording... in real life, like, it's not perfectly clear, and there's, like, real life even with your bare eyes has this haze to it that video games have a hard time sort of, like, imitating. This game seems to imitate it, and despite the textures not being perfect, it does it quite well. Also, this is a fully 3D scanned environment that's, like, exists in real life.
It's on the asset store specifically.
Oh,
This is a placeholder.
Oh, okay. Hey, a pillow. It looks impressive, but it has issues, methinks. But yes, this is real gameplay, and it's like a game where you play as a cop and you're like in the body cam. I saw so many leftists upset about the first game that's like this photorealistic being a cop game.
I don't think it's that big of a deal.
It's not.
You have cops in media you like fucking the guy from Stranger Things, Walking Dead.
Yeah. Well, there are some lefties that are really
Shots fired!
fucking
Shots fired!
extreme that say any like good cop character is propaganda.
I mean, a lot of the times it is, but not. I doubt it would be in this case. It seems like he just took the first thing this looks like, which is cop body cam footage, and said that's what it is.
Yeah. God, I wish Tarkov played a bit
By the
more
way,
like this.
your shit's like,
Oh, it is? Okay. Hey, Tipster, what's up? Tipster's in chat.
hey tipster.
Good to see you, homie. Well, it's a cop game called Unrecord, but it is recording. Why would it be called that?
Actually, no. If it's a cop game called Unrecord, that almost sounds like it's gonna get into anti-cop shit. What if the premise of this game is that you're going over a cop's body cam footage?
That would be
cool as fuck.
interesting, and you have to determine whether or not, or you have to play like as a good cop or a bad cop and determine your characters
Like what the investigation turns out to be?
Yeah, like what turns up from the investigation of the
That would
body
be cool as
footage.
fuck, actually.
Yeah, that would be cool. This would make a sick zombie game. I mean, this technology is going to be copied fast. Like, there's always copycats, even if and they're going to iterate and advance this technology. Like, I don't think you guys realize, but I've assumed since probably the time I was 11 or 12 that by the time I was 30, we're going to get practically photorealistic video games.
Someone says, the thing about realistic-ish graphics is that they don't age well. Remember any David Cage game? And I would say to that, I think we've finally kind of moved into the area of stylized hyperrealism, and I think the best example of that is Half-Life Alyx. If you've played Half-Life Alyx with like a VR headset, it looks fucking real. Like, you look like you're actually in a concrete room, you know? So, and this game looks similar. I don't know how to exactly put it, but it feels hyper-realistic yet mildly stylized, like Half-Life Alyx. I would say this is the type of thing that can age just fine.
I remember watching the gameplay for Resident Evil 7 the first time and being like, God, that's photorealism. And it still looks phenomenal to this day, but this looks pretty much how that game looked at the time. The physics are also pretty damn good. Like, things move. I really want...
The only time you can tell, I'd say, it's a video game is with the gun UI.
Did my editor misspell the title of the stream? Let
If
me
we
check.
get it quick, it's not the biggest deal.
Yeah, I'll just change the title if it's a mistake. Oh, the cancels is spelled weird.
I think it's supposed to be canceled.
Yeah, like this. There we go. Cancel has 2 L's. Yeah, that was my mistake.
Another thing is this explosion. It makes it very obvious it's a game. Same with the falling physics.
Yeah,
Whenever the
that's
chair-
it's very clearly like gameplay. But yeah, they also posted a video that like proves its gameplay, like just like
yeah,
that
full on
level.
free camming.
Yeah, like free camming and then also spawning in and just fucking around in the game a little bit. Just doing the thing that like you'd expect a game that people are like, is this real to do to prove that it's real, you know? So that's good. I wonder in like 10 years will we look back on the visuals of this game and say and the same way we look back on visuals 10 years ago? Yes, we will. Yeah. We'll look back on that game and we'll be like, "Oh my god, I can't believe I thought that was like hyper best graphics ever back then." Like I remember when Assassin's Creed Unity first came out and seeing those graphics and being like, "Whoa. Look at the fabric. It's so like shiny and it flows and moves like real fabric," which was just not a thing in games before that. They had very hard, rigid moving animations for fabric on characters like clothes, like in Assassin's Creed and whatnot. That was something I noticed, like the actual physics, or at least simulated physics in that way. Hey, Pillow. Don't forget the bald characters.
Oh yeah, bald characters look like shit in old games.
Yeah, now you can actually pull that off. I mean, like, just generally you can compare, like, a game from... I've been playing through Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, which came out in 2013. Now it's 2023. It's been a whole 10 years. You can see, like, 10 years later, Assassin's Creed 3, which looked really good, I'd say, at the time. Now it's definitely beautiful. Like, visually it's beautiful, but graphically... the graphics have definitely aged. I want a full remake of Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag. Like, I want them to remake it and make, like, all that area in the game that wasn't explorable before fully explorable and, like, pack in a bunch of extra content. That would go so hard. We need a remake of Assassin's Creed 4.
I think another thing is, like, even with like timeless games and whatnot, like games that are super stylized, you can still really feel when they're dated. I think a good example for me is Wind Waker. And the slight coal that exists on it and how small it is immediately reminds me that that shit was on like a low memory Nintendo piece of hardware.
Yeah, definitely. Wind Waker is like Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag is like oftentimes referred to as R-rated Wind Waker. And I definitely agree with that assessment. It's definitely a good description. All right, chat. If you are watching right now and you love me and want to support me because you love my streams and you enjoy my content, please consider dropping a like over on YouTube. It's as simple as hitting that little thumbs up button right under the stream. It really does help out a lot. It forces YouTube to push my content in the algorithm to brand new people. And of course, if you want me to be able to afford food and to not die, then please consider donating. It always does help a lot. If you've got the money for it and you don't need it for anything else, then, you know, I really do appreciate it. It helps me afford putting, you know, good food in my tummy.
Feeding me.
Yeah, also I gotta feed this motherfucker, and as you can see, he eats a lot.
Oh, yeah.
He's like a black hole. I literally ordered groceries last night, and one of the things I ordered was a box of cinnamon buns. I went to bed and woke up and wanted to get a cinnamon bun. There was one left.
For legality reasons, okay? I got stoned last night through legal means, I swear. And I ended up finding the box of fucking cinnamon buns, right? While you were sleeping, we were watching Breaking Bad, and it's like 2 hours later. I'm halfway through season 2 of Breaking Bad. I'm like, holy fuck! I almost ate all of these, and Alex is asleep. I should go to bed.
You fucking ate them all. I was sleeping. How much Breaking Bad did you watch without me?
I don't know. I think I watched like to episode 7 of season 2. I don't think that's too far. I'd have to show you.
Okay, yeah, you got pretty far. Yeah. How are you liking the show?
It's pretty good.
Pretty pog. Avalon of Babylon, thank you for the tier 1 gift to Balthazar. I really appreciate that. It's a very kind $5. Very based and pog of you. Said, here you go, Ethan. Eat well on Zan's time. Thank you. Well, actually, on Avalon of Babylon's time, if you think about it. Thank you. I appreciate that. And then Mudball Man with a tier 1 sub. Thank you for the $5. It's very kind of you. Said, I really want remasters of the first 3 Uncharted games on PC because 2 and 3 are just super fun action games. I want remasters of the first 3 Uncharted games on PC. I'm not really an Uncharted guy, but I mean, I would take the Assassin's Creed games over Uncharted any day, but if I found out they were getting remade, maybe I'd try them out. Right now, I'm not actively waiting for Uncharted remakes, though, because I'm not really into that series, but I heard it's good. I might give it a try.
I would kill for, like, some of these series that have been around for fucking ever to pull, like, a Halo and do a Master Chief Collection or something equivalent, where it's just every game remade to some extent.
I would love that for, like, Infamous. The Assassin's Creed series, just every game remade from the ground up and, like, absurdly good. Yeah, we need an Infamous 1 and 2 remake. God, we need that so bad. Prue Strats, thank you for the $10 super chat over on YouTube. I really appreciate that. Said, shut up and take my money. Well, I won't shut up, but I'll certainly take your money. Thank you. Not gonna lie, I never played an Ass Creed. They're actually pretty fun. Especially, start your first Assassin's Creed game as Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag. It's the best pirate game ever made besides maybe... Honestly, I'd say it's better than Sea of Thieves. And just enjoy how beautiful it is. Like, get nice and stoned or just relax and play it. And I think you'll get into Assassin's Creed from there. No, start with Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag. It's the world itself is so gorgeous and, like, the setting is so good, that'll draw people in just right off the bat. The rest of them are good, but they're all pretty, you know, Assassin's Creed-y. But yeah. God, my nose will not stop itching. Like, the very tip of it, like right here.
Chad, does anyone here play Megaton games like SMT? I guarantee you a fuck ton of them will because they're all nerds.
What is that?
Megaton is like old school RPGs, but there's a lot of them now. They're what Persona's based off of. Persona's a spin-off series. No.
Oh, there goes my neck. Edward Kenway is such a great protagonist. Edward Kenway is a good protagonist. I love that guy. What's your take on the Jonathan Majors shit? Who is Jonathan Majors again?
Fuck.
I forget who that is, Balth. Or not Balth, a pillow, sorry.
King the Conqueror. Oh.
Oh, what did Jonathan Majors do? He was like, he got in trouble for like, or no, he didn't get in trouble, he got fired, right? Or he's like quitting? Like, he got outed on a lot of domestic violence.
That was the accusation. The accusation he's an abuser. But hold on.
Prepares for May 8th court. Oh, actually, I can just do this.
Jonathan Majors' issues worsen as more alleged abuse victims cooperate with DA's office. Exclusive. By Tatiana Siegel. As Jonathan Majors prepares for a May 8th court appearance on domestic violence charges, his PR problems are about to get bigger. Sources familiar with the matter tell Variety that multiple alleged abuse victims of Majors have come forward following his March arrest and are cooperating with the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. The prospect of more women waiting in the wings would mark a dramatic turn in the case and comes on the heels of Majors' publicist and management firm cutting ties with the embattled actor earlier this week.
Just a quick word from our sponsor.
Okay, nope. Alright, well.
I think I accidentally blew out chat's ears. Sorry, guys.
Oh, no. Violently loud? Oh, the voice was loud, not your... I don't think it was your coughing that was loud. Was it Ethan's cough that was loud, or was the robot voice really loud?
Both? TTS? Okay, it was the
Oh,
TTS.
I'm sorry, chat. Alright. Well, in that case, I think it's time for us to start our first segment. And by then, the water I put in the freezer should be cold enough for me to drink some, because I'm kind of thirsty. So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this whole segment with a dry ass mouth.
All right, I'll be right back then.
Oh, you're gonna get water?
Yeah.
Oh, mind grabbing my water out of the freezer?
Sure.
Hell yeah. Okay, never mind. I won't have a dry ass mouth. Pirate posting? Who's pirate posting? Yar. Mutiny, the worst crewmate in your crew made a spot on point. That is a good meme. Yeah, Ethan is coming in clutch right now. I forget that like having another person around means I can be like, yo, go get me things, servant. Hell yeah. Ethan thinks I'm gonna let him leave. He doesn't know that I'm going to, like, chain him up and make him clean my house. And do my dishes and stuff. I had a plan when I brought him out here. He thinks I bought him a two-way ticket. It was just a one-way ticket. He doesn't have a way back. Bruce Strats, thank you for the $10 super chat. I really appreciate that. Said, I want to donate more, but don't know what to say, so here. Oh, well, I really appreciate that. Thank you. Well, you don't need to say anything for me to know what you mean by it. Thank you. I really do appreciate that. And then Wolfie the Phoenix, thank you for the tier 1 sub. That is an extremely kind and helpful $5. I really do appreciate it. Said, first stream I've caught. Oh, hell yeah. Glad to be here. My friends and I love your content. Feed the Ethan. Let's go. I'm glad you guys like my stuff. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Welcome to the stream. Now he's using the bathroom. You didn't shut the door all the way. Bro was about to piss with that thing cracked. That would have been catastrophic for my getting to exist on YouTube. Oh no, you're going to chain Ethan in your basement like Vosh keeps Conyer chained in his basement. I can confirm they keep Conyer in a cage in the basement.
Oh, they know about that?
Yeah,
I didn't know that they knew about the cage.
yeah. The Conyer cage. All right. Oh, you want to scooch in a bit more because you're further back. Gotta be close to the mic.
Click right here.
All right. You found a source for a capybara onesie. I will look into that, Summer Star. Thank you, my friend. All right. Let me update the dono goal really fast. You guys have been very generous. All right. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. I am joined once again by my friend Ethan.
Hey YouTube, what's up?
Yo. And yeah, so some stuff has happened over the last week or so. Or actually the last 2 weeks now, the right has been losing their shit over this. With Mr. Beast. You see, Mr. Beast, the largest YouTuber there is, period, has this sort of posse of friends. Actually, speaking of which, you should tell the chat what we did last night related to Mr. Beast.
We ate Mr. Beast burgers. They were better than I thought they'd be.
We tried Mr. Beast Burger. Like, Ethan was just scrolling through his phone and found out that Mr. Beast Burger could be delivered to us in Seattle.
We were looking for like food because, you know, unfortunately in the land of workers' rights, we can't get on-demand deliveries from every fucking store at 1 a.m. So we had to settle, and we were debating on what to get. And one of the things we got was I looked over at Alex. I'm like, holy shit, you want to try some Mr. Beast Burger? And for a second he looked like he was about to tell me to fuck off, and then it was like, wait, do I want to try some Mr. Beast Burger? So we ended up getting some, and it was a better burger than most fast food places.
Better burger than most fast food places, I'll tell you that. And the fries were really good. They're like Dorito fries. Like, that's really the best way I can describe it. They're seasoned like Doritos, and they're really good. They're actually really good. Our food took a little bit to get there, so it was a bit cold. But had we gotten it like straight from the restaurant, oh, sorry. Had we gotten it straight from the restaurant, I bet it would have tasted even better.
Yeah.
So yeah, the food was really, really good.
Can you even get Mr. Beast Burger off of delivery apps? Because they're like a fake kitchen, no?
There are physical Mr. Beast Burger locations.
Okay.
Yeah,
Makes
there
sense.
are physical locations, but where we got it might have been a ghost kitchen. It's hard to say.
Okay.
But yeah, it was actually really, really good. Really enjoyed it. But with that said, Mr. Beast has a whole crew of friends. Now, I had the Beast style Mr. Beast Burger.
I had the Chris style.
Ethan had the Chris style. And for those of you guys who are followers of my content or Mr. Beast's content, you might know that Chris, one of Mr. Beast's friends, recently came out as trans. Goes by any all pronouns, but I tend to use they them for anyone who goes by any all.
Because that's the one people are going to end up using like the least, honestly. Like that's what everyone who goes by all has told me.
Generally. But yeah, so basically, you know, any all pronouns, but more, you know, feminizing, has taken HRT, has been presenting more femininely and everything. A bunch of people started noticing, and so, you know, Chris came forward and, you know, came out about it and has been very, you know, happy and positive about being trans, but the right has lost their goddamn mind. On top of that, Mr. Beast himself has come out in defense of, you know, his friend Chris, and has even been dunking on transphobes for like over a month now on Twitter. I don't know how I didn't notice that sooner, but it's pretty goddamn based. So the right, as you can imagine, has lost their minds over this. They realize that Mr. Beast being openly pro-trans is a massive L for transphobia everywhere. Mr. Beast is probably the most influential single person to Gen Z, so the fact that he is pro-trans and that he is, you know, pushing a generally pro-trans perspective in his content just by platforming a trans person, the right's terrified. And because of that, they're overextending, I think. In my opinion, they're overextending. So a good example of this is Ben Shapiro, Mr. Ben Shapiro, himself making this god-awful, cringy video and thumbnail about this whole thing. You've got you've got Ben Shapiro. Sorry, you've got Ben Shapiro soy facing in the foreground, and then you've got, like, I guess, is this supposed to be like trans activists yelling at Mr. Beast?
Yeah, that's what I was actually gonna ask about the thumbnail. Like, if he's on their side, why is there a fucking line between the two of them?
Is this gonna be him trying to like grapple a win?
I bet he's gonna try to say the trans people are forcing Mr. Beast into this position, or something like that. I bet that's what it's gonna be.
Yeah. I've been genuinely disappointed to see creators I've known for years spreading genuinely transphobic rhetoric. This whole ordeal has been a super big eye-opener. Yeah, it definitely...
Tipster's a big part of the commentary community, right?
Oh yeah, he's in the commentary drama community area. Yeah, I think that you can kind of gauge where people stand on trans rights based on their reaction to this. But as time goes by, also their reaction to just the general state of politics, right? So, like, think of it this way. If you are, like, sort of normie, not, like, in terms of politics, like, you don't like getting involved with politics, you just kind of like chilling, and maybe you like making edgy jokes online. Like, that's just kind of all you really care about. But you are still, like, at the core progressive leaning. Chances are you're going to feel the need to, like, eventually kind of speak out about certain things, like the anti-LGBT bills getting passed and everything. The people who, like, haven't really said anything to denounce that, that's usually something that makes me kind of hesitant, you know? But when it comes to this, people, like, openly trying to find a way to attack Mr. Beast or Chris on this, it is, like, pretty obvious why they're doing it. And it lets you know, like, okay, this person maybe does have a few takes they're not brave enough to outright state, but you can kind of intuit from what they're doing. But yeah, look at this thumbnail. Oof. Is this supposed to be him doing the Mr. Beast face?
I think so. I genuinely think this video is going to be one where they try to say, because Chris is like a part of Mr. Beast's channel, the trans people, the amalgamation, are trying to force him into a position he can't leave or something. He's going to go off the, like, the angle of like famous person can't say, but they're trying to give us signs or something like that.
All right, okay. So yeah, he's gonna try to claim that, like, Mr. Beast. You know who else did this? ER, the Nazi guy. He basically, like, quote tweeted Mr. Beast's, like, tweet dunking on a transphobe attacking Chris, and then said, Mr. Beast knew he would get shit for this. He could have edited it, but he didn't. And then people were like, Chris goes by any all pronouns. And then he was like, does that change anything I said? Like, desperately trying to find a way for Mr. Beast to be their guy.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's check out what Ben Shapiro has to say about this. Let's watch Ben Shapiro alienate a large amount of Gen Z. I wonder why the right has started defaulting to thinking that we should raise the age for voting.
Mm-hmm.
Well, many people who are sort of outside the YouTube sphere have no idea who Mr. Beast is, but Mr. Beast is the single most popular YouTuber on YouTube, meaning he has tens of millions of followers. A huge number of people follow his videos. Even if you're not
Jesus Christ,
sort of a routine YouTuber, you've probably seen some of his videos. He very famously, a couple of years ago, for example, did a remake of Squid Game in which he actually hired a bunch of people or offered a bunch of people to take part in Squid Game. They were then shot with paintball guns. His videos are incredibly well done. They've been viewed hundreds of millions of times each. We're talking about billions and billions of views for Mr. Beast. He's a very young guy. He's like 24, 25 years old. His actual name is Jimmy Donaldson. And the entire sort of drive of his show is that he does these incredibly creative videos, very clickable videos. And very often he does things for charity in his videos as well. We've talked about him on the show before,
so far.
Helping to donate money so that people who are going blind can actually have surgery, or making sure that people in Africa have shoes. There's some really cool stuff on his YouTube channel. The entire sort of vibe of his show is that he and some of his friends, sort of the bros, they're constantly going and they are doing things together. It's him and his team of friends. Well, now Mr. Beast has a problem. Mr. Beast's problem is that one of his co-stars, his longtime friend Chris Tyson, has decided that he is now a woman.
So, right off the bat, something you'll notice about Ben Shapiro and a lot of other conservative commentators is they presuppose correctness in their position in all of their content. there is no like statement of Mr. Beast's friend has come out as trans, which of course we know because of yada 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 isn't like valid because of, and we also know that yada yada, like he doesn't make an argument for why Mr. Beast's friend is trans and trans people are invalid, and so it's a bad thing that Mr. Beast is friends with a trans person. It's just presupposed that like there is no scientific validity to the entire body of understanding of like gender and sex and, you know, being trans whatsoever. He throws it all out the window because, importantly, he needs to make sure that none of his fans get the even a twinge of suspicion that this issue is deeper than he's making it out to be, and go out and research it on their own. The worst thing a conservative YouTuber can ever do is leave their audience with the desire to go out and do extra research on a topic. That is the worst thing a conservative propagandist can do. So they have to reassure their viewers that they already are correct and know everything about the issue, and there's no reason to go seeking out any extra information about it, because if they do, well, they're going to find they're going to learn a lot of new stuff.
Now, normally, this isn't really a problem, right? You got a friend, your friend decides that they're a woman. That's a you issue, right? I mean, that's just a question for you in your life. How are you going to handle that? But the problem is for Mr. Beast that Chris Tyson is actually a member of the cast. Chris Tyson is a person who was part of sort of the bro crew.
Chris Tyson also has a literal Mr. Beast burger named after them. Like Chris Tyson is up there with like all of them, like in the crew of friends. Like they've literally been friends for over a decade. Basically Ben Shapiro's big issue here is he has to grapple with the fact that, like, no doubt he's going to have a bunch of new people coming in from Mr. Beast's audience to watch this video, but the first thing they're going to hear is Ben Shapiro being as needlessly cruel to Chris Tyson as possible. It's going to be super, like, it's going to be a huge turnoff for a lot of people who might have become indoctrinated by a video about this if Ben Shapiro had played his cards right.
And now he is saying that he is gender transitioning into becoming a woman. And for people who are fans of Mr. Beast, this sort of changes the dynamic a little bit.
Also, complete presumptions from Ben Shapiro. Chris Tyson has not come out as like a trans woman.
Yeah, Chris is just like some flavor of non-binary as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, Chris goes by any all pronouns, which is pretty easy to see on their Twitter, and is just taking HRT and looks more feminine, dresses more feminine. That doesn't necessarily mean Chris is a trans woman. The thing that constantly reassures me about like that the right has there's a lot of things that reassure me the right is completely wrong. A lot of it is research and, you know, the fact that I've learned about all this stuff and know they're just purposefully trying to dumb down these topics, which is the most insulting thing about it, honestly. The thing that's the most insulting about all this is that there is objectively more nuance and a deeper understanding to be had about sex biologically, chromosomally, phenotypically, etc., and gender. Even if you disagree with the left's perspective on it, there's objectively more than what the right lets you know about, and the right is desperate to convince people not to look into it, because in reality, it is actually really interesting, even if you don't agree with trans people being valid or any of that, like, correct stuff. You can still agree that there is a very deep body of knowledge to learn about there, and it's so sad the right wants to dumb it down.
Sort of changes the dynamic. Right? If you are somebody who watches Mr. Beast regularly, and suddenly a bunch of bros are interrupted by one guy who is pretending to be or believes that he is a woman.
All right, I mean, this is just gonna be schizo ranting.
Yeah, this is just fucking schizophrenic. Well, one person interrupts. No, it's heavily edited. It's not like they couldn't, like, clean up an interruption or something. It's not like they almost want them to talk or anything like that. Like,
also, does Ben Shapiro, like, wants to give his audience the perspective that every trans person just talks about being trans nonstop. And I don't know if, like, you've met, well, Ben Shapiro's met trans people, but it's in the context of, like, trying to bully them. But, like, when you've actually met trans people and been friends with them and, like, hung out with them, being trans is not all they talk about. In fact, it's, like, they hardly talk about it at all, because while it is a large part of their identity, it is who they are fundamentally. Like, people are a lot more than their gender or their gender identity, right? And it comes up when it's relevant, but it's not like most trans people I've met aren't like obsessively talking about being trans. It's not like being trans is going to make it so that like Chris's personality fundamentally changes and it causes like some disruption to the normal flow to the videos. That's just not how it tends to work. They're just trying to exist like the rest of us. Yeah, that's really all it is. But the right just despises them. It's just a disgust response.
Like, yeah. I almost wonder at some point, being like some right-wing grifter, you probably get like, you don't feel anything looking at a trans person anymore, even if you were hateful initially, just because there's no way someone for so long holds on to that. Like, that's just next level.
Yeah, like Ben Shapiro's met Blair White, who is an awful person, but would be considered a good person besides being trans by Ben Shapiro's measure. So it's like he would have to know from his own experience that like not all trans people are as awful as he makes them out to be.
I wonder how much that bothers this type of person when they've been exposed to what they're grifting against for so fucking long that they have their like little moments of doubt. I wonder how bad that is for the likes of this.
I think Ben Shapiro at this point, considering how much like money he's put into making like the new Fox News for the internet,
yeah,
I think he knows that what he's pushing is lies. I think it's like, I've seen a lot of conservative figures that don't have the rhetorical skill of Ben be more honest than Ben, and talk about how all that matters is winning. They need to win by any means necessary. It doesn't matter. They don't care about truth. They just need to win. You know, conservative figures that are aligned with Ben that aren't as smart as Ben have outright said it. So we know what these people's like goals are. Win by any means necessary.
It changes the dynamic in rather stark ways, especially given the fact that Chris Tyson has in the past made sort of transgender jokes about transgenderism. Well, a little while ago,
something famously has never happened with trans people before.
Oh, famously, trans people have never had a past of being transphobic. This has never happened.
What's a self-hating gay? I've never heard of that in my life.
Well, it's not even that. It's like, how many trans people have you met who are like, how crazy is it that 5 years ago I was posting attack helicopter memes and now I'm wearing a dress?
Half his former audience.
Yeah, half his former audience used to be, or half his former audience is currently trans, probably. Like, how many like trans ex-Ben Shapiro fans have you met? Like, I've met a lot of trans people who used to be like overcompensatingly, self-hatingly, self-repressingly transphobic. Yeah, Balthazar's a good example of this. Yep, KK in YouTube chat. I mean, I've met many trans people who fall into this category. It's just, yeah, a pillow. It's not uncommon. It's not uncommon.
If this trans person was at all raised male, anywhere vaguely American, they probably were
literally
in some way
South
bigoted.
Carolina.
Yeah,
is where they do their videos and where they grown up. Trans people never make trans jokes ever, lol. Oh yeah, and trans people famously never make jokes that like would be considered transphobic, of course.
No.
A few months ago, he decided that he was going to begin hormone replacement therapy, and he started looking significantly less masculine on camera and significantly more feminine on camera. Now, listen, if you were running a TV show, which is essentially what Mr. Beast is doing, if you're running a piece of entertainment, then typically what you do is you cast for roles, right?
I love that he thinks his like audience is retarded.
I love that Ben Shapiro is currently like the boomer trying to push the traditional like old school bullshit onto this guy who is literally the embodiment of like the Zoomer era.
Yeah.
Do you want to know a quote that Mr. Beast said on a podcast? He said he refuses to hire anybody over the age of 30.
Yeah.
He only hires people in their 20s and in their late teens.
I mean, you've worked with YouTubers before. I'd say YouTubers that are over the age of 30 are really fucking stupid about how they do things 9 times
kind of out of touch sometimes, yeah. It depends, right? But generally, yeah. Mr. Beast literally won't hire people Ben Shapiro's age because people Ben Shapiro's age have takes like this. That, like, Mr. Beast only wants to hire Zoomers because Zoomers know the internet better than Boomers do. I love this because Mr. Beast embodies like this new era of content creation where like anybody could potentially create their own media and business empire just by making videos on their phone in their room.
I'm glad the right did this before they could, the left could finish shooting themselves in the foot over and over again about Ben or about Beast, Mr. Beast.
It's literally always a matter of like when it's what always ends up happening is the left doesn't really get its own wins. It's just the left shoots itself in the foot over and over and over again until the right does it colossally. Because while the right might be, or while the left may be cringe, the left is still fighting for a just like purpose and for goodness, right? But the right will always be fighting for evil. No matter how much they can like try to rizz up Gen Z and try to rizz up the general public and couch it in propaganda, they are always fighting for evil. So when the right shows their ass, it's bad. But when the left does something, it's like a cringy viral video that maybe, if you know, harms the left's perception. When something bad happens to the right, it's a terror attack. Like the trans dude that shot up that school is like the worst perception that the left has gotten in a long time, because it was something that was actually violent, and it was the first like actual like mass committing of violence done by a trans person like ever. But that's expected to happen eventually, right? Like one person to do that, and the right of course jumped on it. But the right's entire goal is to commit violence and mass killing, so it's inevitably going to keep happening with more and more right-wingers forcing their beliefs, forcing their violent ideals onto people, and it's going to make them look bad. Because most people just want to grill.
You know how in like TV shows for children, they make the bad guys have like comical like facial features or something that makes it clear they're evil? Ben's fucking eyebrows right here are all I've been thinking about. He's a big fucking villain in a Powerpuff like Girls type cartoon with big fucking eyebrows as his main trait.
You're not wrong. He does have like a very super villainous kind of look.
Now on YouTube, because it's all about authenticity, very often
Ben's
they're
pube
just sort of
beard?
your friends.
It's all right.
But the
I like
reality
his
is
beard.
the
I don't think his
dynamic
beard's bad.
created is a dynamic that
It's not good on him, but his beard itself is okay.
is for the cameras. And so
I can't give anybody shit about their facial hair, because I mean, look at mine. Like I've got, it's kind of going away. Like you can kind of see that there's actually stuff growing here now, like thinly. But there used to be just a straight up line, and there still kind of is around here, but it's kind of filling in. Like that just doesn't. It would literally go for all the way here. It didn't fill in, but now this part's filling in, and then on this side.
It's a little more patchy on your left side, I'd say.
Yeah, it's still... Yeah, so I can't give anybody shit for patchy facial hair. Yours is good. You have Italian facial hair. I feel like it's come in smoothly, so it looks good, but, you know, Ben's is fuller than mine, though he's older, so...
So typically speaking, let's say that you were running a show, other than the Umbrella Academy, and one of your stars decided they were a member of the opposite sex. What would you do? Well, you would probably just say, well, you don't get to be in the show anymore because the dynamic of the show has changed. And that
Didn't that happen with the Flash or something?
No, basically what he's trying to argue that if a TV show or a production exists and one of the actors in it comes out as trans, they should be fired because now they are no longer... Like, they no longer can fill in the role. That's Ben's argument.
I've got crazy news for Ben. Trans people are really good at doing this thing where they act like the gender they used to be, quote unquote.
Yeah.
There's terms for this, I think. Maybe a couple online. I don't see why a trans person couldn't just play the role of the gender they no longer are if they need to finish up something for work. It's probably not going to be much of an issue for
Ben's just facetiously making whatever argument he can think of that justifies like firing a trans person for a reason that isn't just trans people shouldn't be allowed to work. Though he does believe that. He can't just outright say that, because that's a full-on like that's a little bit extreme even for the genocide shit they've been pushing, because their perspective is like trans people are groomers and thus dangerous around kids, and thus we should put in place these laws that are genocidal. But like saying none of them should be allowed to work, period. Like, I don't know. That seems like it's too much of a jump right now, even though they're pushing for genocide. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing to do with bigotry. That has to do with the dynamic and success of the show. Not only
It has nothing to do with bigotry. Wait, is Ben admitting that like not liking trans people is bigotry?
I think an interesting little thing about Ben's assumption here is let's say we're flipping this and this is like a lefty talking. I don't think the lefty would have much issue with person who is not gender plays role that for other gender, like that doesn't register as a problem. If you found out that there was a film that has a guy in it, right, and the guy's actually played by a cis woman, would you really fucking care? No, but to the right, that's like the end of the world. So God forbid you make that a fucking trans woman playing a man once or twice in like a film that they happen to be like halfway through transitioning, and that's still not an issue for a
Well, what
lefty.
they did with Umbrella Academy is they made the character trans.
Yeah, or that,
Yeah.
It,
And that works just fine.
I was only thinking like pre-established characters, like you probably couldn't halfway through swap Captain America or something like that. Just
Yeah,
as
probably, but-
comic continuity.
It depends. Yeah, it depends on how you pull it off.
That if you were actually friends with somebody, if one of my close friends were on camera with me and they decided to make a radical life shift, they wouldn't expect me to continue to put the success of my career on hold or at risk.
All these conservatives are like desperately trying to argue that like Mr. Beast's career is going to suffer from this in some way, and that this is like some big risk. Like they're concerned trolling Mr. Beast, and it's not working. Like if we look at Mr. Beast 6000.
I think a lot of things, a lot of old fucks like this don't realize as well, is that now that a lot of people make their money off of advertisements instead of direct sponsorships like old media, you don't need good press. Mr. Beast doesn't have to have people liking him, because when they go and they click that fucking video, he gets his ad rev.
Yeah. Right now, he is currently getting roughly 40 to 100 million views a day.
That's
And he's gaining 1 million subs some days it's 1 million subs in a day in a row, and most days it's like a couple or a few days gap, and then he gains 1 million subs.
So if he's making 40 million, what does this say his average monthly income is?
It's currently saying, I'm gonna honestly say, Social Blade actually
It
for
does
my
like a
channel, Social Blade actually underestimates my CPM, and I'm guessing it probably does the same for Mr. Beast if it does for anybody else. And so, Social Blade thinks Mr. Beast is making 4.6 million a month.
No, he's making way more than 4.6 mil. He's
Just in ad revenue.
My bet is that's a fourth of what he's making. I bet
That's minimum. I would say minimum he's making 4.6 million a month in ad revenue.
in ad rev. I'd say he's probably making over 10 mil. I wouldn't be surprised. No, with Mr. Beast shit, his CPM is not even in the same. His
probably like
CPM
6
pulls
million.
its dick out near your CPM, okay, and yours orbits his. It's fucking Mr. Beast. This man is boosted, hardwired into the algorithm, and you know it.
Maybe. Imagine putting a business before the physical and mental well-being of a person. Couldn't be me. Yeah, well, it doesn't really matter, because, like, conservatives literally, like, we're talking about somebody who actively said, like, early on in the pandemic when it was killing, like, more than 9/11, like, killed worth a day of Americans. Like, Ben Shapiro was saying we need to send everyone back to work.
God.
That the people who might die, their lives don't matter as much as the economy. That's literally, I believe, the quote that he said. Oh god, my eye. Oh, my eye is itchy. Okay. Yeah, Mr. Beast is doing fine. Even the, like, pseudo, well, it's selfish for Chris Tyson.
That fucking Ben here is punching out of his league. Like,
Oh, Ben's absolutely punching out of his league. But on top of that, like, even this, like, faux sort of attempt to virtue signal and concern troll Mr. Beast, even there, like, it's not accurate. Like, even trying to say that Chris Tyson is selfish for being trans because it could hurt Mr. Beast, even that just isn't accurate, objectively speaking.
Risk because they were making a personal life decision. In other words, it's not my job to make room for you on this particular show because you've decided to make a life decision that now cuts directly against the entire dynamic of the show. Now, I mentioned the Umbrella Academy.
Remember, guys, these people will never concede that, like, being trans is a thing that you're born with, or, like, gender dysphoria is a thing that you're born with. Because if they do... So here's the thing. If conservatives concede that gender dysphoria is a, like, inherent thing that you're born with, like, similar to being born gay, they also won't agree that you're born gay. They have to believe that being trans is, like, a lifestyle decision. They have to believe being gay is a lifestyle decision. Because if they see that this is a thing that people are born as, then all of a sudden they are literally just diametrically opposed to giving rights to people who are just like a category of people inherently to like humanity, which is, as we've deemed in every other civil rights struggle before, evil. Like people who just hate black people because they're black, we've deemed in every, like in past civil rights struggles, those people are evil. We've deemed that people who think gay people are bad just because they're born that way, we have deemed that those people are evil. The same will be deemed of transphobes. And the right is desperate not to be thrown in with that lot. So they desperately argue that trans people are like a cultural trend of a lifestyle choice. They did the same thing with gay people and it failed. The same will happen again.
Something just clicked with me about Ben's whole premise here that I didn't really process because I'm not retarded. So Ben's whole thing is like, this is ruining the dynamic of the show you're on. Okay, so as an actor, you can't do this. Let's concede that immediately, just for the sake of this. In what way does Chris being a man affect or not affect the Mr. Beast show? Like, does it really?
It doesn't.
Like, his whole thing was like the group of bros, but they've had women on before. That's
Yeah.
never been an issue.
And not to mention, like, Chris is still the same Chris. Like, you if you watch the most recent video they did, like, Chris is prominently featured and just being the same as they always are.
I don't know how the right has taken this hardball lead they have and managed to make themselves look desperate when they go after shit like this, because they have to make it like fucking every topic or they lose grip.
Yeah, well, they cannot allow a single trans person to be a good trans person anymore. You'll notice they've stopped associating with Blair White, right?
Yeah.
And Blair White has even made multiple videos shitting on conservative figures, and calling them out sort of subtly and like subtweeting, because they won't talk to her anymore, because right now they're so desperate to be transphobic they can't even associate with trans people, because the idea that one trans person can be like a good person completely destroys their narrative that like transness is inherently evil, like ideological.
It's a bad
thing.
lifestyle choice rather than an intrinsic fucking part of someone.
Yeah, they can't even see that it's an intrinsic part of Blair White, because if they do, then where's the line? They have to define a line, and they've always failed to define a line. They tried to do it back in 2016 when they were accepting of Blair White and other, like, you know, pick me trans types, but now they've realized, fuck, we can't do that line. Like, we can't even argue that, because then we have to get into the science. So they just straight up argue all trans people are invalid now. Just straight up.
Academy a moment ago on Netflix. They've run into serious trouble because the Umbrella Academy started off with Ellen Page, a woman, playing a
your
girl
phone
on the show, like a straight woman on the show. And then Ellen Page decided that she was a lesbian, and so they actually added a lesbian storyline in the middle of Umbrella Academy. And then Ellen Page decided,
isn't Umbrella Academy like really popular? Like, why is these right wingers just attack popular things and act like they're pointing out some like overwhelming gripe that people have with the thing, but no one actually cares, or even people really like it? It's like when Ben made his video going after episode 3, I think it was, of the Last of Us show.
Oh,
with
did
Bill
he?
and Frank. Yeah,
I thought that might be something he wouldn't touch, because it's just gay sex.
it's too liked.
Yeah.
He tried. It didn't go well, but he tried. He basically had to see that it was an amazing storytelling, and that the only part of it that he disliked was that they were gay characters, and that he also tried to argue that it was too much time spent on characters that weren't Joel and Ellie. He also tried to argue that.
I mean, if you have to go after these gay characters for your agenda, that's probably the best you got, but
that's the best you got.
That's so mild.
But even then, everyone liked it so much.
Yeah.
It just it didn't go well. And also there was the Sydney Watson clip where before The Last of Us show came out, she predicted that it was going to be a woke disaster that would fail.
Yeah, casual representation is one of the biggest fucking things you can have as a minority group, because whenever dissenters want to talk about it, they look fucking insane. A good example I can think of is the two gay dudes in Alexandria in The Walking Dead.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you know, they're just guys being dudes. If anyone brings up an issue about such casual representation, they just come off looking fucking insane, and that's a huge part of normalization in media and whatnot.
Yeah, there's also like data that literally proves that having characters of like certain groups represented in media you consume very similarly does like the
It's like
normalization
exposure
that
to
having
that
a friend.
Yeah.
It's similar to having a friend of that group, and so it does play a part in normalizing and sort of melting away bigotry.
Decided that she was Elliot Page, a man, and so then they turned the entire character into a male. And that just doesn't work. I mean, it's ridiculous and it's silly, but that's exactly what is sort of now expected in the entertainment world, is that everyone who casts these
I'm pretty sure Umbrella Academy specifically is the type of show where it does work.
Yeah, like
Because it's like about like they can write the characters to have an arc like that. Like it's the type of show where that works.
yeah, isn't that whole show about like backstory and whatnot, or not backstory?
It's about like character development, and there's
Yeah.
like an overarching like thing, but it's mostly about the characters like arcs and their development.
Mhm.
Oh, we just got a dono from Tipster. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. You infected me with your yawn.
Yeah, sorry.
We'll read donos at the end of the segment.
shows, they have to treat people who completely change their entire identity as completely unfireable. Like absolutely unfireable. So all this began again when Chris Tyson started to change his appearance.
Unfireable? I like how we've gone from person who had no issues with the company comes out as trans to because this person is trans, they've become unfireable.
Yeah, and
Like, there was no issue with Chris Tyson before.
no one's
They weren't
having
going to
this
get
problem.
fired. It's just someone living their life. Remember, guys, they will always do this. Prominent people are going to keep coming out as trans, and they're going to keep going after them simply for existing because they know simply a prominent trans person existing hurts their movement, so they have to attack that. They literally just are against the existence of trans people.
Mr. like Apillo says, Mr. Beast probably knew before we did.
Oh, definitely.
Another thing that they forget is like these people are his friends as well as coworkers. I know the
Yeah.
idea of treating anyone who works under you humanely is fucking crazy to you, but they're also friends. Like
Yeah, they had like we have no idea what kind of conversations happen behind the scenes. What is with all the presuming that is happening here? Like, do we think that like the second the cameras turn off, they cease existing, like they power off like robots?
fucking Ben even says it. The whole thing is they're bros. Okay, then I assume they fucking have everything under wraps behind scenes, right? None of this is an
Yeah,
issue. It would have
like-
come out long before it came out officially if it was.
Yeah, like bros know each other, okay? You know the topography of your bro's ball sack,
Real.
okay?
It's
like
impressive.
that's how it works, okay? Like that's how well you know your bros. Hey, Echo Rules. All right, let's resume.
On the show to appear more feminine, and then started tweeting out publicly about the benefits and wonders of gender affirming healthcare. So Chris Tyson tweeted out, and again, he's changed his entire Twitter profile. So now he has sort of an illustration of himself looking like a woman, although he doesn't.
That's the picture of them from the Sunny V2 thumbnail.
Okay.
So Sunny V2, who made a hate video, Chris made their profile picture a picture of themselves from the Sunny V2 video, used as like hate. And now Ben Shapiro's attacking it as if it's like an own, as if the art itself is an own on Chris. When in reality he's attacking Sunny V2, who made a video identical with
What
arguments
kind of
identical
team
to
kill
this.
is that?
That's like shooting at your like target, missing, and then wall banging your friend through the wall behind your target.
Like that's impressive.
Damn. Yeah.
Look anything like that in real life. Looks like a dude who's wearing some makeup and has some long hair. He says, informed consent, HRT, that'd be hormone replacement therapy, saved me and many others' lives. The hurdles
True.
GNC people, gender non-conforming people, have to jump through to get life-saving gender-affirming healthcare in a first world country is wild to me. Just let people make informed decisions about their own bodies.
All right, are you ready to hear Ben Shapiro, libertarian Ben Shapiro, argue against
Libertarian.
Okay, you should explain your political.
Do I have to fucking explain this?
Explain that you're the good libertarian.
Okay, Alex calls me lowercase L libertarian. Okay, if you try putting me under a flag, I'd think you're fucking weird for it. Like I ideally want to live in a shack with solar panel stuff, fucking self-regulating water. All right, that's my dream, but that does not include whatever the fuck this is.
You also love guns.
I also love guns. I mean, that's like inherent.
Guns, weed, freedom. You hate taxes, unless like, what's your opinion on taxes?
It is a hard day a cold day in hell to convince me to trust my fucking government enough for that. This isn't I'm not going to pay him, and I don't think we should be putting my money that I earn towards whatever social issue it is. It is, I don't like funding the military.
Yeah, I guess I understand that, but like, what about do you see it as like theft inherently?
Theft?
Mhm.
I mean,
Taxation is theft. Do you agree with that?
depends, and what the point of even saying that is in the moment, because like, if the person realistically doesn't have an ability to exist outside of that, foregoing all of the services or whatever, then yes. But at the same time, how do you even bother with that? That seems fucking pointless.
Yeah, I mean, there's an argument to be made, but it's also like since it goes back to you in many ways, like it's hard to say that it is. It's theft in the same way that the saviors were stealing from Rick and his group.
Yeah.
And the other groups, you know, it's theft in that way, you know, like we're gonna take 50% of your shit, which honestly isn't far off from my tax rate, but like we're gonna take 50% of your shit, and then we'll kind of take care of you, you know, we'll look after you, we'll take care of you.
Ideally, I would
and give us your shit or else.
So ideally, in an ideal society, I wouldn't give a fuck about the taxes because it's leadership that I trust, you know? So my opinion on taxes entirely depends on current leadership.
Yeah. 50%. Well, you have to account for like deductions and all that. It's like when you start your taxes, it always goes like this, especially when you're self-employed. You start your taxes and you're like, uh-oh. Like, uh-oh. And then you start like putting it through like the process, and you start like checking off boxes and accounting for shit, and you're like, oh, okay, and then you start accounting for deductions and like stuff that you can write off, and you're like, oh, okay, all right, that's way more reasonable. But when you start, it's not too far off from 50. I'm not saying it is 50. I'm saying that's actually not too far off. 50 is the thing from Walking Dead, where Negan and his group just kind of...
Yeah, it's literally half of all your shit.
Yeah, every week. Or every 2 weeks?
It's every 2 weeks.
Yeah, every 2 weeks.
And people started pointing out, well, Chris, you know, when you make life decisions, it actually has impact on other people. See, this is the magnificent narcissism of modern society, is that
the narcissism of someone doing something that doesn't affect me on a YouTube channel, it doesn't affect...
Their argument now is that, like, because Chris has a kid and that, like, Mr. Beast is Chris's, like, employer, that, like, it's selfish to transition because the transition affects, like, other people in your life. That's literally, like, the point they've gotten to now, where, like, all trans people are selfish inherently because being trans affects other people.
So let's say that Chris wanted to get a ugly ass haircut, like bad, like I'm talking middle shaved, sides puffed down, okay? Looks shit on camera.
Well, Ben Shapiro wouldn't like argue against it. It's just that Ben Shapiro, like, it's only for being trans. It's only the trans thing.
Like, but like, if we're saying that it is harming in some way to Ben, like, let's say that for the sake of this, why is it not on the level of like a shitty haircut? Why is it to this extent for them? You know, it just doesn't make any fucking sense to me.
Well, it's because they're
fucking deranged.
They hate trans people, and they're just couching like their hatred in somewhat stable sounding arguments.
Yeah, whether you brush your teeth affects other people more than this.
Yeah.
We decide that the personal life decisions that make us feel better in the cockles of our heart, these are the things that really matter in life, not our relationships with other people, not, in Chris Tyson's case, the relationship that he has with his wife and his kid. He has a wife and he has a kid. Let me just express something to you right now. If you decide that your feelings of comfort and gender identity are more important than your relationship with your wife and your child, you are being selfish. This is true for everyone.
So remember, this is basically stemming from his perspective that, like, divorce shouldn't be allowed. Like, if a woman divorces a man, she's being selfish, and if a man divorces a woman and, like, leaves the family, then he's being selfish. Like,
destroy your fucking kid if you don't separate.
Like, he does not... He believes that under no circumstances should a family, like, be broken up. Like, even if it's the best option, and in many cases it is... He doesn't believe that should happen.
Didn't Chris and his partner separate amicably?
Yeah, before all that. Yeah, they've already been amicably separated, and on top of that, like, Chris has been spending more time with the child since coming out as trans, and from what I've heard, has been a better parent since coming out as trans, which I imagine would make sense because, before being trans, they were probably depressed and, all in their head and upset. And now they're able to like live as themselves and be happy, and so they're able to focus on being a better parent. So it makes sense.
If you're a man and you decide that you're going to cheat on your wife because, listen, it makes you feel better about yourself. You're hitting your 40s, and now it's time for that midlife crisis, and you decide to go get a younger model and take that for a ride. Well, that is you being a bad person. That is you being a narcissist. That is you ignoring the actual priorities in your own life. Life is about what are you going to sacrifice on behalf of the people who mean the most to you. It is not about you feeling the best you can feel on the interior of you, especially because that's a really subjective feeling, and it turns out it's incredibly transitory. Not only is it transitory, when you're telling lies to yourself, it's incredibly damaging. When you're telling
all this is presumed from like a completely false, assumption already. Like it's literally just feeding the the transphobic beliefs of his fans that are already watching. This is only going to repel people that aren't already bought into the propaganda. The right is overplaying themselves here. I wonder how well this video did. 432,000 views, almost 500,000 views, and 16,000 likes.
What's that on compared to his normal?
What's that compared to his normal? Honestly, it doesn't sound very good. What are the... Dear trans community, never ever tell me I have to accept you for who you are when you couldn't accept yourself for who you were. Wow, what a... yeah, let's see the comments. Mr. Beast doesn't need to get rid of Chris because you get rid of flexing his money, threatening people with gun violence during the Nashville attack.
Oh, these people have the limpest dicks on the fucking planet. They're all about gun rights until someone actually wants to exercise their gun rights. It's the same fucking pussies who cried at the Black Panthers.
It's because Chris tweeted out a tweet after the Nashville shooting in response to people calling for the death of trans people, not to come for them, like, in their life and their safety. So like, yeah, just saying that you'll defend yourself with a gun is terrorism if you're trans. Honestly, most of the comments are positive from Ben Shapiro fans, but it didn't get a lot of views, even for a Ben Shapiro video, funnily enough. Like, Ben Shapiro videos, even one on this, I would expect to get like 1 million views. Like and this ran as an ad.
Yeah.
This video ran as an ad on YouTube. So I'm surprised it didn't do better.
Telling yourself a lie that you're a member of the opposite
sex.
Oh,
you know why it didn't do better? It's an hour long. This is like a break. This is like one of his videos where he goes over all of the like culture war talking points, and only the beginning is about Mr. Beast.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's why.
And meanwhile, completely destroying presumably
your
relationship with your wife, and also completely confusing your own child. That actually is a bad thing to do. This should not be a controversial statement because, again, this is true for everyone. Gay, straight, gender non-conform, whatever you are, your top priority is providing for your child a level of stability and understandability to the world. And to your spouse, your highest commitment is to being the best husband.
This is just concern trolling. Literally all of this is just concern trolling. And like, even then, it's just kind of like trying to delve into a content creator's life, private life, for the sake of a political argument, which on its own just looks bad. Like, I don't even need to make an argument against that. Do you want to shut that door?
Yeah, what the hell is that?
I think they're probably doing landscaping next door.
Yeah. I'll be right
Or the best wife to your spouse that you can be. This does not involve you seeking yourself. You seeking yourself is a 1960s, 1970s garbage construct in which your own personal priorities take priority. Okay, in any case, some people point...
Is he trying to argue that, like, the 1960s anti-Vietnam War hippies started wokeness? What did the people who were pro-Vietnam War, how did they go down looking in history? What's the perspective on the Vietnam War these days? From America's the pro perspective of that war. Well, how do people generally regard that? Is that what we're arguing here?
The only time I ever hear that from anyone is if like someone they were related to died in the Vietnam War and they're just holding it because of that.
Yeah, maybe. We may have a new enemy. Okay, I'm gonna have to check that video out in a minute. Okay, I'll copy the link, Tipster. Thank you. All right, what is this?
Pointed out that, this changes the dynamic of Mr. Beast's show. that this actually is a problem for Mr. Beast's show. So Mr. Beast was now caught between a rock and a hard place because what our woke society has now created is a rock and a hard place, not for Chris Tyson, whose choice
Our
this
woke
was in the first place.
society.
Whatever.
Dude, do you remember? I recently saw one of those ads that the right made for their conservative beer shit as like a way to combat Bud Light. They called it the woke mind virus. I literally, when they said that, I heard who was it? Andy Worski, I think it was, say the SJW brain fungus. I think is what he used to say.
Dr. Jenner is going to be talking about this in a lab.
True. Like, unironically, these people have just rebranded the same talking points from Gamergate again, and it's been successful with this new generation of Zoomers getting into politics online, but minorly, not even minorly, majorly less successful than it was. Every time the right loses more ground than they got lost before, right? Like, it's one step forward, two steps back every single time for them. So even in times like this where they seem like they've got control and things are never going to get better, when they do get better, they're going to be worse off than they were last time.
Whatever he chooses to do with his own family, he is free to do, although I am also free to morally criticize that thing. Because again, anybody who places their own priorities above those of their family is doing the wrong thing. But Mr. Beast was then caught between a rock and a hard place that our insanely left-wing society has created for him. We'll get to that momentarily. First, as you may have noticed, the economy is getting worse by the day. It's time to change your spending habits. Well, if you haven't changed the way you buy meat yet, you really...
Is he doing a sponsor in the middle of this segment? Dude, that's so shameless.
.com. Use my code Ben for $20 off your order. You'll get free bacon, great meat, a secure price, $20 off your very first order. Use promo code Ben at goodranchers.com.
Dude, the right is rolling in so much fucking money, it's not even funny. Dude, hold on. Okay, you know what? Considering that he decided to just throw in the sponsorship, I've learned a rule from watching these videos. Once they throw in the sponsorship, the rest of the segments just can be them repeating the same sentiment.
Yeah.
Like, there's
not much more he can say about the situation.
It's just to keep people watching after the sponsor. Like, there's really nothing else there. But the right is rolling in money. Like, they have so much money to fund their corporate takeover of online media sites to try to push their propaganda. One day, we're gonna have at least enough funding, okay? Like, literally, Tim Pool, who is the closest to a conservative self-made content creator in the upper echelon of these things that I can think of, he has a compound with an underground skate park. Did you know that?
I think that's fucking insane. But
a compound with an underground skate park. Do you know what my dream is, Ethan? I've told you my dream.
Yeah,
for the streamer compound.
The streamer compound.
Tell the chat, because I've told you the dream.
So Alex here really likes the idea of a nightmare fucking scenario for me. Okay, the idea is that he builds about a 400 meter by 400 meter concrete cube. Okay. And everything within this cube is like a doomsday prepper's dream, all right? Self-regulating. What? You can survive in this. We got hydroponics set up. And he wants to go in and he wants to take as many content creators as he can, and he wants to put them in these little cells he calls offices. And he's going to have them work, right? They're going to stream in there, and they're going to use each other for networking, and he's going to keep us locked in there. You can't leave once you go in. You sign the contract, you're going to get fucking boosted. Shit ton of viewers because all the biggest streamers are in the cube. And he wants to hire people one by one to join the cube, and the more people in the cube, the more benefits to getting into the cube. But the thing about the cube, you can't leave. They build their addition to the cube around your room. Sign me up, says Tipster.
No, okay. In all seriousness, my dream has always been to basically imagine a mix between a singular multi-story hotel building and an apartment building and sort of a office building, sort of a mix of these three things. On the first floor would be a very cool entrance area, lobby, and then more of a chill hangout area. There'd be an office area for meeting with a big meeting table, a lounge, a kitchenette, just general areas for hanging out, right? And then stairs or an elevator or something, however much we can afford, that go up to sort of floors that would have basically equivalent of apartments. Like they'd literally be apartments essentially, with nice thick walls for sound insulation, so you can be as loud as you want when making content. They'd have everything you need, hookups for everything you need if you want to bring it in, like your own washer and dryer or whatever. But they'd already have everything in there needed, like installed. And I would be able to have all my content creator friends in their own living spaces, like, so they don't have to share a home or share like a you know like a roommate situation, but everybody has their own living space and we're right next to each other for like IRL content collaboration. I've literally had this dream since I was a kid, and I would watch like the creatures and the Yogscast and stuff. That has always been my dream to achieve. And right wing content creators have basically that. Like Tim Pool has a compound. The Daily Wire is basically that, but for the right. I feel like this is completely doable. No one on the left has really achieved it except maybe, I guess, TYT or like the Majority Report, but
I think the idea of putting a
the
bunch
dream.
of leftists under the same roof is a great way to start fights. I think that'd be entertaining.
there would definitely be good content out of that. We'd have to set up cameras in the hallways for that shit. No, we'd do good vetting. I feel like
Walking into the leftist cube and covering my drink.
it wouldn't be good one. Oh, that's some good weed. That's some good loud. No, but that is my dream, okay? And that requires the kind of money that conservatives basically just kind of threw like pocket change at Steven Crowder.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see the Steven Crowder contract that
I
leaked?
did not.
$50 million a year,
Okay,
I believe it was.
for Steven Crowder though. I mean, I could see it.
Just to make YouTube videos and Daily Wire pushing their agenda. 50
Makes sense.
million a
The
year.
thing about the type like Steven Crowder for them though, is he's so fucking like
Oh,
not-
over
not-
3 years. 50 million over 3 years.
over
My bad.
3 years. He's not like so iconic that it's like you recognize him like PewDiePie, but he is in a lot of shit. Like you know the fucking change my mind meme. I think that's done
But like,
more for his career than anything else.
think about how much 50 million is. Like, if I had 50 million right now, that would cover that dream. Like, the dream would be achieved.
Yeah.
At that point, not only would I never have to work again, but I'd be able to afford that, like building that compound and like basically ensuring that all of my friends can like eat and survive and like have all their bills and utilities paid for like a decade plus.
Mm-hmm.
And also afford one of those mini submarines.
Yeah.
Like that's how, and that is how much 50 million would do. And they just toss that at like at Steven Crowder like it's pocket change. These
Someone in
people,
chat says it was 50 million over 4 years and was also for paying his staff and other costs of the show. Well, considering he's a conservative employer, I'd imagine a lot didn't go towards paying his cast, but 50 million is still a shit ton to give Steven Chowder in that.
that's true. But yeah, overall, I mean, like when like Daily Wire threw that at him, and it's pocket change compared to how much they have access to and their total value, right? So the right has created for themselves an industry out of feeding conservatives their own opinions back at them, like a mother bird puking up a chewed up worm into its baby's mouth. Pretty insane. Whew, that was a
go
good...
open that window again now that they're done with the leaf blower.
Okay. I'm sorry. That was a good analogy, though, I think. IDKY, I'm imagining this was supposed to be in the middle of the desert, but I'm stoned. Also, that sounds like Japan or something. I am also stoned. I'm gonna get more stoned. Hold on. Ooh. I'm getting more stoned than a Minecraft cave. Oh, I'm more stoned than fucking 2B2T spawn.
Shut the fuck up. It's fucking obsidian.
No, it's lava cast made of cobble.
Is it?
Mhm.
Last time I was on, it was just an obsidian to the bedrock ocean.
Really?
Yeah.
Let's watch a 2B2T video really quickly. After reading donos.
I'm sorry.
As a matter of fact,
Actually, no, we have a video to watch in Donos. I think you're gonna want to.
we do?
Yeah, go through them, trust.
And FitMC also just uploaded a video 7 hours ago, so.
It was this one.
Melanie Mac Go Boom. Was Mr. Beast's friend paid to be trans? Oh, God. It's 24 minutes. We can't watch all of this. Why does she have to be pretty?
So if you've been living under a social media rock and you don't know who this Chris guy is or even Mr. Beast, quite frankly, you're kind of lucky to not be versed on all this stuff going on. But let me get you up to speed. So Mr. Beast, the most popular YouTuber currently to my knowledge.
This is such a... Does she have a Midwest accent? Is that what I'm detecting right now?
I can't tell.
Like, oh yeah, Mr. Beast.
Who rose to fame for doing some pretty intense challenge videos, as well as just
This is AstroTurfed? Wait, is this another one of those? Hold on, I need to investigate. Hold on. Linktree. YouTube, Instagram, G Fuel Code, Twitter, Twitch streams.
According to
Subscribe
Tipster, she used to be a progressive-ish gaming person.
Progressive-ish gaming person. So she's doing, like, Chud Grift now?
Is she?
Yeah, she's doing Chud Grift now. She's doing, like, quartering-style Chud
The
Grift videos.
fuck?
Dude, I'm telling you, there is a lot of money in doing basically the quartering videos, but titty.
Yeah, I could see it.
Like,
when
can you imagine how much those right-wing viewers of the quartering would rather be watching like boobies bounce around while a woman's talking and saying the same things as the quartering instead of like the quartering's like dirty Cheeto-infested beard bouncing around?
God.
That is a market that this woman is tapping into. She knows what the
apparently
fuck is
she
up.
scrubbed all her old videos as well.
She scrubbed all her old content.
Yeah.
That's very common. The Computing Forever guy rebranded to like a new name. I forget what his name is after he like JQ'd back in the Gamergate era towards the end, and then you know it all fell apart. So he rebranded and started doing more moderate content, shitting on like Star Wars for being woke again. It's their primary sponsorship. That is their first sponsorship. Refresh the stream. It's back. That is their first sponsorship, okay? Everybody, every content creator almost gets their first sponsorship offer from G Fuel. G Fuel's like the most aggressive almost when it comes to like contacting people to potentially sponsor, but they offer a pittance. They offer an actual pittance. Stream died for a second. F the lag. It must be on YouTube's end because there's no lag on my end. Yeah, there's no lag on this end. Why are people spamming F?
I think
Stop
it's
spamming
YouTube.
F. You're making it so you can't pay attention to the people saying refresh in chat. Stop spamming F. You're making it harder. It's back.
It's back.
The chatters are like little mice.
Yeah.
They're like little lemmings. They can be frustrating. It's like herding sheep. It's like herding wet cats in the
Players
rain.
are now being
All right.
Banned for grinders.
All right. This is a FitMC video, but I don't know if it's specifically about 2B, but it's going to show a lot of 2B footage.
permanently banned from Minecraft for griefing, and this is causing controversy in the game's community. It's gotten so much traction that even Notch, the original creator of Minecraft, has commented on it. The reason these bans are causing an uproar is because some are claiming that the griefers haven't actually broken Minecraft's rules, and that by banning them, Mojang is potentially violating their own EULA. Others are saying that the griefers deserved these bans because what they were doing was borderline harassment, which is a bannable offense.
So I'm real fucking critical of Minecraft as someone who's gotten into spats with the actual devs before. And one thing that pisses me off is that they need to either stick their dick all the way in or take it all the way out, because this playing with the tip shit is really fucking annoying.
Yeah, this whole like rubbing
if they want to enforce moderation, maybe you should actually give any amount of service to the players to moderate. If you were telling me that people could get banned from Minecraft Realms, I wouldn't give a fuck, because the only service you have, which is Minecraft Realms, is dog shit garbage ass. No one cares about that, right?
Yeah.
But when you start moderating servers that you've never given proper support before in the past, you're fucking weird.
Yeah, this whole like running along the line of sort of dedicating themselves to
they don't commit to it.
committing. Yeah, it is pretty frustrating. You know what else is really frustrating about them? Their bizarre like pseudo woke, and I'm gonna say that like pseudo woke philosophy for certain additions to the game, like why they won't add sharks.
It's not woke. It feels more like old mom liberal politics, like wine mom liberal politics.
Like old wine mom liberal politics does sound right.
Yeah.
It's so.
Why not sharks? They don't want kids to fuck with sharks in real life. That's not the real reason. They just arbitrarily don't want to, probably.
The real reason, here's the real reason, is that they want to branch out and get a larger audience in China, and right now China has a very large social movement against eating shark and killing sharks, and so adding sharks to the game as a killable mob would not look very good, just kind of culturally, and so that's a heavily suspected to be one of the big theories.
Minecraft China is also free to play and bigger than it is anywhere else in the world.
Yeah, like pretty much every industry is doing their best to build their market in China, because I mean China is huge. India recently overtook China in terms of population, so like you're probably going to see it, especially with like internet and
they said they publicly
service.
don't want any hostile mobs that are real animals. I know what they've said. I think they're fucking stupid. Did you know that polar bears will attack you? Though a neutral mob, they'll attack you if they have like babies. I don't think kids are going out killing fucking polar bears because they attack them in game. In what fucking circumstance is a kid gonna be fucking with a shark? I'm sorry, dog. If he's even close enough to do that, make that decision himself, he was gonna get hurt regardless. There's not an adult around.
Yeah. If China's cutting back in shark fin, I will give them this one single good job. Yeah, they're basically, it's a massive social movement happening in China against like killing sharks. It's a lot like how like we were against whaling and stuff.
Oh yeah, we used to just fucking slaughter whales for no reason.
Yeah, for their oil and their blubber, and sometimes we'd get their ambergris for making like perfume and shit. We still use their ambergris for perfume. Whale ambergris is one of those things that's like a super valuable thing you forget exists.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, yeah, there are just balls of whale vomit in the ocean just floating about that are worth their weight in gold. Just whales just vomit up like their vomit, which it's used in like very expensive nice perfume, and it's like literally I think worth its weight in gold.
Why the fuck is it used in foreskin?
I don't
can be
know.
Used in
I think it's like oil or some kind of like I don't know what it is about the ambergris that makes it special, but it's a thing.
Offense under Microsoft's rules. It's a very complex situation, but these bans have major ramifications for the Minecraft community, because instead of using their in-game systems, it's the first time that I'm aware of that Mojang has banned accounts by going off of footage and screenshots, both of which can potentially be faked. So here's what's going to happen today. We'll discuss the entire timeline of events, start to finish, that led up to these griefers being banned. We'll go over the individual bans in detail.
Yeah, we're not watching all this, but Jesus.
If they're going off of shit like footage, that's a terrible idea for a game like Minecraft. You know how easy it is to like slash nick on a server or something?
Or just like get mods, or even like, that's so stupid. I mean, that's scary. There are companies that have done that before for their games, but the fact that Minecraft is doing it now, that Minecraft is getting into like issuing game bans, period, is really scary. I've had my Minecraft account since 2011. I do not want to lose it because of like a mistake.
Yeah.
I really don't. It's you know, I really don't want to lose that account.
I would have zero issue with them adding moderation shit if they, you know, added anything else. When you exist solely to give punishments for your community and you don't actually fucking help them when it comes to like server shit, or you only impose EULAs that fuck them over, kind of comes off the wrong way when the only time you're interested in is swinging your dick around.
Yeah, let's read some donos, then I'm gonna go pee, and then we're gonna get right back on with segments. T lost a lot. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Gifted to your DLC master, Default X, Mihatakai, Rivencol 1, or Revencol, or Revenco 1, Renco 1, I think. And Shaloon, thank you very much. I'm sure they all really appreciated that. I certainly did. Said, let me add that actually. Thank you for the $25. Said, forgot whether or not I said welcome to Washington after your move. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. I'm really liking it here in Washington. It's a lot of fun. Me and Ethan are actually going to be going shooting in a couple days, I think.
Tomorrow or 2 days?
Either tomorrow or in a couple days. We'll see. And then Ox Pepper, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. Said, Nazis are so pissed about Dylan Mulvaney in the thumbnail with her in the black dress next to Marjorie Taylor Greene right after, and Tate asked, would you rather fuck Megan Fox with a dick or Hulk Hogan with a pussy?
Alex, what's your answer?
Megan Fox with a dick, I guess.
Yeah, for the blowjob?
For the blowjob?
Yeah, maybe you don't even
Oh,
have
getting
to
a blowjob?
Yeah, no, not for a blowjob, but you
Well,
have
if
to
I'm
do
just
something
getting a
sexual with them.
if I'm getting a blowjob, then yeah, Megan Fox with a dick instantly.
I think Hulk Hogan for the
It's just I'm not really attracted to dicks, so if I have to like deal, as Andrew Tate said, you can just kind of move it, you know. But like I don't want to have to move it because I'm not really into dicks. But I mean, if it's Hulk Hogan with a pussy, that's a guy, that's a trans guy, presumably in this hypothetical.
Okay.
I'm not attracted to
So
guys, even if they do
you're wearing a blindfold,
have the minusi.
Okay, you're wearing a blindfold. You're sensory deprived. You are receiving the best head of your life. Best job you've ever received in your life, okay? And now, you can take off the blindfold, you can take out the ear plugs, and you can look down and you can see who could be giving you this blowjob. It could be Megan Fox with a pussy, or it could be a dog, or like Adolf Hitler. It could be anything. You don't know until you take the fucking blindfold off, okay? So do you enjoy the best blowjob of your life and never take the blindfold off and live in bliss? Or take the plunge into the unknown?
Can I get out of it if I take the blindfold off?
If you take the blindfold off, you can be done. But you know it happened. It happens for a minute before you can decide.
Wait, can I? But if it's a hot girl, can I continue with the
You can
blindfold
continue with... No. If you take the blindfold off, it's over. That's
I gotta think on this for a minute. No, I'd take off the blindfold.
You take off the blindfold?
Yeah, because if it's an animal, I'd actually, like, I feel like that hurt me internally, even if I didn't know.
Shit.
I'd have to take off the blindfold.
Can we do a poll in the chat? 1 for blindfold, 2 for no blindfold?
Alright, 1 for if you'd keep the blindfold on, 2 if you'd take the blindfold off like me. And you'd get out of there regardless of who it is, just in case. There are 1s and shit. And they're not lying either.
Hipster says 2.
That's good.
Oh, fuck.
Schrodinger's blowjob.
It is an equal chance.
Yeah,
It's your idea.
literally, the blowjob giver is in a state of superposition.
You can't tell. You can't even tell from mouthfeel.
I would lay out consent for no animals, so... Yeah, like, well, is it consensual on the part of who's giving it?
We're gonna say in this hypothetical, they have been magically gifted super omniscience, okay? You're the one who practically can't consent in this case, okay? This is, not only could it be Megan Fox with a pussy, it could be Megan Fox with a pussy with 6,000 IQ.
Alright, I'm done here.
You let me string you along way too fucking long with that.
Game Master 19, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. It says, hey Zan, been watching Breaking Bad recently and I am hooked. One thing that surprised me was just how much Walt and Jesse argued with each other. Anyways, keep up the good work. Yeah, there's a lot of very cool arcs between Jesse and Walt. Ethan's only like halfway through season 2, and while the show's definitely like gotten moving at this point, like it's not really at the point where like it's really like the mid to later seasons where Breaking Bad is just peak television. Like literally glued to your seat, can't stop watching for like an entire season straight, peak television. But yeah, thank you for the $5, Game Master 19. Grazza Triton, thank you for the 2 tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Gifted to Fire Killer XX and Narrative said howdy. Howdy to you too. Thank you very much. Velabel, thank you for the tier 1 gifted sub to Nomad9590. I really appreciate the $5. Didn't even say anything. Thank you. Bruce Strats, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Don't know how many months that was. I'll assume it was just 1, but thank you for the $10. Let me know if it was more than that, though. Legend of Sean, thank you for the tier 2 sub as well. I'll assume the same as well as far as months, just 1 monther. But thank you for the tier 2 sub and the $10. I really appreciate it.
Oh.
Didn't even say anything.
Last night I was watching some Breaking Bad when you had passed out, and you know the scene in the fucking RV, like in the RV in the desert.
You can be you don't have to worry about spoiling the show. Trust me.
Okay, well, I'm trying to describe it.
There's a lot of scenes in the RV in the desert where they get
no.
stuck.
Okay, no, it was the one where they were in the desert. They had all the cookware in it, right?
Mhm.
And they were talking. Fuck, what scene was it?
They're always in the desert in the RV cooking, Ethan.
Dude, they spend so much fucking time in that.
Which was it? Walt and Jesse?
Oh no, I'm fucking with you. I'm not describing a real scene. I'm just like seeing how long I can waste your time.
You fucking asshole. I'm gonna draw on your
Season
face
2's
while you're
pretty good.
sleeping. I'm gonna draw on your face while you're sleeping, Ethan. I'm gonna draw a cock. I'm gonna draw a cock right here, and it's gonna like bend, and it's gonna be nutting into your mouth.
Alex, you're talking to a man with no shame. I can do far worse to you live on stream. I swear to God, this channel can go down.
I fucking believe you, Jesus. Yeah, no, Ethan's like, you should explain like your what you do with doing bits.
What I do? If I explain it, I sound like I'm trying too hard.
No, just explain it.
Okay.
I can vouch.
You guys are gonna have to trust Alex on the vouch here. My favorite thing to do is to relentlessly fuck with people to a point where they break a little bit. My friend group is 30 of my closest friends. I shit you not, 30. I'm flying out every other week to see my friends, right? And randomly I'm like, okay, guys, did you hear that like Trump had a Diet Dr. Pepper or was it a Diet Coke button? A Diet Coke button in his office, and they're like, "Oh, Ethan, you're fucking with me, right?" This is the first step, okay? You tell him something believable, but that's a little bit kind of out there, and eventually they come to know you as the guy who says shit that's like kind of unbelievable, and then you start lying. And then you get really fucking good at lying. You make up fake shit that happened. Like, I had a friend, okay? This friend was very new to the group, and she's trans mask, okay? But her voice, as she was transitioning, and she'll vouch for this, sounds fucking like she was mangled, okay? And
Wait, trans mask, so he
trans femme,
femme,
sorry.
okay.
I'm fucking tired. So what I did was my buddy Stuart came in the VC, and he's like, "Oh, is this a new person? I've never seen them around." I'm like, "Stuart, this was my friend of 6 months. She has been in the hospital from a car accident, and that's why, and I didn't explicitly say it was because you could tell because of her voice was fucked up, but he had assumed her fucked up voice meant that I was right, and she had been like typing to us in the group chat but hadn't spoke because she was in that car accident, right? And so Stuart went under the assumption that this girl with this fucked voice was a car accident victim for like another half a year before he brought it back up to me, and I was like, "Oh, dude, I was lying to you." Like, that's the level of shit I constantly do. It's my favorite.
He does. Like, imagine the bit I did with the skunk ape in my Tom Scott video, only like 24/7 and for like a year at a time. Ethan does that.
I play a game with Stuart. We call it winning and losing. Okay, and sometimes I'll come into the thing and I'll bring something up and I'll say, "Hey, did you guys know this?" And he has to decide that day, right then and there, does he win or does he lose? Okay. And if he looks it up and it was fake, I win. If he doesn't look it up and it was real and he called bullshit, he loses. Stuart never wins. He always loses. It is my favorite thing ever.
It's so fucking good. It's such a good fucking meme. Okay. Entertain the chat for a minute while I go pee.
Okay. Hot that people lie. Not enough dicks. Hi, chat. What's up, guys? I'm fucking disheveled, so I'm sorry if my hair is not done or anything like that. And I'm sorry if my big chubby cheeks is what you're here for. But Alex is pissing behind me, so you're left with me for now. Favorite zombie movie? Oh, fuck. Zombieland. Why, hello, Ethan. Converse to show wiener. I would love to. Contain too much nonsense. Sorry for get fucking banned for that. Favorite slur? Yeah, sure. DM me. I'm just trying to harvest IOs in PSO2 to upgrade my weapons. 28 Days Later is better. Actually, okay, so Zombieland and 28 Days Later hold like a tie for my favorite fucking zombie film, because they're both zombie films, but they feel like the best of the opposite ends of what zombie films can be. If they're campy, goofy, you got your fucking Zombieland. If they're serious and like a nice drama, you got 28 Days Later. That's why I like them. Favorite European country? If I say it, you guys are gonna call me a Nazi. I'm a German citizen. I think it's really nice in Germany. I enjoy being in it. Does Zan have a piss closet? No, but he has a shit closet. When you're living in like an attic, like a second story somewhere, sometimes the closet will come down like this diagonally. He realized that it filters the smell up into a vent, so it's a shit closet. Tell him to get the piss bottle. We got the jugs usually once we're done with the gallon. Hey, Alex, I was telling them about the shit closet. I was telling them about the shit closet.
Okay.
Ethan, are you going to expose new sex cult? Back when that drama was happening, I was the one who actually had a sex cult, and Alex can vouch for that.
Do you remember during the horny police debate when they asked me, do you know anybody who has like a Discord server full of women, almost exclusively women that are all into him romantically? And I was like, Ethan, you in chat? You can go back and you can watch that debate and you can see that point. All right. Ico rules. You love that fucking Pepe plant.
I
emo.
like the Pepe plant. It's good.
It's a really good emo. It's just a little hand stroking a Pepe
Yeah, just
eggplant.
fondling it nicely.
I'm sorry, I'm stoned. It is fun to look at when high. I'm gonna get a little more stoned. Speaking of which, y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Ethan, are you a Trump supporter?
Well, damn, of course I am. What do you take me for, a pussy-ass liberal?
Well, alrighty then. We got a fellow patriot here.
Patriot. Yeah.
We gonna do our southern accents then?
No, we're not doing this.
We're doing our southern accents for this video. Now, so Donald Trump is running again in 2024.
Oh, cool.
So he's going up against Meatball Ron DeSantis, Mr. DeSanctimonious, as he calls him, Ron DeSanctis, and a bunch of other Republicans that don't even bother learning their names.
They don't matter.
Don't even bother learning their names, dude. I don't even care, okay? If you try to tell me the name of any other Republican running in the primaries against DeSantis and Trump, I will actively plug my ears and go la 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 la, because I don't have the memory storage space for people that are that irrelevant to politics, okay? They don't matter. So with that said, it's definitely going to be Donald Trump, I think, that wins the primary.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't think that Ron DeSantis has the ability to pull through. He's very evil, and he's very shitty, and he's, like, very meticulous and diabolical and all that. And I think he's got a strong hold over Florida, but I really don't think he can win.
I actually think DeSantis going after Disney is going to hurt him. I've never seen a group that loves Trump and loves Disney as much as BWWs, all right? There is no group that loves Disney and Trump more than big white women, okay? DeSantis is going to lose the big white women vote.
I mean, let's be nice. Let's be nice. You're not wrong, but you didn't have to say it.
Fuck.
Anyway, seeing as Donald Trump is potentially going to be running, or is going to be running very soon, in the just straight up, what's it called? Not the primary, the general election up against Biden, no doubt, once again, because there's no way that Meatball Ron beats him. He has gone on Tucker Carlson's show on Fox News for an interview. Have you ever watched an actual Tucker Carlson segment, Ethan?
Dude, you know what I used to do? My mom, back in high school, I got in trouble for texting a girl, and I wasn't meant to even have a phone at the time. And I ended up having nothing in my room, so I fished out of my TV. I fished out a little antenna, okay? And I hooked it up to my TV because I didn't have anything else in my room at the time. And I thought, it'd be really fucking funny? watching Fox News and just taking it in, really feeling it. And honestly, I'd say Tucker Carlson stepped in where my father did. I'm familiar, yes.
Oh God. Okay. Well, let's say hi to Cucker and Trumper. Isn't it wild that the Republican primary is currently between a guy named Ronald and a guy named Donald?
Don't do this. You're high. Watch the video.
Will stay in the race.
Look, I watch him just like you do, and I think it's almost inappropriate.
I watch him just like you do. Why does that sound like Why does that sound like he's talking about church rather than Tucker?
I think
I go to church just like you all do. I'm a fellow Christian. I watch Tucker Carlson.
He's talking to Tucker right now. Here, watch.
Do you think Biden will stay in the race?
Oh, Biden. Okay.
Yeah.
Look, I watch him just like you do, and I think it's almost inappropriate for me to say it, but I deal with other people. I don't see how it's possible, and it's not an age thing. You know, like I say, I have friends that are 88, 89, 92.
Biden's like 4 years older than Trump, isn't he? How old's Trump? He's like 76 right now, isn't he?
I think he's like 80, no? Like he just hit 80 or something?
Trump's in his 70s at least. They're a year apart. Wait, they're a year apart. I remember the age argument being really popular during the
Trump is
previous...
76.
Trump is 76. Wow, I was correct. So yeah, Biden's 77, right?
Let me check. Fact checking.
Look up Biden's age. I know it ain't more than 5 years.
80.
80. Yeah,
Okay.
He's 4 years older.
So
I was right from the start. My assumptions from the start were correct.
Okay.
Holy shit. Yeah, what is he talking about? Does Trump think his brain's gonna be a melted burrito in 4 years too? I mean, it already is, but not in the way Biden's is. Like, literally all Biden's got going on is he's a tired old man with like a stutter that really only gets worse the older you get. Like, that's the issue with Biden. That's why he gaffes so often, why he constantly trips over his words and he sounds funny and he fucks up when he's talking. It's because he's a tired old man and he's got a stutter that he's had his whole life that only gets worse the older he gets.
You know, that's actually a misnomer. Biden has to slow himself down for us to be able to understand him. He's really fast, like a fast guy. Right?
Yeah, he's like Ben
holding himself
Shapiro.
back.
Yeah, on steroids. Yeah.
That's why he stutters. No,
That's true.
Wouldn't it be great to have an election without like geriatrics?
Wouldn't it be dope to have an election where it was like just a bunch of Zoomer gamers on stage
I do not
screaming at each other?
I do not want that.
Like one really progressive Zoomer gamer, one Nazi Zoomer gamer, one like liberal Zoomer gamer, one centrist Zoomer gamer, and they're all just screaming
we
their
can't put
worst.
the leftist Zoomer gamer up there. They'll lose everything for anyone vaguely left of like.
We'll pick
Hitler's
someone good. We pick the best.
we pick the best.
It's like the Spartan program.
Listen, because if we pick the best, you got a chance. If we pick the Fed that seems to be dropped every time that progressivism seems to do well, you know, the one that you see in like TikTok every once in a while, who's really fucking annoying, it's over. We're done for.
Yeah. Zan, you're wrong. Biden has had 2 aneurysms. Demon Mama sent me, by the way. What's up? Oh, well, hi. Thank you, Demon Mama. Yeah, but also Trump has had lots of fucking weird health things. He obviously had COVID and recovered, but like,
well, because
Trump's
got DNA, or I mean, you. what did he say?
What?
Have you not heard the quote where he's like, "My body doesn't have DNA; it has USA."
God, no, dude, I'm done.
Bernie Marcus, Home Depot, is 95. Smart as hell. He's sharp as he was. I mean, he's, mentally. Bernie Marcus, Home Depot, founder of Home Depot, one of the founders.
What's he talking about? The founder
I had
of
a
Home
meeting with
Depot.
him a few months ago. He was 100%. I know people that built their fortunes from 80 to 90. They were always struggling, and they made a fortune from 80 to 90.
Also, Kamala Harris becomes the president if Trump or if Biden has anything bad happen to him. And I'd say Kamala probably has like enough general support, the same as Biden, to like for Biden to be able to win the election and people still be fine if something happens to him and it end up being Kamala.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think people hate Trump that much. I think Trump has enough popularity to win the primary easily, within the Republican base. But I think outside of that, I think people are going to come out in droves once again to keep Trump out of office. And I think we're going to see even more than last time. Because how many Zoomers in the last 4 years who are super left-leaning have now aged into voting?
Fuck. I mean, the first part of Zoomers are really just all adults at this point. Like
Yeah, there's going to be so many fucking Zoomers. Like, it's going to be crazy.
The people in particular, it's amazing. He's not too old. His age, I think they do the age thing because I'm 4 or 5 years behind. They say, this is a way of getting Trump. Let's go.
I like how we said that. I'm 4 or 5 years behind. No, you're 4 years behind. You don't get to just add an extra year behind to make yourself a year younger for the conversation because you feel better that way. You can't just do that. That's not how age works, Trump. Wait, is that how you that's how Trump does it with girls, right? Yeah, she's 1 or 2 years over under 18, there's like 1-2 years,
4-year margin error,
she's around 18, like what?
Ah, she's closer to 18 than I am. Sorry,
that's such a Trump quote. Oh my god. How do I know that Trump has fucking said that, dude? Like, I can hear Trump saying that, like
with confidence, too.
With confidence, belting out, she's closer to 18 than I am. Oh my god. That's vile.
But there's something wrong. I saw his answer today on television about whether or not he was going to run to a very nice guy named Al Roker. When you can't get a softer question than that. That was a long answer talking about the eggs and the this and that. Look.
Dude, I do miss how funny Trump is.
Yeah.
Trump is just an inherently silly little guy. Him being on camera is always it is funny. Like, I always want Trump to be there as, like, a guy that's, like, always having some kind of, like, deranged schizo fit in the background, but not having any ability to get power.
Like, how emperors don't actually have power? Like they're just kind of ceremonial. Like,
Can we make Trump like the queen, but literally he has no power, and it's just like a little goofy goober position he gets to have?
We give him a bald eagle and like some armed guards or something, and we post him up on a TV screen for a bit.
Yeah, but like it has to come with like a drawback, like an inconvenient malicious compliance type thing. Like, Trump gets to be king, but like he has to be like a warrior king.
Sure.
Like, he has to lead troops into battle.
Can we swap?
He gets to be king, but he has to lead our troops into battle.
I think we should swap all of America to Edo era like government, where we have Trump as our emperor and our shogun is the mighty Biden with his bombs. they lead our nation to great things.
America gets so woke it starts doing a monthly national theme. Like, for 1 month we do Japan, then 1 month we do like Britain, and then another month we do like fucking like Mongolia, and then another month we do like every month we do like a general like large portion of the country that has a general sort of like visual vibe to it, and we overhaul the capital to look like that, and we just theme all of our laws after that.
So let's say we become some like highly advanced fucking like no morals bullshit like alien race in the future, right? How fucked would it be for like little gray A human beings in the future? Okay, they're going to a museum and they're gonna learn about Earth's like humanity's history, and they're gonna see these like little like biodomes we have where we're intentionally running them off of certain governments to show forms of governments for their class. I think that would be. I think that'd be really fucking funny if they had little bubbles for people in the far future.
Wouldn't we run simulations though?
Will we run simulations? What's a better use? Chat. This sounds schizo. I'm just being funny here. What's like a better simulation than just actual? I think it would be easier for them to just run actual little biodomes if we're that advanced. That we're looking back on like government as a part of evolution. No.
To be fair, one of the most common things in sci-fi stories like Star Wars and even Halo is most people in the like colonized galaxy are poor.
Yeah.
Because by that point technology and AI has gotten so advanced that so much is automated that getting a good job is difficult. So everyone's scraping a by to make a living, or they're a big deal. Like, there's a massive wealth gap.
What are we talking about? This is a stupid hypothetical that I detracted to. Sorry.
Yeah, we're stupid.
I don't think he can. But say what you want. They didn't expect him to get it.
Yeah.
You know, people could say he won an election. You know, it always goes, I got the most votes of any person, any sitting president in history. I was told if I got 15 million less, I couldn't lose.
He's desperate to try to get a W out of his L.
Yeah.
They're surrounded by vicious, smart people, radical left people, but they're very smart and they're very vicious. It's not him.
Thank you, Trump. Thank you for calling us smart. We are very smart.
Yeah.
Thank you, Trump. That means a lot.
It's not him. He's now in Ireland. He's not going to have a news conference. When the world is exploding, I own property in Ireland. I'm not going to Ireland. The world is exploding around us. You could end up in a third world war, and this guy's going to be in.
Bro, Trump spent hundreds of days of his presidency golfing.
Yeah.
Okay? Hundreds of days of his presidency. He spent golfing. And he's mad that Biden went to Ireland and like got to hold a brick that his great-grandfather made.
Okay, so I thought, okay, maybe if it was like just he's out of like a whatever critique if he's like out of office for something important. No, I can't think of anything more important than I am holding a brick made by my oppressed people's fucking father, because Irish, you know, like. I don't know, when he's got boys in his fucking wing who are like Tucker Carlson abandoning my state during an actual fucking like disaster to go on a vacation with his family. I don't know.
Ted Cruz.
Ted Cruz, sorry. Tired.
Yeah, Ted Cruz just left Texas to freeze and went to like Cancun.
Yeah.
What a piece of shit.
In Ireland and not having a news conference. He hasn't had a news conference, I guess, in months. I saw today where he hasn't. It's been.
Well, he can't. So if he doesn't run, if he's taken out by his own party, or who knows what happens, but it doesn't seem like he's capable of running again, who does run?
Well, obviously the one that they would talk about would be the vice president, Kamala. That would be the one that they talk about. But I don't think she's performed well on the big stage. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. But there are a certain group of people that will go.
If it comes down to Kamala versus Trump, I think Trump probably wins.
I think Trump wins against Kamala.
I don't think most like normie centrist leaning types that would vote for Biden. I think there are quite a few people that would vote for Biden that wouldn't vote for a woman, period.
Imagine the nightmare that would happen if Kamala was our person running on the left, and you have to deal with people who are like saying like, oh, she's a former cop, we can't vote for her, and do nothing too.
Yeah.
There'd be a lot of that.
Oh, Jesus. Do you think Bernie's gonna run again? Has Bernie said anything?
Has he said anything? I'll check while we watch.
Are we gonna have to deal with Bernie or Busters again? That'll be a nightmare.
Go crazy if it's not her. They're going to go they're going to be very angry if it's not her. That's a problem. You have a very ambitious guy in California, but he's done a terrible job with the state. I used to get along great with him, you know, when I was president. I got along really good, Gavin.
Well, you got along with Gavin Newsom?
I did. I really did. He was always very nice to me. He said the greatest things. He would say things like he's doing a great job. Oh, he was very
About
nice.
you?
About me. That's why I could never hit him, because he was so nice to me.
What? I mean, I imagine he's hit like, you know, rhetorically, but like,
it took a second for me. I thought he just meant hit him.
That's why I could never go after him, because he was so nice to me. Why would you admit that, bro? For the record, Trump literally does everything for praise and applause. That's it.
By the way,
he's just a massive egomaniac.
As far as I know for Bernie, he doesn't know. He says probably he's kind of leaning on I'm in my years. I think he's 89 now.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if he even should run.
Yeah, Bernie needs to vibe. Bernie needs to sit back and vibe. He needs to be sitting on a beach somewhere, like getting his dick sucked by hot socialist bisexual e-girls.
I think he absolutely deserves that. Actually,
I feel like Bernie Sanders. Well, he's married, but if he wasn't, If he was a single bachelor, there's probably an army of colored-haired, dyed-haired, like piercinged socialist pansexual
Bernie's
e-girls
81.
that
81,
suck
my
his
bad.
dick.
He's 81, not 89. Thank you, chat.
It's just laying in wait, right? But I could, he was very nice to me, and relatively speaking,
I feel
some
called
of them
out.
weren't.
True.
We did a good job for the governors, but they talk about
know
him.
who you
They
are.
talk about some others. I just don't see Biden doing it from a physical or a mental standpoint.
Yes.
I don't see it. But
These people said the same thing about Biden back in 2020, by the way. Like, clearly, if he's still running the country, he's still got the mental fortitude to do an election. We'll see when the time comes, but, I mean, he's still running the country.
it's been a crazy period of time in the world of politics. But he's surrounded by people. They expected Bernie to win. Now, Bernie's older than Biden, whether you like him or not. He's sharp. I watched him being interviewed the other day. He's 100% sharp. He hasn't lost much, if anything, Bernie Sanders. But
Donald Trump never really shit talks Bernie much, because there's never really been a big risk of them going head to head. But if Trump and Bernie were on the debate stage during the general election, it would be the showdown of the century.
I would give a lot to see that.
My hope is that there's an afterlife and that heaven exists, so I can look into the alternate reality where that happened and see how that goes. I need that so bad.
he's older. So it's not an age thing. I just don't see him.
So they're trying to prevent you from making it to the general election by tying you up in lawsuits, charging you with crimes. You've described the process.
It's the old Soviet process.
Okay,
Here's the thing.
Trump did the crime.
Yeah.
We know he did. It's just publicly known that he committed those crimes, among other things that he can be indicted for, and no doubt will be. He's just buying time.
Yeah. I think Trump could be doing like basically sabotage for the Republican Party right now. No?
No, he's buying time, because if he gets into power,
Not intentional.
no doubt he thinks he can get himself out of trouble if he can get back into the presidency. I think he thinks that if he becomes president, it'll be the last.
I think he's sabotaging them by doing that.
I think he thinks his term, if he gets elected, will be the last term any president ever serves, because he will abolish term limits, is probably his goal internally. And he and his own son has said they want to establish a Trump family dynasty in the White House.
Maybe I wasn't off with the Emperor comment earlier. What would be the process of abolishing term limits, like legally? What would you have to go through for that?
Republican coup.
The old Soviet process. And you've described it as illegitimate. If this goes to trial and you get convicted, like how would you respond in the middle of a presidential campaign? How
Well,
would you
it's
respond?
so off. The statute of limitations are years off. It's hard to believe. Usually when you have something like this, the Democrats say, oh, he's terrible, guilty. The Democrats have even said, I'm innocent. I watched some of the
Who said that?
No one.
No one. I've never heard anyone say that. I'm going to say an
Trump
honest,
just lies. Trump just makes things up all the time.
An honest man doesn't start off his defense with, "Oh well, statute of limitations." That's not something an honest man says.
You see, we're way past the statute of limitations, but also I didn't do it.
I think it was Andrew McCabe, the FBI guy who I fired. He came out, he said, they've got no case. They've all come out and said it. And then you've had Andrew McCarthy, you've had Jonathan Turley, Greg Jarrett, Dershowitz, all of them, everybody, and they're, down the middle people. They see it, they say, there's no crime, there's no anything. Think of it, Tucker. I've been through 7 years of
I love his mannerisms to a pillow. He's stimming.
bull investigations, 7 years. They've looked at I have a very big company, much bigger than they understand. In fact, when they finally got my taxes, they said, whoa. You know, they took them years to get the taxes. They got them. That was the last you ever heard. You never heard one thing about them. But it took them years to get them because they shouldn't be looking at my taxes. I was surprised the Supreme Court gave them the right. They shouldn't be looking at people. That's sort of another one of the tenets. You don't do that. But I didn't care that much.
He's the president.
Yeah, you're the fucking. I've said
When
this,
you're running for the presidency, it's a little relevant.
I've said this before.
Because you have your takes, your actions are going to affect tax policy.
I've said this before, but I borderline think most high-ranking politicians should be the only form of second-class citizens that exist. I think that you should be kept on minimum fucking everything. I don't think you should be allowed to own currency, even. You should be given things. And I think you should be a slave to the people, because that would mean it's very hard for us to get politicians, but at that point, they have to actually want to fucking change things, you know? I don't like the idea of politicians being able to make it a job. The idea of linking money to who changes my rights, fuck that. I would rather do things that I can't say because of TOS. It's just...
I just, on principle, I fought
Presidents
them.
do lose some rights.
And they looked, I built a great company. When you do the things that I do, and you employ thousands and thousands of people over the years, just thousands, we've done a great job. And then I ran for president. People were surprised that I won, but I used to see these rallies, and I'll tell you, the rallies are bigger now. The enthusiasm is more now than I've ever seen.
I highly doubt that. You won in 2016, lost in 2020. Do you think people changed their mind after changing back? Like, they changed their mind about you once.
You can't.
You think they changed their mind back?
You can't have the enthusiasm from 2016 twice with the same person. That's just not happening.
No.
Like 2016, buddy, you'll never be that again. That's just. There's just no way, because that was everyone, right? You can't gain everyone back and then more.
And there's no, like, massive movement
Everyone
of people
is voter
moving.
base.
Like, there's no massive trend of people moving right.
Mm-hmm.
Except for, like, in the culture war online stuff, which is very niche, relatively speaking. There's a massive trend of people moving left.
Yeah.
And we've seen it reflected in voting.
The second you see corporations start to be pandering, corporations pandering doesn't mean that they're giving you their rights. It means that your rights are now just normal enough to be profitable. Mm-hmm. That's whenever change is really fucking happening. You don't see any corporations pandering towards the right.
Yep. Because they know what makes them money. They know what the average person is looking for and what they're interested in.
Ever seen.
So what do you think, since your poll numbers have risen consistently since they raided this place, Mar-a-Lago?
Well, before they raided
in August,
they were going up substantially.
Dude, Mar-a-Lago is so fucking tacky. This is Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, I've always found stuff like that tacky as fuck.
That's his Florida resort. I've literally driven past it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like supposed to look like a French, like a state house.
Oh, there's your first mistake. It's French.
From like the 14th century.
Before,
well, they
but
definitely moved after
since
that.
then, they've really been going up.
So, how do you think that your opponents will respond?
I don't know how well. We have two
like a shitty Americanized chateau.
opponents. We have a primary opponent. We have a general election opponent.
I mean the Democratic Party using the legal system.
Well, what they're doing is they're finding, and think of this, they say 11 million pages, but whatever it is, through all of these Democrats' investigations.
This is literally just him playing the victim after he literally incited a coup to try to overturn the Democratic election results that deemed that he did not win the election. And he still maintains the position that led to said illegal attempted coup with the Capitol riot on January 6th. He has not let it go. He continues to push the same idea and still claims they had nothing to do with it.
One thing that's really different about Trump compared to some of his other conservative friends, Trump's actually like brain damage. Like he believes all this shit. He's actually that fucking stupid, right? And it's interesting seeing people like Tucker talk to him, where there's these pauses and how Tucker's speaking. It looks like he's talking to a fucking child.
Mm-hmm.
Like they have deluded a lucky to be rich, one of their dumbass voters, into their fucking god king. And now they have to deal with talking to a child on public television.
Yeah. Trump is a lot like the average Republican voter. That's why they identify with him. Not in terms of his lifestyle. He's very wealthy and very successful. But in terms of his mindset and his personality, they're very much alike.
I had the Mueller hoax. I had impeachment hoax #1, impeachment hoax #2. Ukraine, 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 Russia, Russia, Russia. You knew the Russia, Russia, Russia. I got that whole term from you, Russia, Russia, Russia. You'd be screaming and I'd say, this guy's a comedian. But you remember that whole period of time.
Literally, the Russia shit was real.
Yeah, that was just...
It was real. And Cohen got... Like, there were shit tons of people Trump was associated with that got indicted for it and served prison time. Cohen, Trump's lawyer and ex-lawyer and fixer, was one of them. Cohen specifically took the fall for Trump. It's like nationally broadly known. Cohen took the fall for Trump in the Russia scandal.
Mm-hmm.
And it was found definitively Trump made an active effort to attack the Democratic Party and Hillary Clinton to improve Trump's chances of winning because they knew it is best for them. It is best for Russia, is what they said, for Trump to win.
Quite well. It turned out to be a total fake. But think of this. You know, I tell this story very seldom, but because it's a sad story. So the Russia, Russia, Russia hoax was made up by crooked Hillary Clinton, Adam Schiff,
I've
the
never
DNC,
heard
the Democrat
refer
Party.
to her as just
the
Hillary.
dossier is a
It's always
total
crooked Hillary.
fake thing. We're suing them now.
He has nicknames for everybody. It's like schoolyard shit.
He's literally a child.
Mentally, at least.
You know, on that. We're suing them a lot.
Is Melania Trump a pedophile? I'm just kidding.
Well, probably because of who she is, but maybe
Well, no,
maybe
like,
not because of Trump.
Because mentally,
I know,
yeah. But she is a Republican, so
yeah.
There's no evidence she's not.
Because unfortunately, Bill Barr didn't have the courage to do what he should have done. He should have done. He was so afraid of being impeached. So I have to do it civilly. I have to sue people. The Justice Department should have done because these are criminals. But think of this. So you have all of these millions and millions of pages, and they get you on a non-disclosure agreement? I mean, big numbers, billions and billions of dollars, right?
Billions. I love how he says billions.
Yeah,
it is one of my favorite things, billions and billions, because he's got like that really, like New Yorkie accent. Billions, billions, billions of dollars.
How
millions
many? You know,
of
actually,
dollars.
that brings me up with something. How many like women are we looking to see? How many widows are we looking to see that are like, oh my god, I'm glad that insert like conservative or rich dude bro guy is fucking dead. I never loved him. I was with him for the money. Like, how many times do you think that's gonna happen?
Trump is on his fourth wife, I think. Is it fifth or fourth?
Well, not specifically with Trump, but just with like these types in general.
There got to be a lot of those like trad wife e-girls that are looking for like
They want money.
conservative dudes
yeah.
that it's going to be very clear.
Yeah, it's very obvious.
Yeah. Potentially.
I have a name I cannot
They get
say,
you on a
or else I cause
perfect
problems.
non-disclosure agreement, or they get you on nothing. A friend of mine who's a big business guy said, you have to be the most honest guy in the world, because with all of those numbers that you have and those big numbers, they don't have anything. And you have to see, take a look at the people I just mentioned. Look, read what they said. There was no crime. In fact, a lot of people are saying he indicted somebody, there's no crime. That's illegal to do.
He definitively did it. Like, it's public knowledge that he's guilty. It's just a matter, and even if he is found guilty, it's just not like a serious result if he is, most likely. So he's not like, regardless of what happens, guilty or not, it's not going to impede his run. And it's not going to really like get in his way much. So he's just kind of like pretending like it's all like false, because even if he's found guilty and nothing happens, he'll be able to explain it off as like, they found me guilty and even then they couldn't lock me up.
I love when honest men reassure me with, they called me a very honest man, the most honest man.
The most honest, yeah. Yeah, of course. Very honest trait. Having to reassure your honesty.
Yeah.
You know what he did. So I don't see it going. I mean, we'll have to see.
So, but just to bottom line it, the purpose of this is to keep you out of the presidential race.
If I weren't running, or if I had bad poll numbers, let's say.
Well, Trump should be in prison for treason.
Yeah.
So yeah, I honestly think that the Democrats, even if the Democrats are doing this unfairly and illegally, it would be justified because Trump has literally tried to obstruct the American democracy. he should be in prison for treason in a just America. But we don't have a fair system, and the Republicans will not act nonpartisanly to enforce the rules of this country on those that are on their side. So I'm fine with the Democrats doing this. Even if it was dishonest, I'd be fine with it. But it is honest. Like, Trump has committed these crimes, so this is completely legal and honest.
Well, yeah, and here's the thing: the Democrats are too pussy to do anything illegal. They hardly know how to do things legally to succeed in the first place.
It feels like when Democrats do something illegal, it's almost certainly an accident too. Like Hillary Clinton's email thing.
Yeah.
Like the Hillary Clinton email thing was literally her being lazy and inept. There wasn't any scandal there. Like, she wasn't hiding things or doing any like secret dealings, from my understanding. It was literally that she was just doing government work on a server, an email server that was private and not a government one, which is illegal and a big deal. But
there's a difference in the level of maliciousness between I fucked up with where I store my emails because I'm an old fuck who's technologically illiterate.
Yeah.
And I staged a coup or something, I guess.
I don't even know what an email server is.
An email server? So you know the at the end of a at Gmail or something like that? The way people have custom ones is that's their custom website. So an email server is just a website that handles that.
Okay.
More or less.
Right.
And again, remember, the Democrats are the party of disinformation. If they want you...
I love disinformation. He's so funny.
The greatest thing is when Republicans just accuse the left of everything they're doing.
It's so like...
And they out the plan. They literally tell us what they're planning to do. And what they are. They admit it in the form of accusations of the left. The right is the party of disinformation.
Yeah.
To run. If they want to run against somebody, they're going to go the opposite. For instance, they don't want to run against. And now, I just gave you a poll. I'm 9 points up on Biden. But they're the party of disinformation. So what they say is, oh, we want to run against Trump. Now, they always do that. You know, they do that. And other people would do it, but they do it pretty much better than others.
Is there anything they could...
He's trying to cope and say that the reason the Democrats say they want to run against Trump is like reverse psychology.
Yeah, yeah.
He's trying to cope. The Democrats want to run against
the most
Trump.
Advanced thing I've ever heard him say, though. There was like some like the wheels turned a bit there. That's a surprisingly advanced plan to come from him. I wonder who told him about it.
I think he talks off the cuff. I think that's Trump's specialty. Sometimes he talks... You can tell when it's teleprompter Trump and when it's Trump.
When it's off the cuff Trump, he almost always gets interrupted by whoever's interviewing him shortly after. They're like, hey, okay, let's reel it back.
Because he just drones on and gets really extreme.
Could throw at you legally that would convince you to drop out of the race? If you get convicted in this case in New York,
No, I'd never
drop
drop out. No, I'd never drop. It's not my thing. I wouldn't do it.
What do you think of that, Ethan?
I think it's very clear that they have this fucking child on a baby leash that they use because for some reason this child's a fucking unstoppable idol.
What do you think, how would you, do you think Trump's gonna win?
Okay, so if it's a Trump win and like it's Biden v Trump, I give it 60% Dems, 40% Republicans, right? If it is a DeSantis win, I give it 90% Dems, 10% Republicans. And that is not a Biden did anything good kind of vote. That is a kind of guess. That is a Republican ineptitude kind of guess. I do not think the left really ever earns its wins. Very rarely will I say the left has ever earned a win. They are simply given them because they are lucky enough to be on the right side, and eventually the bad guys fuck up.
Yeah, pretty much. That's usually how it goes. I can agree with that. That was a good segment. How do you guys enjoy that one?
I think Biden will defo win over Trump. I don't know with Trump, with his psychotic fucking following. I wouldn't be surprised if he pulls it out his ass randomly.
All right. Draken, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $5. It's very kind of you. You want to read this one?
Zan, do an Ethan only segment where you pull something dumb, you pull up some dumb political video onto stream and then walk out while Ethan's alone with the chat. Alex has to filter me. I don't know if that's a good idea to let me lead
I
a
could-
political segment.
I could let you lead.
You
for
could
one
let me
segment.
lead a segment?
Last segment of the stream, you want to try that?
Sure. Fuck. What topic, though? It's got to be a topic I'm knowledgeable on.
I'll give you a good one. I'll let
Okay.
you respond to like a Blair White video or
A
something.
Blair White video? Fuck. We got to call up Val. He'd love to watch me do that.
Ooh. That'll be in a little while. We got a lot of topics to do, but you can still send
Yeah.
a message. But, okay. Remember what I mentioned last stream we did together? Where I said I wanted us to react to the Gold Digger exposed videos?
Oh, God. Videos like that, where it's always like somewhat bad person exposed, always feels like the person behind it is a little more vile than whatever they're after. An acceptable asshole, like I sometimes say.
Yeah, which one of these do you want
Oh,
to do?
no, I already know what this shit is. I'd say, can we do, go up? I kind of want to do this one based off the thumbnail alone. This one or this one? Does Ethan have a channel? I don't do YouTube right now.
We're gonna get him into it, though. He's gonna be in the compound.
Eventually.
He's gonna be doing it. His fucking love is wealthy, and so he doesn't want to get into streaming. He wants to be a little neat. He plays video games all day. She enables it. She literally is like that meme where it's the girl who's like, I wish I had like a neat boyfriend who sits in his room all day posting on Reddit.
Oh, fuck.
That's literally what happened.
I met her on R9K, guys.
Okay.
Fembots are real.
Oh shit. Bruce Strats, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. That is very kind of you. That helps a lot. Thank you. Gifted to Vex the Cat, Lord Katsuo, Nick D, definitely not Evan, and Exclava. Thank you very much. Didn't even say anything. That is extremely kind and helpful of you. Let me update the dono goal really quick. We are well over a third of the way to the onesie goal. Remember, if we hit the goal of $300, Ethan puts on the onesie. All right.
If I put on that fucking onesie, I want $100 out of that goal. God.
All right. Let me see. Okay. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, Ethan. I've wanted to show you one of this guy's videos for a while now, and
Okay.
I figured there's no better place to watch one of these than on stream with you, okay? So, I discovered this guy's videos all the way back when I was in sort of my, like, the end of my incel chud era.
Okay.
And I was, like, kind of resentful about women, and these videos came up in my recommended. And, you know, I think you'll understand very quickly why I ended up binge watching a lot of these. I honestly still don't know whether or not these are fake or real, and he's been doing these a long time. And I've yet to find a case of him being, like, exposed as fake.
Mm-hmm.
So, I think he's legit. And he's pretty huge and gets lots of views, so I feel like he would have been exposed by now. This guy's called Udy. UDY, and he does gold digger exposed videos where, like, people contact him and are like, hey, I think my girlfriend's a cheater, and he sets up sort of a sting operation, quote-unquote, where he essentially tries to entrap a girl into cheating to prove that she has a proclivity for cheating in order to, like, ease a guy's, like, worry. And sometimes he does it for girls, like, 2 guys he thinks are gold digging, or she think, like, a girlfriend thinks is gold digging, but it's usually, you know, the vice versa.
He's a cop. He's a cop. He's
a relationship cop, yeah. And, like, it's all shot like a really high production value reality show where the people's faces are, like, blurred and their identities are kept anonymous. But I feel like this is ultimate incel fuel, because, I mean, it was certainly incel fuel for me back in the day. And my friend Ethan here is a little bit more red-pilled than me. So, with that said, I'm going to allow him to watch this video.
Okay.
And I want to see what his perspective is on this, whether he thinks it's real, fake, and whether or not he thinks this is actually based.
Can you move it to the other monitor since this one has the cracks in it from when you punched the monitor while we were watching Rings of Power and you saw the Black Dwarf?
Jesus Christ, dude. There are no cracks in my monitor.
All right. Let's see how this
Yes.
goes.
Yes. Yes. Woo!
Speaking of which, I
Welcome,
didn't check
everyone.
in, but-
I know we've been gone for a while. Well, technically only like 2 weeks, but still, it's YouTube, and in the YouTube world, that's a long time. But we've been working on something very big behind the scenes, guys, and if you guys want a sneak peek of exactly what that is, stick until the very end of this video to watch it. But okay, on to this video. So, for this video, we were helping this guy named T figure out if his girlfriend Ari would end up trading him for another guy who had more money. Or AKA, we were trying to figure out if this girl was a gold digger. Now here's why T wanted to test his girlfriend Ari.
I feel like she always doing shit behind my back. You know, like
And you said you told her about that?
Yeah, I
And
told
what
her
did she
about
say?
it.
All right, Ethan, what's your policy
Policy on
with cheating?
with cheating. I've been cheated on. Chat. What I'm about to say is a joke told between two people who are very much in love. What I've told my current girlfriend after having been cheated on like 3 times is if she cheats on me, she needs to understand that I will kill her. I will cut her up into pieces, and it will be very funny. No, I don't tolerate that shit at all. It's so easy not to cheat. It's exceedingly easy. And if you're a guy like me who's a total man whore, do what I do. Date a girl who's completely chill with you talking to other women. Like, date a bisexual woman who likes that. It's exceedingly easy, guys. It's exceedingly easy.
Basically, date a bisexual woman.
Yeah.
That's the best way. That is like, unironically, that's the best advice I can give to you. Date a bi or pansexual woman. You will have a good time.
Like, she always make up excuses, be like, no, I'm not doing that. Like, she just make up dumb excuses.
So my plan to give T that peace of mind that he wanted, as always, was simple. I was gonna have one of my very good friends pretend to be rich, hit on Ari, and eventually ask her on a date. We called this person our decoy, and the friend who I chose to play this role was none other than this guy. Oops, wait, no, sorry, I didn't mean to stop on him. I meant to stop at this guy. This is the homie Loris, and don't let that look on his face.
They basically find a guy that's pretty, like, mid-looking, but
Yeah.
they make him look rich, because they're looking to find out if girls are gold diggers, not if they're, like, cheaters, necessarily, right?
Okay.
Like, they're looking to find out if they'll cheat because of money, right? And
Okay.
that's what they're really looking for.
Okay.
Obviously, Riz is a big part of it, because, you know, they can't just go in and, like, completely, you know, like, what's the term for it? Fumble the bag?
Yeah.
Like, even though they've got a bunch, just in a nice car, like, they have to put in some work, but yeah.
Fool you. He is more than capable of playing the role and getting the job done, believe me.
Yo, we are outside.
It looks like Sneeko.
So the day for Loris to hit on Ari came, and after we picked him up from his house, we then made our way to Beverly freaking Hills. Remember,
Oh, that's
Loris
where
is
Vosh
playing
is
the
from.
decoy in a gold digger video, which means
What?
You don't know that Vosh is a Beverly Hills socialist?
Oh, shut the fuck up.
No, but unironically, that's where he's from.
Is it
means that
actually?
it's my job to make this guy look hella rich. And that's why a couple days before this day, I ended up going online and I
Not like
rented
this
out
part,
a
probably.
multi-million-dollar mansion.
He rented $1 million.
It was pretty
mansion.
expensive. But you know what? It's worth it, because you guys love these videos. And I mean,
Imagine thinking you could rent $1 million mansion in Beverly Hills for a day for $5K nowadays. Now it's like $10,000 a day for a multi-million-dollar mansion in Beverly Hills to rent out. Jesus.
this when I say this, we can't keep making these videos without your guys' freaking support. Like, I know it might not seem like it, but when you guys slap a like on this video, or when you
How
guys
many
even just
views did
share
you
this
get a
video,
video?
That's fine. This is his most popular video. It has 33 million views.
33 million views
in 3 years.
He's making way more than it costs to rent that place off these videos. Like, way
For
fucking
sure.
more.
For sure, yeah. 100%. He's, like, this video alone, for sure.
This video
this is
alone
so-
fuels the next 19, you know?
Not 19, but, like, 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, it depends on how much money he's probably putting in.
I wonder what the click-through rate's like for a channel like this.
It's a little bit horny posting and, like, horny baity,
Yeah,
so
so
I
that
feel
could
like
fuck
that
'em.
might lower the CPM, you know?
Yeah.
But then again, I say Nazi and swear constantly in my videos, and my CPM's, like, not
Yours is
too
above
terrible.
average. Yeah, a little bit above.
Yeah. Hard to say.
tremendously. Now, when you guys check out and support our partners, that helps us out even more because they support us. And this week, we partnered with World of Tanks Blitz to bring you this video.
Okay, dude. Let's get to the video.
And more. So hopefully I'll see you guys in the game so I can destroy your tanks. But okay, so we got our mansion. Nighttime came. T showed up at the mansion. We set up our camera angles, and then about an hour later, Ari showed up. And man, let me tell you, one of the hardest things that we had to do this video was to get Ari to that mansion. But here's how we made it happen. A day prior, I asked T to hang out with Ari at a park in Beverly Hills, just minutes away from the mansion. He pinned me his location when he got there, and then me and my team proceeded to showing up.
This is in a different video, by the way.
Okay.
That he's recapping.
So we have found them, guys. Just that it was a red fire lane, which sucked. So we're gonna park across the street and just get them from there.
After
Fucking
spotting
Tesla.
them, we parked across the street. We set up our
Got all the... Oh, God. It's like the Teslas... There's a certain type of dude who gets really wealthy off of YouTube and then immediately buys a Tesla.
So I've ridden in a lot of Teslas from like either Uber. You get a lot of dudes in Houston who want to show off.
Yeah,
their
with
nice cars
Teslas. That
Teslas
do
and
Uber, yeah.
But I've ridden in them for like work reasons with my uncle and whatnot. Teslas aren't horrible cars. They're not bad. But I've ridden in a Road Ranger or whatever the fuck it's called. My girlfriend owns one. Way nicer. I don't understand the Tesla hype at all. Like they're good cars. It's just their competitors are way fucking better.
I'd rather have a... Like, I would rather have a, what's it
Range
called?
Rover.
A hybrid over a fully electric car any day.
Yeah, hybrid's the best choice.
Like, oh, it's so much better. You just fill up at the pump, and then you literally can go weeks without filling up. Like, literally, depending on how much you drive, like, how much I drive, like, how much I would drive if I had a car, like, there's a chance that my gas would go bad in my gas tank.
Dude,
before I'd run out.
So you know how
with a decent, like,
you know how Hindley's dad owns, like, cars from, like, the 40s and shit?
Mm-hmm.
I forget what it is. He has to do something special with his fuel to be able to even fucking use it in those cars because it will just completely destroy everything inside of it if he doesn't.
Does he have like diesel?
I don't know. I don't know car stuff, unfortunately.
Maybe it's leaded. He has to use leaded fuel.
I think it might be leaded fuel.
Oh no, you don't want to have a car that uses leaded fuel.
Oh, God, that's a really bad idea.
our cameras, and then I called T to have him use the restroom so my friend Jay could have a 5-minute window to walk up to Ari and grab her number to later invite her to the mansion. The truth is, guys, Jay was actually my original choice to play decoy for this video. I mean, this guy helped me paint my office the previous week, so I decided to give him a shot.
All girls like a black man, you know? You can't lie, Sergio, I'm delicious. That's no joke.
For the record, I don't know if this guy's delicious, nor do I want to find out.
Like, bro, Zoomer humor in, like, YouTube videos is just the most, like, I don't know. Yikes. I mean, I guess that's just his humor, you know? Like, I don't know. I mean, he's in LA. I imagine most of these people are pretty woke because they're in LA.
Now, Jay's job this day was easy. All he had to do was walk up to Ari and ask her if she modeled because he was a real estate agent looking for a girl to model in one of the houses that he was trying to sell.
My name is Jay. Nice to meet you.
No, I'm Ari.
You're Ari? Damn, that's a good name. That's a good name. I really like that name.
Now, thanks to T,
Okay, she's got to be freaked out right now, right?
Yeah,
Like, dude walking up to her in the park, like
wearing a hoodie too. Like, hey, what's your name? Nah.
I think, but they very quickly turn it around with like the flexing of wealth.
We'll see.
Because like that's the best
only
way
the girl gets hooked. Because if it's just a creep, she'll walk away.
Well, like, all right, some guy walks up to you. All right, even if you're a straight guy, if some guy walks up to you and he's acting kind of creepy, and it's obvious he's like not wealthy, you're gonna be pretty creeped out. But if he's kind of a creepy guy, but then you notice he's like got like a platinum like a what's it called, Visa Black credit card with the no spending limit and like a suit that and like Gucci shoes on and shit like that, and you're like, this guy's actually pretty wealthy.
Oh, this
but
guy just did coke in the fucking airport bathroom.
Yeah, and he's got like a little bit of really good coke, you know, on the edge of his nose. You're gonna be like, okay, this guy's kind of creepy, but like nobody that rich can be that creepy, right?
I don't know if that's my opinion. But...
yeah. Well, I mean, the average like dumb American will think that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nah, Zandy got me fucked up. I'm still gonna be hella creeped out by the rich guy. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. But
I'm gonna assume the rich guy wants to sell me something weird.
He wants to sell you to something weird.
That's like, this guy wants to sell me some like federally illicit material, doesn't he? You know, I'm not sure if I feel great about it.
Some fucking poppies from the Middle East, just like imported straight from there. Yeah.
We already knew that Ari did model, so this was supposed to be easy, especially because Jay was also gonna pay her $1,500. Who the hell's gonna resist $1,500 freaking dollars? But unfortunately, instead of saying all that, Jay instead decided to say this.
But I was just gonna come over here and tell you how good looking you are, and I was gonna invite you to my house.
How do you go up to a person and say, you want to come over to my house?
To your house?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, let me contain myself.
It's a cool house. I mean, not like that.
On the bench? Nah, this is scripted. This isn't real.
You think it's scripted?
Okay. So if this isn't scripted, right? Then this woman is like gutter type because she's just accepted right off the fucking like bat. Some random guy like, oh, you look good. You want to come over to my house while in a relationship? Like that's kind of weird. I refuse to believe that these guys who fish for that got that lucky. This is scripted. There's no way this isn't fake.
Let's find
It's not like that. Yeah. It's just a really cool house, and I appreciate it if you come check it out.
By the way, guys, I really apologize for the shaky cam. I should have used a tripod instead of holding it with my freaking hands.
No, fine, thank you.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I'm rich. I mean, I got money.
I'm good, thank you.
She doesn't even accept. Okay.
My man's Jay. How much more creepy can you get? You got this poor girl scooting over and everything. Look at that. It's unfortunate, but Jay utterly failed. And at that time, I thought we were screwed because I had no other freaking decoy on standby or anything.
Are you being 100% for real, or are you kidding?
What the fuck?
How do you have negative riz?
You know, I didn't assume there was a possibility she doesn't accept it because who would upload that? Holy fuck.
This is definitely real now, I feel like.
I feel like these guys might just be like Zoomer creeps. We'll see. We'll see how it plays out. That could have just been for the drama if it's scripted. We'll see how they
That
get
felt
her.
pretty real. Like the body language of her like scooching over just barely felt kind of real. Like
but
I didn't see.
Did you follow the script that I told you to follow? No, you didn't.
dude, this guy like moans like a girl in a porno as like his surprise reaction. It's funny as hell.
Yeah.
He's like,
But we end up having Jay run back to us as I try coming up with a plan B.
I feel bad. Do I go back again and
Imagine, okay, this guy comes up to you. Hey, yo, I'm rich. You want to come in my house? I thought you were real pretty. And then you tell him no, and he starts sprinting across the fucking street behind you.
okay. He starts doing this in his later videos, and it's what he should have done in this video. You see this like really pretty girl sitting here in the front seat. Generally, when it comes to getting the girl to go to the location that is private with the guy, where she would end up like going down the road of cheating, they usually have a girl act as the initial bait because most women are less like they're just less they'll be less on guard like with a strange woman coming up to them rather than a strange man. That's usually what they end up doing.
Someone says this shit is probably scripted and she thought it was a creep because he went off script. I wouldn't be surprised if her reaction is because he went off script.
Maybe. We'll see. Oh, so they do the same thing sex traffickers do? That's literally what sex traffickers do? Yeah. Listen, we're making fun of this content. This is the shit that incels consume, okay? We need to consume what the incels consume to know how they think, alright? This is how incels think women are, alright?
We gotta become them.
No! Oh my god! I would literally get up and leave.
T makes his way back from the restroom, and at this point, I text him about our dilemma. And then suddenly, an idea hits me. We have no other decoy on standby or in the car, but luckily we did have Madeline there. Now, she can't play decoy, but she could at least go up to Ari, get her number, and invite her to the mansion. And since
it's gonna be so sus, two strangers coming up to her. I mean, I guess random dude coming up to her and hitting on her, and then also a woman coming up to her and being nice in the same day isn't necessarily that crazy. Women oftentimes do get hit on by creeps.
If I were a woman, all right, and I have a dude come up to me as a total creep and he runs off, and then another dude comes up to me later that day offering me money, I would assume I'm about to be kidnapped and raped. That sounds like they're coming back because he fumbled so hard. I would actually say that
especially with the true crime shit,
that
for
is
sure.
That is the reasonable assumption, no?
Yeah, with the true crime, like, I don't know if you know about this, but like the trend of like lots of women being super paranoid with the true crime stuff.
I have a rant I have to give stream after this. You might have heard me give, but we should do this.
We'll
this
do
segment
we'll
first.
do a true crime woman segment as well after
Okay.
this. Just remind me. Okay?
Madeline was a girl, it didn't really matter if T was there or not. And so that became the new plan. And considering Jay didn't even hit a single line in the script that I gave him, I decided it was safe to send Madeline in with the same script. But since she was in gym clothes, we just made some small tweaks for it to fit her character. So instead of having Madeline walk up directly to Ari like Jay did, we instead have her running some laps first.
How many laps she gonna do?
I told her to do at least 2 or 3. It's gotta look believable, dude.
They do. That's a real workout. God.
And Madeline runs pretty slow. Just saying, we were waiting there for a while.
Lap number 2. There went lap number 2. Madeline's a trooper, taking one for the team here. Woo!
Finally, after Madeline completes her third
the
lap, she
femoid to
stops
work.
in front of Ari and ignites a conversation.
Okay, she stopped. Perfect.
Sorry, this is so random. Do you like model?
I do a little here and there.
A little bit. Well,
Oh, this girl's voice. She sounds like she's a good person.
Dude, when a woman says I model a little here and there, I feel like that's always Instagram, right?
Yeah.
That's got to be what that means,
It
right?
could be Instagram, but it also sounds like a humble response. That sounds like the way my girlfriend's like, oh, I guess I did flying trapeze. And it's like, run that back.
No, but I feel like I've too many women that I've met have said I've done a little modeling here and there.
Yeah.
Yeah, like cuz TBH knowing LA, that is true. This is an attractive woman in LA.
Okay.
In
No-
Beverly Hills.
No dude who's dating his girlfriend would call her a model unless she's actually a model, because other dudes will say, "Oh, does she post on Instagram?" And he introduced her as a model, though.
Oh, he did. You're right. I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, I
instead.
wouldn't introduce one of my like a girl who does Instagram shit as a model ever in 1,000 years. No guy's doing.
Okay, so she is just being humble. Okay,
Yeah,
my
okay.
bad. All right, I'm just being misogynistic.
Every time.
Hold on, let me catch my breath.
She is out of breath. She is so tired.
I was like running around this park and I was like, oh my gosh, she's so pretty.
What I need to be.
No, you look great. You look great. I wish I could be drinking that Starbucks.
So Madeline starts off strong and sticking to the script. She tells Ari that she's in charge of finding models for her boss who works in real estate. She explains the business module to her and then proceeds to asking if she'd be interested in modeling for them at the beautiful mansion.
But if you're down, I mean,
I just don't model like that, but
no. I mean, you have a great look.
thank you. When is it?
It's tomorrow. I mean, he's flexible though. If you can move things around, I promise it's worth it. Like, it pays really, really well.
She's way better of an actor than.
$1,500.
Whew, okay, it sounded like Ari was a little bit unsure at first. However, Madeline just brought up the pay and that seems to be having an impact on her decision.
Dang.
Yeah.
I mean, I could try to like move some stuff around.
You should. Are you down?
I mean, yeah, why not?
I think having T there actually really helped.
Do you have like social media or like, do you mind if I get your number or something?
Oh yeah, you could just take my number down.
Okay, okay.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how we got Ari's number and managed to get her to the mansion.
Yes! That's what.
How you feeling about this?
If it's scripted, it's just really cringe incel bait. If it's not scripted, this is going to be a part of my rant at the end of all of this.
Do you think she's done anything wrong so far? If it's real,
anything wrong morally? No. Anything wrong like decision making wise? Yes.
we're just gonna keep running in circles, wondering if it's real or not. Let's just assume it's
Let's
real
assume it's real.
the incels watching it think it's real.
Okay, so the only thing she's done wrong is accepting. And not because it's immoral, but because it's dangerous. This is a really fucking bad idea.
I feel like there's people in chat that'll disagree that it's like that the girlfriend did something wrong by accepting this modeling offer.
Really?
I feel like,
well, it depends on like what you consider modeling. If it's like there's a world of a difference between standing in a room and like lingerie modeling. I wouldn't want my girlfriend doing lingerie modeling personally.
I'm pretty sure it's implied she'd be doing like Instagram e-girl, like
Instagram e-girl?
modeling type shit.
I would make fun of her for it, but if she's making $15,000, I'm not mad.
Yeah. Sex trafficking for the win? Avalon Babylon, you said it, not me.
You saved my butt.
Fuck yeah, I got you.
So now you guys know the full story. Madeline was responsible for keeping in touch with Ari and making sure that she actually showed up.
Okay, perfect. Just text me when you're getting closer and I will go outside for you, okay?
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Uh-huh. Bye.
And with that final confirmation that Ari was on her way, T, the rest of the team, and I head upstairs to hide. T will be able to listen in to see if his girlfriend's
fucking Chris
passes or fails
Hansen.
this test. But unfortunately, there were only 2 earphones, so Yokes and Jay were out of luck and could not listen in.
Left.
I love Zoomer tech
Yeah,
issues.
that's
They're
yours.
like old
So
people.
15 minutes go by or so.
They fucking use fucking AirPods.
There's hardware for this. There's just
I love like really wealthy, popular, like extremely successful Zoomer like YouTubers who use like their iPhone and a pair of AirPods to make their videos.
yeah.
And it's like, get yourself a PC and a
And
proper
a
mic
fucking
and camera.
camera.
Jesus,
Yeah.
like, oh my lord, it's not that hard.
So when Madeline finally gets to the text that Ari is here, so she heads outside to grab
I
her.
don't got any questions for you, but just keep your fingers crossed that she doesn't go skinny dipping. In that
Great to see you again. Long time no see. I'm just kidding. You're like, it was yesterday.
The girls make some small talk and then they make their way back into the house where Ari is greeted by Loris, who's our decoy, and my brother Josue, who's actually playing the photographer.
So this is the photographer and the person who owns the real estate company.
Now remember, Ari thinks that she's there for a photo shoot, so without wasting any time, we put that girl to work.
So pretty much be fierce on the couch.
Be fierce on the camera.
If you need me to help you, I will direct you, let you know.
Show me like.
Okay, yeah, like you could do one of these, like.
Oh yeah.
what's going on with you?
They're just taking photos of her.
And so the photo shoot begins. The trio downstairs have Ari pose in multiple areas of the house for the next
Something
20
about
minutes.
the fact that this is not meant to be a modeling shoot, really, and them actually including. The
Now
photos
earlier I
drives
told
me
Dolores
the
that when
worst.
he thought that they've taken enough pictures inside of
Why?
I think there is something weird about continuously taking photos of a posed person under false pretenses, actually. I think that's really fucking creepy.
Oh, that, yeah,
Yeah.
there is an argument to be made that
Like-
this is real. That's pretty fucked.
That's really fucking weird that you're... Okay, dude, you...
Because you have to have them to edit them into the video.
Yeah, assuming this is real, you're kind of a rapist. Not a rapist, but like you... If you came up to me and you told me in your spare time you go up to a person and you lie to them to get photos of them in model poses, I would assume you're a fucking molester, dude.
Yeah, this is pretty molestery. Good point.
like what the fuck?
You're not wrong.
Like this feels
Not
like a
wrong.
human trafficking thing, like chat's saying.
Yeah, we got Andrew Tate too. Holy shit.
house, I wanted him to take Ari outside to the pool to take pictures there for 2 important reasons.
Those are good. Let's get some by the pool.
Reason number 1. This would mark the moment that Madeline and Josue would begin to ditch Loris and Ari. Remember, we need them by themselves so that Loris can ask her on a date. So Madeline exits first by making up the excuse that she has to take a very important phone call outside.
Okay, they just stepped outside.
And now reason number 2 as to why I asked Loris to take Ari to the pool is because I needed to reposition the cameras. The thing is that the house was just so big that we couldn't capture everything that we needed in one take. So when Loris, Josue, and Ari stepped outside, I came downstairs and readjusted the cameras to capture the spot where I want Loris to ask Ari on a date.
No. They're just outside.
Are they skinny dipping?
To let him know we're all clear, I then text Loris to come back inside.
So that's it. We're done with the wrap already. Yeah. Just needed like 30 minutes. But I got some food here if you want a burger or something. Josue, you want
Yeah,
anything?
this is unironically like how people become victims of human trafficking.
And perfect. Josue now makes up his excuse of supposedly having to go edit the pictures that they just took. And just like that, people, we successfully got Loris and Ari all by themselves.
We'll go ahead and eat, and then I'll write you your check, and we're good.
Cool.
Unless you don't want to eat, you don't have to eat.
Oh no, it's fine. I'll eat.
You hungry?
I am hungry. I love food.
So earlier in the daytime when we first got to the mansion, we actually made some burgers, and I just think it's so funny
I
that
wonder
Loris offered her one
if
because
they
those
actually
burgers
pay her
are
there,
hours
because I'm pretty sure
old.
they can
Big ass house and this big ass
they
grill,
actually
but the
probably
big ass
do.
grill does not work.
But as planned, Loris then
Imagine
instructs
she
Ari to
cheats on her
sit.
boyfriend and they still have to pay her $1,500. Because she did an actual modeling shoot.
I don't know. At that point, I almost think this boyfriend deserves to be cheated on going to these types of fucking lengths.
Yeah, at this point, like, do you kind of hope she's a cheater? Because he kind of deserves it.
Okay, so I'm torn. I don't want her to be a cheater because I want her to be a good person. At the same time, though, I want to see this dude's balls in his throat, like, crying upset, you know?
His balls in his throat, looking like Peter Griffin.
Yeah.
Hey, Peter.
In perfect line of our cameras.
Hey, Peter.
We could just go ahead and go sit in the living room right there.
Took the pictures.
Yeah, right here.
So Ari gets comfortable, takes a bite of her burger, and then Loris just comes and kicks her out of her spot.
Oh, you can actually sit right here.
The
This
Rizzler.
is my couch. I like this. This is my couch, you know? Yeah, dude, I just put too much mustard in this. I don't think I did. I did put a lot of ketchup, though.
Yeah.
You know? Want me to make you a new one?
No, it's fine.
All right, good, because I wasn't going to get up.
Ew. Oh my god.
How is it, though?
The burger?
Mm-hmm.
It's really good. Like,
No, I was out there
I'm
cooking.
gonna cut the rooms off.
I was on
Riz.
the grill chefing it up. I don't never cook.
So after some small talk and burger bites, Loris starts to...
He's doing the being a douchebag attempt at like wooing her, you know?
Yeah.
Like trying to be an asshole, so she's like, ooh.
strategically make his move.
You should do some more gigs
If
with
I
me.
told a woman, get
I
off
got
my
like 6
couch
other
and she
houses
went,
we can
ooh,
use.
I don't know how I'd respond. That's not the... I want to say this is fake because that seems like it was written by a douchebag guy.
That does.
I
yeah.
want to.
Well,
I don't think that's a. I refuse to believe a woman would ever be into that, but I'm sure there are thousands.
Nah, there are definitely women that are into that.
God.
Because how many women are into dudes like this guy?
Well, dudes like this guy have kids like this guy, so there's got to be at least a few that consented.
But like it's just there are plenty of women that are.
Do you think that her cheating would be morally worse than what they're doing right now?
No, honestly, no.
It's
That's the
morally
funny
bad,
thing.
but it's nowhere near sex
Also,
trafficking.
it's entrapment too. Like they're actively like goading her into doing it with like. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's speaking to her character. Like, yeah, she's prone to it, but like, and you get your question answered. But you've also now, like, this video exists, and this guy's face is out there as like a crazy fucking. When he gets another girlfriend after this, and he has the same suspicion, is he gonna do this again? What if she sees him doing one of these videos? He's like, yeah. At this point, if you're this concerned, you should just end the relationship. Yeah, and at this point, if she does cheat, it's not even gonna look as bad, at least to us.
I'll be down for that.
Yeah, so what do you do besides modeling?
Well, I don't really model like that.
For real?
No, I do a little here and there, but not nothing major.
So what do you do?
I mean, I just do work in school right now.
What are you studying?
Yeah, pillow.
Undecided right now, but I'll get to it. I gotta find something.
Nah, dude, I feel you. It's all good. Like, you should really get into some.
Another thing.
Estate,
Pause real quick. The only thing she could have done bad at this point is if we went over all the photos and we found some that are like, okay, this is kind of, this might have been something you wanted to discuss with your boyfriend first. You know, whether or not they're okay with that in the thing.
Yeah.
At most, and I don't even think I saw any of those in the quick shoot. Like, worst was she was like laying down, but she was in a fucking full dress. You know.
Yeah, it's like a full outfit. Yeah.
There's a lot of money in that.
This is where you want to listen in because it's about to happen right here.
Really? In real estate, right?
Yeah, I'm in real estate and I make some music.
Music? What kind of music do you make?
I sing, I rap a little bit, you
Oh,
know.
a rapper. You got some music I can listen to?
Yeah, I got a few songs like they
She
out
seems to
everywhere,
be
you know?
into them.
Nah, not right now.
Why not?
The fuck? What they just said?
She could also just be
Trying to hear
being
his
friendly
music
for the
and
money.
shit.
Okay,
He
honestly,
doesn't
I
look
didn't know if
happy.
this was good or bad for Loris. He was on the right path. He brought up the real estate. He brought up the money, but then bringing up the music kind of veered him off track. He ends up putting his burger down, getting up, and grabbing Ari and himself something to drink. And for those of you guys wondering if there's alcohol in the cups, no, it's not alcohol this time, I swear.
Fancy drink. It's called Sprite.
Now again, I don't know if Loris did all that because he lost his train of thought or because he was trying to get Ari to stop asking him about his music. But if it was to get her to stop asking about his music, well, it didn't work because she continues to ask him to play his music.
Can I hear it?
Yeah, not right now. We eating and stuff. You know?
Okay, we can eat in jail. People do that all the time.
He just uses
maybe
the
later,
excuse of he hates the
Like-
sound of his own voice. That's literally what I say when people want to listen to my own videos, like when we hang out. Like, I literally hate hearing my own voice and hearing my own streams. He should just say that. Like, nah, I really don't enjoy listening to my own stuff.
I think a more solid line is like, you know, I had to make that. You know how many times I had to hear that? It's burnt out for me. It's played out
Yeah.
before it's even released.
Yeah, I'll literally, my ears will start bleeding.
Yeah, it's not an issue of I don't like my voice or anything like that. It's an issue of I've heard it 1,000 times. I'm good.
Yeah, okay.
I think that's like a super believable lie. Not that I'm encouraging any of this.
Yeah, no, we're just commentating.
Maybe later.
Why? It must be bad. I'm not gonna judge you or nothing like that.
Damn, Ari is pretty relentless. But check this out because suddenly Loris gets an idea here.
Alright, look. How about this? I'll play you one song only, but you gotta let me take you out to eat.
Damn! He completely flipped the script on her.
You asked her out right now.
What'd she say?
She hasn't said anything yet.
I'll play you a song, but you gotta let me take you out to eat.
But aren't we eating now though?
Not like this. These burgers are like 3 hours old. I made them earlier, like before the shoot. Like, I mean, like, I take you out, you get dressed nice, I get dressed nice, I pick you up, like, go to a restaurant.
Serious?
I'm serious.
I gotta feel like she's finna do some dumb shit.
You want to take me out just so I can hear one of your songs?
Not just that. I want to take you out because I think you're pretty, you know, you cool. You was looking good on the couches and stuff, you know, like.
Why don't you ask Madeline?
She said, why don't you take Madeline out?
Oh, fuck.
All right.
Oh, this just makes him look fucking stupid.
Oh, this makes it look so bad. Ooh. Okay.
She's hesitating.
Well, Madeline, like, she's pretty and everything, but, like, she just don't got personality like you do.
I bet you say this to everybody you work with.
Nah, she just don't got personality like you. Like, you're talking to her is like,
Damn. That was pretty savage, Loris. You're lucky Madeline wasn't there.
Why me?
I just told you, you cool, you funny, like, you pretty, like, you cool to be around. Like, I feel your vibe.
Whew, okay, so this is so suspenseful. So Ari is resisting, which is good. However, at the same time, she still hasn't said no thanks and shut Loris down.
She's being too friendly, bro.
But all of that might just be about to change.
What's up? Like, you gonna let me take you out on a date or not? Come on, you got a boyfriend or something? Holy shit. You got a boyfriend? You got a boyfriend?
So Ari has admitted to having a boyfriend, which is really...
Dude, he looks like, the boyfriend looks like such a dick here. I love
There's
this. This
more
is the most
video
popular
though, so
video.
I kind of worry with this being more video if they're gonna get like rapey to try to force the situation. There's no way they make that much more video out of this otherwise. That's got to be it, right?
We'll see.
Really, really good. However, I don't think T thinks it's good. He doesn't look too happy or relieved that Ari has brought him up.
I thought she said that she had a boyfriend. If she got a boyfriend, why she still talking to him?
Alright, look, I don't mean to be messed up or nothing. Your man can take care of you the way I can.
I'm not even like tripping off of him because we barely even see each other.
So then what you double thinking it for? Why you even holding back?
Because
What's
I
up?
just met you.
You can get to know me.
I don't know if you're being serious right now.
I'm being dead serious. You in my crib. Like, come on.
I don't need nobody taking
Okay.
advantage of me.
Do not do this. Do not, like, beg a girl to go on a date with you. Like, you ask, hey, you want to hang out? And if she says no, that's the end of it. If you go, come on, please, please. Like, she's already said no. Like, eventually she's going to say yes just so she doesn't feel scared.
I've never.
So she feels like she can leave.
I've never understood the idea of, hey, can I take you on a date? No one fucking does that. I refuse to believe that happens outside of like dating apps. You end up being friends with someone and saying, hey, do you want to go out to this thing? And it happens to be a date, you know? Like the idea of going on a date with someone who you've never romantically been with before is like, that's not real. I refuse to believe that's a thing that people just do. Who the fuck goes up to someone and says, can I take you out to eat? No one fucking does that.
That's not real. I mean, it is, but not in the way that it like it's depicted to be.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, no. I ain't gonna take advantage of you at all. But I'm trying to change your life. Come on.
She laughing and shit.
I'm trying to change your life. I know your word too. Why you think I'm trying to take you out? Come on, what? You like big houses? You like nice cars? You like money?
I mean, like, who don't?
Alright then, look, you mess
In
with
her
me,
mind,
it's
also,
already
she
gonna
has
be
to
a-
get the check from this guy. She hasn't had it yet.
Ours
Yeah.
is good.
So what's up? You gonna let me take you out on a date or what?
Yeah, she's like obviously uncomfortable.
Oh my God.
Nothing. Come on then.
When?
No.
To be fair, she has to get paid and she wants to leave, most likely.
Yeah.
What you doing tomorrow?
Dang, tomorrow? That's
Tomorrow,
fast.
I act fast. I move fast.
Things were looking so good.
Mind you, she's operating under the assumption he's holding back 15.
That's what I do now.
Who's gonna get fired too?
Oh.
Everything was literally going so good.
I told y'all.
She was saying I do. She admitted she had a
Told y'all,
boyfriend. She was like, "Why don't you go out with Madeline instead?"
Bro, this shit been happening multiple times. Like, she always like making up excuses, and I let her ass slide with that shit. She always like say I be tripping and shit. Like, I be fucking like just making up shit and just like trying to get mad at shit.
So it looked like T had a good enough reason to not trust Ari after all, because she completely failed this test with complete disregard for him.
Classic.
So now the question is, do you want to go down there?
Look at this fucking douche canoe over here that just said classic.
This test with complete disregard for him.
Classic.
Look at this living douche canoe. Look at this fucking guy who looks like he's straight out of one of those, like, drip meme compilations. Like, look how hard this guy is trying.
Classic.
Classic. Huh. Oldest trick in the scroll.
So now the question is, do you want to go down there and confront her?
Yeah, I don't want you to explain shit to her. I just want her to tell me the fucking truth.
You don't want me to explain?
No, I don't want you to say nothing. I want her to tell me the fucking truth.
So you don't want me to clarify
I don't want you
for
to say
her?
nothing. No, I just want her to tell me the fucking truth.
Okay.
And so with that, we begin getting ready to make our way downstairs.
I guarantee you, bro, this bitch finna have an excuse, bro. She always got a fucking excuse.
Hold on, not yet. Don't go this yet.
So ladies and
Are you ready
gentlemen,
for
this
the
is that time in
confrontation,
every
Ethan?
single video where you need to check if you have talkies in front of you or not. Now if you do, good. But if
You
you
just said
don't,
you need to make
then
sure
go
you
get
have talkies in front of you. This is such Zoomer content.
This is like slop. This is content slop.
This is Zoomer slop, is what this is. Like, you know when they mention talkies, this is just meant for the Gen Z. Talkies are amazing.
Talkies are ass.
What?
Yeah, they're fucking gross. They're not. It's not even like a spice thing. It's like a. I don't feel like eating hard tortilla chips for half an hour. It's just not great. What the fuck is a Taki? Takis are little rolled up tortilla chips and like chili powder and shit. Listen, dog, I'm sorry. They're just not good.
Get some so you have something to munch on, because I never ever say this lightly. This shit's gonna be good.
You ready for this?
Yeah.
You know exactly what you want to say?
Yep.
Guys, any last tips for this guy?
Yo, man, just good. I don't even know what to say, bro. Honestly.
Let's go.
I feel like this guy's got to be like 28.
Oh, shit.
Come on. I'm gonna go.
Fucking pay her, true.
How's your food, Ari? How's your food? Is it good? Is it good?
Yeah, so when you get here,
I've been here way before you even got here.
how's that even possible?
I know him. This my homeboy. You get it now?
You don't know him.
Yes, the fuck I do. You get it now? You see why all these fucking cameras here? You get it?
The fuck is this?
You sure you don't want me to help you clarify?
Nah, fuck that. She know what the fuck going on. Just fess up.
I don't know exactly what you want me to get, but if it's what I think it is, you honestly overreacting.
It's always the same shit, huh? Yeah. Fuck that shit. Oh, it's always that same ass shit, huh? I had a feeling you been doing shit behind my fucking back.
Can someone explain to me what the fuck going on? Because obviously.
Ain't nobody got to explain shit to you. You know what the fuck you just did with him.
What you mean? This is what I be talking about.
Ain't nobody got to explain shit to you. What was you doing with him?
Wow, you jealous as fuck.
So what the fuck was you just doing?
I came over here to model for him. You was out there when that girl asked me to come over here. Stop acting like you stupid.
So what the fuck was you doing just now?
We was eating. I can't eat with another guy without you getting jealous, huh? You acting extra as fuck right now.
Ari, this entire thing was a test.
Did they kill her? Like, what's with the dumb fucking negative?
It's like a fucking Sunny V2, like, scene transition. She's fucking dead.
Yeah.
They killed her.
Okay, so I know T didn't want me to intervene or explain anything to Ari. However, I felt like I had to, because if I didn't, she would have just kept on playing dumb. It was a test to see if you would end up accepting to go on a date with Loris. T was actually upstairs listening to the entire conversation that you two just had right now and stuff, okay? So when Madeline walked up to you and invited you to model, that was a part of the test. I don't know if you recognize and remember Jay, but he walked up to you first. Yeah, that was a part of the test. Nothing that was said or offered in this test was real. This house is actually not even Loris's. He's not rich. He's not super successful. It was all just a test.
Yeah, they still have to pay her. They still have to pay her even though she was gonna cheat on him. That's the funny thing. Yeah. Oh yeah, I was gonna cheat on you. Now give me my $1,500.
Yeah. Even if she said yes to going out, that does
sorry.
not automatically mean romantic intent. I don't know about that one. That's a little. You probably shouldn't accept random.
No. I'm sorry. If I'm dating a girl and I find out she like accepted that kind of offer from a guy, it's over, point blank.
There's also a big difference between like grabbing dinner with someone and hey, can I take you out for dinner? Like that's completely different. Like for example,
I think there's a difference between like me and my friends are hanging out and we go and we stop for dinner and like guy asks if you want to get dinner together and like you platonically just want to get food, like that's not his intention.
Yeah, that's very obviously not his intention.
Yeah, like there, I think you have to, if it's obvious that regardless of your intention, his intention is probably to hook up, then it is irresponsible to continue, I would say.
She could have said yes for him to shut up.
Obviously.
Yeah,
That's why this situation is entrapment, and like she has no option but to go to do the cheating, basically. Like she has to modeling, she wants to get paid, and she probably feels uncomfortable.
You would end up going out with him. And again, T was upstairs listening to everything. So there's no point in lying or denying anything or playing dumb and stuff. Yeah.
You already knew that shit, bro. Ain't nobody got to explain shit to your ass.
I fucking don't get it. This is not a test. This is a fucking setup.
No, bitch, this wasn't no fucking setup. You know what the fuck you just did? I just saw you finna go out with this fucking guy. Nah, fuck that shit. Ain't none of that shit, bitch. You know what the fuck you did?
Out my face.
Nah, fuck you.
Okay, this is
all
not
the guys around him. This is, I don't know.
You sure this isn't scripted?
I would think that the guys around him, being the goblins they are, would want to hold him back to keep themselves from getting shut down for what they're doing. Because if he gets into a fight here, that fucks over all the money they make, so they can't let him do that. So the only reason they're so hands off here is because it's got to be scripted, right? Because like if they have like a domestic violence case on because of what they did, they're in deep shit. So the only way this is being allowed to happen is if it's scripted, right?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm coping.
Maybe yeah, I don't know. Now he's just being psychotic.
You go do.
I'll take it the fuck out my face.
Face?
Fucking put your hands on me, bitch. Don't put my hands on you.
Wow, so that was a very quick, explosive, and shocking confrontation. I know it definitely had Laura shook. But don't think it's over just yet, because it's not. Because my dumbass ends up saying this.
She left her phone.
Forgot your phone. You forgot your phone. Where you going?
So Ari got up so quickly that she didn't realize that she was leaving without her phone. And I'm dumb for calling it out because I didn't realize that I had just caused World War III.
Okay.
Nah, fuck that. You ain't getting your shit back.
Oh my god, what did I do? Why couldn't I just realize that she left her phone after
Wait, that's
she
a
walked
crime.
out of
You can't wait. He can't steal her phone.
the freaking house?
Give me back my fucking.
Nah, fuck that. You ain't getting your shit back.
Fucking God, if you don't give me back my shit, I will beat your ass in front of all these people, and you know
Beat
I
my
will.
ass so I can throw your ass at motherfucking food. So I can...
These guys start legit
Okay. Let's see. Okay, let's see how the violence happens. That'll determine if this is scripted or not. But this is got to be scripted.
No shot, dude. This is the shit that Andrew Tate fans are watching, by the way.
fighting for the freaking phone.
This is how,
okay, now I'm not
we're
trying to
just
get
not
demonetized or promote violence, so I can't show you this in its entirety, but Ari is literally throwing blows at T to get her phone back. But in the end,
those look like real woman
those look like real
hits.
blows.
Those look like real woman hitting hits. You know?
Played out.
Is able to get her off of him, but unfortunately he still is holding on to her phone. And to all my headphone users, I'm warning you guys right now, you might want to turn down your volumes because World War IV is about to kick off.
Give me back my
you ain't getting your shit back. You ain't getting your shit back. Nah, fuck that. I'm recording the fucking your best friend. I'm recording this shit fucking your best friend. I'm gonna fuck your best friend. You ain't getting this shit back till I fuck your best friend. You ain't getting your shit back till I fuck your.
What the fuck? wait. Who is that much of a cuck though? Where you'd get over cheating if you got to like fuck someone else? That's weird.
And it just comes out of nowhere.
That's like, why was that his thought?
That was what this is all for. He wants to fuck her best friend, so he's trying to get her get an excuse to maybe. This is literally like incel dude logic, by the way.
This is. What the fuck?
These people are making content for fucking kids. Yeah, like Andrew Tate, like Zoomer kids are watching this.
Best friend on my mama. You ain't getting your shit back till I fuck your best friend. Fuck that. Fuck that shit. I'm that fucking dope. You don't want that fucking dope. I'm that fucking dope. I'm the dope ass in this motherfucking. I swear to God.
Okay, what ended up happening, guys, is T ended up grabbing Ari, and he is literally about to toss her in the freaking pool.
Fucking dope, bro. My mama finna dump ass.
Why did I have to freaking notice that she left her phone behind? At this point, I honestly felt so bad for Ari. She was literally holding on for dear life to not get tossed into that pool.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
But luckily, she
Wait,
gets
she's
free
laughing.
before-
Okay, she's laughing. You heard? I don't know.
I've
That
seen,
could
I've
be.
seen
That
real,
could
like,
be.
I've seen like real bad abuse
Maybe
in my school before with people.
But also, if then they could have done another take too.
Yeah.
If they were faking this, they could have done another take because she was laughing.
Okay, here's the thing. I have seen like in
This
like,
could be real.
in poor communities. Women are more likely to just accept shit like this, and she might not even break up with him over things like this because all of the fucking men around her are like this. It may just seem lesser.
Yeah, I don't know, but also this video has so many views. I feel like, you know how the Psycho series videos, like if they were real, they would have absolutely been taken off of YouTube.
Mhm.
But they were clearly like, you know, like YouTube
Yeah.
clearly knew they weren't real. I wonder if that's what's happening here. Is like these videos are fake, but like it just hasn't been outed yet.
Yeah.
Like maybe they pay their actors well and conceal their faces.
Mm-hmm. It seems real from the way she was yelling. Yeah. I don't know. 50-50. Another thing is this behavior isn't like something that I'm completely surprised by. Fucking annoying little dudes gaggling around a couple, like getting into a fist fight. Pretty common in my high
But
school.
they're all content goblins.
Yeah, literally.
We're getting
Seems pretty
dunked, but
accurate.
she still doesn't have her phone.
I ain't getting your shit back.
Why are you showing out?
No, fuck that shit.
Why are you
I ain't giving
showing
your
out?
shit back.
Why are you showing out?
No, I ain't giving your
Why
shit
you
back.
showing out?
I ain't giving your
You got
shit
an
back.
audience, so
I'm
you wanna
finna dump
show
your
out?
ass in this motherfucking pool. Keep playing with me.
Try it.
Keep playing with me.
I'ma throw your ass in the
Keep
pool.
fucking playing
Keep
with
playing
me.
with me.
Keep playing with me. No, fuck that. You ain't getting your shit back. Fuck that. I'm fucking your best friend and recording on your phone, bitch.
Oh, really? Oh, really? That's too bad because I already fucked your best friend.
Makes me wonder if it's fake, but that's leaning towards fake.
Scripted? What do we
Yeah.
think? Okay, it's fake.
Yeah,
No,
it's
fake.
that's got to be fake.
This is what incels think
the,
all
the,
women.
the thing that actually makes me really wonder if it's fake is the crime that's clearly displayed of not paying your worker, which for a channel this large, I refuse to believe could happen.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, T, but I gotta give that one to Ari. That was savage. This girl would not give up, though. She wants her phone, and she's willing to go one more round for it.
You ain't getting your fucking phone back.
This time, though, she successfully retrieves it. And here's the part where I stop feeling bad for Ari, because despite having her phone in her hand, she continues to stay there and argue as opposed to just walking out.
Okay, it's over. You got your phone there. That's enough. It's over.
You done with your whole ass.
Okay, be done.
You ain't nothing but a hoe.
Be fucking
You
done.
ain't nothing but a fucking
You a
hoe.
hoe.
You ain't nothing but a
You
fucking
a
hoe.
hoe.
That's all you
That's
do
how
is
the
hoe
cookie
around.
crumbles.
You been doing this shit behind my
Karma's a
back.
bitch.
Huh? Your whole
Karma's
ass.
a bitch.
You a hoe.
Karma's a
You a fucking hoe.
bitch.
I'll beat the fuck out of your ass, bitch.
Put your hands on me. I swear.
Yeah, like it does sound like it's more like it literally sounds like Total Drama Island.
Yeah, the
like
way
Chris McClane from Total
yeah,
Drama Island.
It's like the way he treats the people on his show feels very. I do not view you very highly. I view you as like fucking
Angstar.
scum.
Yeah.
Angstar.
Oh
What's
my God, I get my brother, my daddy, all them. You already know.
Hoe ass.
Don't play.
You ain't nothing but a hoe.
Don't play.
I swear to God, you a hoe, bro.
Touch me.
Yeah. That's all you do is fucking cheat, huh? Wanna be a hoe all your fucking life?
Make some money.
You wanna be a hoe all your
Make some
fucking
money.
life? You wanna be a hoe all
Make
your
some
fucking
money.
life? You wanna be a hoe all your fucking life?
Everybody gonna cheat on your dumb ass, you dummy.
Ass, bitch. So I'm
The
finna
fuck?
fuck your best friend, I promise you. And I'm recording and send it to your ass.
Ari, you should probably head out before he probably dumps you or something. I don't know. I don't want to see you thrown in the pool. Like, I really, really don't.
Oh,
Like,
his ass will get thrown in.
you should probably just head out.
Yeah, he know that. Y'all gonna give him an applause? You wanna
Keep
award?
talking before I dump your ass
You
in that
want
fucking
an
pool.
award? Oh, okay. Thank you.
And so with that, Ari finally decides to leave. She's barefoot, and I'm sure she's a little embarrassed. But wait, because it's not over. I'm just kidding, it's over.
Yeah, they never paid her.
Yeah, so this has to be fake. Because otherwise they've just fucking recorded a really bad one.
The door. The goddamn door. She slammed the goddamn door hard.
Keep digging, Ari. Jesus Christ. This is the shit incels watch.
This is definitely incel bait.
This is the shit that incels are watching. That is like forming their like perception of women.
God.
Like, can you imagine this guy being the reason that so many guys
Coco melon for incels.
Coco melon for incels, unironically.
It's cell swap. Fuck, not swap. I'm so tired. I'm sorry. Slop. There we go. Cell slop.
Incel slop. What do you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. I feel like that was a fun one.
God. A lot of that was just uncomfortable in that one.
Yeah? 3 segments down. How are you feeling energy-wise, Ethan?
I'm fucking exhausted.
Streaming is hard. It's unironically hard. Like, it is actually tiring.
Destiny... He did that?
And 2 weeks out from the...
Oh my god.
That's right.
Oh, let me take a short break real quick.
Oh, could you get me one of those little muffin things?
Yeah, sure.
Hell yeah. Watch out, there's a shark behind me. Oh shit. You're right. Do you guys know the internet is constantly under attack by sharks? Like, sharks are constantly biting the internet. No, I'm not even joking. This isn't even a bit. It's actually true. There are like the actual like internet are like wires, and they run them along. Almost bounced off my palm.
You know, a part of me debated whether or not I should throw that full speed at your head or not.
I would have caught it then.
Are you from Houston originally? I grew up there. Howdy from San Antonio. Yeah, I'm from Houston originally. Been in like Fort Worth as well. Dallas area is fucking miserable. Texas kind of sucks.
We need fuel, chat.
Yeah, I know.
Defend your home.
Texas culture is actually pretty nice. I love Tex-Mex and shit like that.
What do you have to say to defend Texas?
Most of the people there are good. Almost everyone lives in a city. The cities are all blue.
Most of the land is garbage, though, in terms of the people that live on it.
Yeah.
That's the problem. How's the gerrymandering?
Pull up Houston. Pull up Houston right now. Chat, have you ever seen how badly Houston is gerrymandered?
Here, you type it.
Sorry, chat, I'm typing between a microphone. Okay, let me find the map. Here it is. Here's the map. Okay, chat. Have you ever seen this before? Houston here has millions and millions of people, okay? And I want to let y'all in on something, okay? My home, where I live and where my family votes, is like right, hold on, let me zoom in. I'm not doxing, this area is fucking huge. Like right in here, okay, where you see the mouse, okay? And everything north of it is a really rich area, and everything south of it is a really poor area. So this fucking region right here, this darker one, I'm colorblind, all poor. And I can walk like two doorways over pretty much in my neighborhood, and they're in a different voting district.
Yeah. Love gerrymandering. Isn't it great? All right. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. I don't know how much of this we're going to be able to watch, how much we have time for, but, Ethan, how familiar are you with Destiny?
Fairly. I was never a viewer, but I know of him and what he does.
How about Alex Jones?
Well, Jones and I, we go back.
No, so Alex Jones, as you guys know, is basically, like, deplatformed from everything and has been massively sued to the ground due to his straight-up lying and defamation of the families that, and the children, that were impacted by the, Sandy Hook shooting. Basically said that it was a fake shooting, it was made up, and that all the kids were crisis actors, and that all the parents of the dead kids were crisis actors, which led to his audience sending massive amounts of death threats and hatred towards the families of the dead children from the mass shooting. He did this, of course, to protect against the, rising anti-gun, sort of sentiment that was rising after that shooting.
Didn't he end up owing, like, nearly $1 billion?
It was like a lot of money, but I don't think it was $1 billion.
Mm-hmm.
$1 billion's a lot. It was a lot, but I don't think it was $1 billion. Anyway, Alex Jones is now basically, like, down to nothing, I think, financially, but he's still quite big, so he's probably not going to be impacted by it, like, seriously, like, to the extent that he's, like, begging for cash on the side of the street. But that said, there is this big event called Minds, where they basically bring out a bunch of figures to do debates and, talk about their ideas. They're mostly online figures, which by default means, like, 90% of them are conservatives, but they also bring in the lefties they can find. And one of those lefties was Destiny. And on the same panel, they brought in the one and only Alex Jones.
Oh boy.
The Destiny versus Alex Jones debate is real.
Were they aware this was going to happen beforehand?
I think so.
Fuck.
So, I have not seen this. I have no idea what to expect. I've just seen the clip on Twitter.
Who all's up there with him? Holy shit.
I don't recognize these people. Does anybody know who these people are? The people next to Destiny?
Isn't Alex Jones a chaser?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Is that Milo?
Oh yeah, is this Milo Yiannopoulos to his right?
Moonlord Milo.
I think that's Moonlord with Tim Pool.
Yeah.
That isn't Milo.
This guy looks like someone off Tim Pool's show.
Maybe they're supposed to be the progressive ones, maybe.
Milo doesn't seem to be at the table. Okay.
That is Moonlord? That does look like Moonlord.
Okay.
Alright.
The election, then they delete the story of the New York Post. So how is that
ready
not
for this?
a company acting on behalf of the government?
I think this is the guy who did the Twitter Files thing, I think. This guy here with the microphone. I may be wrong, but I think this is the Twitter Files guy.
To violate the First Amendment of a journalist. How is that not the case?
Because Twitter never said that they deleted that post because of the government.
And you believe them?
I just want to clarify.
Hold on.
You're reporting from the Twitter files. What are you citing?
Let's stop screaming. Let's try to understand each other and because we're getting a little bit crazy. We're getting a little
real quick, just so we're on the same page.
Let's get a little civil.
How many people up here actually read the actual tweets, not just the headline?
Thank you, Matt Taibbi.
Okay, so we've got two people.
Okay, but we got a special guest joining us.
Alex Jones is an awesome.
But
I had the chance for doing one of the funniest things you can do online, and I didn't get it.
Alex Jones lives in Texas.
Wait, he lives in Texas?
I think he lives in Austin.
I thought he lived in Mexico. No.
lives
I'm
in
thinking
Texas.
Ethan Ralph. Ethan Ralph doesn't live in Mexico.
Ralph lives in Mexico?
No, Ethan Ralph had to flee the country, I think. And he's with his baby mama who fucking hates him and he hates. And he also got
Ethan Ralph is
the no-fly list and shit.
Dude, Ethan Ralph has been on my death pool for a while. Okay, do we want to make an actual death pool?
No, I don't think we can do that.
For not on stream, but off stream. Do you want to make an actual death pool for Ethan Ralph?
Maybe, yeah.
Because I feel I'm willing to put some money down on in the next 2 years. Actually, no, it has to be by the end of the year, right?
I think he's gonna live a minute. I think
he'll make it to the end of the year, but I mean next year.
A death pool is like gambling when a person dies. It's usually done with gladiators and shit.
Yeah, so basically the idea is that, like, if you and your friends would, like, decide of a bunch of celebrities, who do you think is going to die first, and put money on it?
I want to ask you the question.
Steven requested
They told
that we
me-
had Alex on tonight, so I thought,
They told me to get here at 8 o'clock. I didn't even, like, go on stage at 8. So I'm only 30 seconds late. Sorry.
Alex, do you think that what was the exact question? Do you think that there's things that should be censored online, Alex? I guess, how do you want to ask it, Steven? How would you?
What do you think Alex Jones is going to say to that question? Is there anything that should be censored online?
You ask Alex this, where we're at right now.
I'm not even sure what I would ask Alex right now.
I would just go back to 5 years ago where violent threats, specifically calling for violence, which is illegal already, and child porn and stuff like that, and people's hacked personal information. Those things are illegal. Things that are illegal, not our free speech. It's really simple.
Do you think that there are things where it's like, it's legal?
Hey, that's actually the one area where free speech applies, no? Like, listen, I don't think child porn or anything like that should be legal. That's absolutely not what I'm saying. What I am saying, though, is I'm surprised that that was the defense he went with. I'm surprised he wasn't upset by that. I thought he would go down the route of, like, we can't, like legality and speech are meant to be separated.
That's just the standard conservative argument.
Really?
What he's arguing against right now is the concept of platforms having the right to have their own TOS.
Okay.
Like, he thinks that platforms
I
like
guess I'm
YouTube
not-
shouldn't have the right to make a TOS that bans or restricts anything that isn't illegal.
I guess I'm not too aware of actually how the rights view on, like, terms of services and whatnot.
They
and
think
their
terms of
view on
service
free
is
speech.
censorship. Like,
They
if-
think terms of service.
They think that, like, if you get banned from a website for saying the N-word, then
Well,
that's
I know
anti-freedom
about
of
that,
speech.
but I actually don't know how that melds with their views and like making speech illegal and whatnot. Because him saying that any
Oh, well,
speech
conservatives think that, like, burning the American flag for protest should be illegal.
Yeah.
They don't actually care about freedom of speech. They care
It's
about
a-
their unpopular speech being permissible.
it's just weirdly, what's the word I'm looking for?
Hypocritical.
Not hypocritical. It's whenever you deviate from your morals, but not specifically like go back on them. Inconsistent.
Inconsistent.
Yeah, sorry.
Sure, yeah.
Legal but unethical that should be pulled down?
No, I mean, I think it should be the Wild Wild West. That's what America and freedom is. And once you open the Pandora's box, everybody is going to say this is evil. Another group's going to say that's evil. Conservatives are going to say ban this. Liberals are going to say ban that. This group's going to say ban this. And then it's special interest banning what they don't like. No, that's not what I want. I'm a big enough adult that I want to see everything. People say, well, then don't let the kids see it. Ban TikTok. No, don't let your kids on TikTok be their parent.
I don't agree with what he said here principally, but also this is a guy who's actively just been sued for defaming a bunch of children, lying about like their like Alex Jones. No matter how reasonable anything he says is, we know why he's saying the reasonable thing is to service his like nefarious agenda that has literally been proven in court and has cost him millions. And he went after children. He went after dead children and their families. There's really no worse, like no more evil than you can get than that. And people still find an excuse, still find a reason to make excuses for this guy. Like, Alex Jones is fundamentally irredeemable. As far as like, how many people do you know that have a platform and a following and are popular who have gone out of their way to attack children who were murdered and almost murdered by a mass shooter? And we're determined to be guilty of this in court.
Alex Jones is true libertarian.
Hell
God.
yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Don't tread on me, brother.
What is your, okay, so I'm curious, what is your enforcement mechanism? You want to go to Twitter and you want to say you're not allowed to deplatform certain speech or
Bro, you know shit's about to get real when Destiny says he's curious.
ban certain actors. What do you want to do to keep them from doing that? Do you want to make it illegal for you to ban people that you disagree with, that do hate speech? Like, what does the enforcement mechanism look like there?
Well, hate speech is really just a modern corporate name. I mean, when the media, when U.S. senators call for nuclear war with Russia,
hate speech is a modern corporate name. So conservatives like Grift so far, like for a while now, has been pushing the idea that it is actually corporations that have been pushing like progressive values into our society and not like activists who've normalized it to the extent that corporations recognize that it is now the most profitable perspective to take as a company, and so they're doing what most improves their bottom line. You see, the left-wing perspective makes sense. really radical progressive activists have pushed our society further left-leaning, thus making it so the Overton window is more and more left-leaning as time goes by. Corporations whose bottom line is and will always be to make as much money as possible recognize the turning directions and the turning tides of society and start tailoring their marketing accordingly. Does this not... What sounds more realistic, that or the conspiracy theory about pushing wokeness, corporate wokeness, socialist companies, these conservatives make up?
I haven't heard of entirely what he's going to say, but I think it'll be really fucking funny if he actually immediately deflected that question with saying, well, I don't like the term, what fucking term was it? I'm sorry. I'm tired. Well, I don't like the term, what were we just fucking discussing? I'm so sorry.
I don't like the term hate speech.
Hate speech, yeah, he doesn't like the term hate speech. I wonder if he actually addressed this question, so we should play.
To me, that's hate speech. But they still have a right to say that and be crazy people calling for World War III. So one person's hate speech is somebody else's love speech. So as long as somebody isn't saying, go shoot this up or go attack this group, let the KKK, who are a bunch of idiots, or let the new Black Panther Party, they're basically a black KKK group,
Oh my fucking god. The only time you'll ever hear a fucking conservative concede that a hateful group is hateful is if they need to draw a comparison to a progressive group to that group.
Mm-hmm.
And a very good example is this is gonna be funny and Zoomer's shit to say, but like a while back, Notch was asked, "Can you just say Nazis are bad?"
Yeah,
and he ends up saying Nazis are bad and so are communists. The only time a conservative will ever concede that a hateful group is bad is
to call out something that's seen as progressive, right? And the funny thing is, as Apillo's mentioning, the new Black Panther Party is insane.
Is it?
Here's the thing, though. The only reason why Alex Jones considers the new Black Panther Party bad and insane is because Alex Jones sees black people, like, inherently as a left-wing thing. He sees, like, black people having rights and, like, existing or whatever and being empowered as a monolithic left-wing thing, as like woke period. And so even though like I as a progressive see the new Black Panther Party and I'm like, literally black separatist Nazi
I was
types.
gonna ask, are they black separatists?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. He sees them and he's like, woke black people, being empowered or whatever. Like he sees all as a monolith, all as one big block, right?
Let them sound like idiots off in their own little echo chamber. We know what they're saying. We know what they're doing. We're watching them in case they're about to get violent. Everybody knows in all the studies, you suppress speech, it puts stuff underground. You want it, the old American idea that was really the vanguard, that was the Renaissance. We call it old now, but really it's the new thinking that we forgot about and went back to the old thinking of tyranny, is to let everything out there and believe in the public to choose what makes sense. And
dude, people used to believe the most batshit things before there was standardized education. And what are you talking about? You want to go back to when, like, okay, this idea that the truth will always, like, float to the surface and the truth will always win out is objectively untrue, okay? Like, Alex Jones is literally the guy who just got sued for pushing lies, provable lies. He was legally proven to be a liar about the most evil, disgusting shit that you could possibly do about dead children. And he's talking about how the truth will always rise to the surface while having, no doubt, millions of people that pay for his dog shit, grifty, what are they called? Like, vitamin supplements. They're supposed to be like brain force pills or whatever they're called.
In that world, whether it's the new Black Panther Party or the KKK, we're going to reject those idiots and we're going to embrace a civilization.
And you radicalize. You do radicalize more people by censoring speech. And you
Alex Jones defamed the judge while on trial. I forgot about that.
My fucking god.
Yeah.
Put them off into farther corners of the internet where they become more radicalized. And that's why a more honest, transparent conversation and dialogue where we're able to have actual clarity.
This argument that like relegating radical bullshit to far corners of the internet where people get radicalized further and that's a bad thing is bullshit, okay? Like Nick Fuentes not having any like access to the YouTube algorithm is the best thing possible, okay?
You do not hear about Truth Social.
You don't
really
really
hear about Truth Social posts.
You just don't hear about it, yeah. It's like the only person who you do hear about it from occasionally is Trump, and he's mostly been like, you don't really hear much about Trump since he moved there.
Yeah.
Like, the more you relegate these conservatives to their niche little corners of the internet, yes, it does trap those that they've already convinced into a bubble that they're unlikely to get out of, or more so unlikely to get out of, but it massively, if not completely, cuts down on their ability to radicalize and bring in new people, which is really what I care about the most, stemming the flow of new people coming in, not like ensuring that at some point maybe the people going into that content find their way out. Because, trust me, bro, I guess, is your explanation.
On the issues and actually fix the wrongs and actually discuss the problems actually helps fix the larger issues that we're dealing with,
Yeah, but
rather
again,
than
what is the
censoring them.
enforcement mechanism? How do you keep Twitter from banning people that you don't want banned? What do you think should be done?
I think Minds is doing a great job. I think the way
I'm
that
not-
Minds
you got-
conducts itself,
are we up
I
here
think the
talking
way
about
that,
what to do about other
I
social
think the way
media
that
I get it. You're
decide
asking,
these decisions is
you're
a great
asking
way
how
to
do we
address
do
it.
that? I mean, I think as a population, we have big corporations, we have think tanks, we have so-called fact-checking groups pressuring Twitter and Facebook and Instagram and Google and all its subsidiaries.
My favorite thing ever is that these conservative events that are all about like platforming censored figures are all people that are like just the biggest pieces of shit. Like Alex Jones is a perfect like figurehead for this event. Like obviously like, you know, you've got the lefty figures there that are, I mean, okay in relative to these people, but like most of the people who show up are like right-wing conservatives who have just the most horrific skeletons in their closet.
Mhm.
You know, and it's like, oh, so these are the people being silenced? Okay. I think the silencing is probably good then. I disagree, Xanderhal. It's better we create systems that limit their spread of hate, and the only way to do that is to be in control of what they see and not leave it up to the hate groups in question. Are they disagreeing with me?
I'm a little lost.
Yeah, I think you completely misunderstand me, Remy Starlight. We don't disagree.
To censor, and I think as a population we reject and we boycott and we stand against censors and we promote the platforms that are open and free, and then again, just 5-10 years ago, if a conservative got censored, the left was against it. If the left got censored, the right was against it. We have to go back to being unified and saying our speech is king, our right to see and watch and listen to what we want is paramount, because you're not censoring Alex Jones, or you're not censoring Luke Rudowski, or you're not censoring Jack Posobiec.
He's so mad that he's legally been found to be a liar.
Yeah.
That also happened, by the way, it's not even just that, because that also happened to Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson's legal defense in court for the lies that he said on his show
not news.
was that, no, it was quote unquote, you literally can't take anything he says seriously. It's a it is a performative show. It is not meant to be taken as serious news or political commentary.
And the defense was basically, we do not believe it's possible to take this serious if you are in like the right mind, essentially.
Yeah, so they literally, their argument was you have to be insane to take to take Tucker Carlson seriously. And then Alex Jones tried that defense and failed.
Mm-hmm.
Wild.
Or you're not censoring Tucker Carlson or Naomi Wolf or whoever it is. When you censor them, you're censoring our ability to hear what they're saying.
But you're also censoring anyone else who might speak up. So that's a big thing too. I mean, a liberal value, a very classical liberal value, was that even if you disagree with someone's speech, you'll defend their right to express themselves. And that's a value that we need as Americans, and that's a value that we need online.
So classical liberal on the internet means conservative who's too much of a pussy to identify as a conservative because they need to have a centrist and liberal-leaning like demographic pool. So that said, you'll usually find like conservative demagogue women saying this because it's easier to pass off what they say as being more liberal-leaning because they are a woman. Like people just perceive things woman says must be more progressive, right? It's sexism, but you know it exists. Sargon did it too. He was too much of a pussy to just come out as a conservative, and now he's doing like white nationalist posting. Anyway, basically, this idea that the unpopular speech is what needs to be protected most has some merit to it, depending on the context, right? The reason why that particular clause has been said so often is because the idea that unpopular speech is where cutting down on freedom of speech would start and where precedents for cutting down on people's First Amendment rights would start, right? So the idea is that unpopular speech needs to be protected paramount. Otherwise, you know, if you see the line there, then the line can keep moving. You can never let the line budge, is the argument. Here's the thing, though. Conservatives are arguing from a completely false premise. Platforms like Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, etc. are private platforms. They want to make money. And if what makes them money is not platforming hate speech, then they're not going to platform hate speech. They're private corporations who have the right to determine what speech is allowed on their platform, just as a private building is allowed to determine whether or not you're allowed to be inside screaming the N-word. You're allowed to scream the N-word, you're just not allowed to do it inside of someone's home. You're not allowed to do it inside of someone's store, or inside of a government building when they ask you to leave.
Or to personally walk up to someone and do it to harass them, because at that point
because
your words aren't the crime,
your
it's the
rights,
harassment that is.
Your right to swing your fist ends where my nose begins, you know? Like that kind of thing.
Exactly.
The problem is, of course, sorry, I didn't mean to resume very quickly. The problem though, Zan, sorry, I'm reading the chat. The problem though is that people like this try to argue that that standard is valid in the vast majority of cases. And they'll basically use it as a go-to defense for hate speech, right? Like, you'll have Nick Fuentes, a very influential Nazi, who arguably is like, his whole thing is trying to rally Zoomers to Nazism so that they can, like, engage in violence. She would argue that he should have a platform because, well, if you take his platform away, then you have no, then where does the line go? And I agree with I don't think the government should come and, like, arrest Nick Fuentes because he does dumb Nazi memes online. I don't know if he's explicitly called for violence, like, clearly enough that I think he should be legally, like, you know, prosecuted. He should have the right to say the shit that he's saying. But if individual private platforms want to deplatform him, that is their right. It's literally always just excuses to defend Nazis. And also, I even kind of believe in the argument of the paradox of tolerance. The whole idea in America is that we have absolutist freedom of speech, right? The idea is that anybody can express their opinion to convince people of a certain value, right? The problem is, what if somebody comes along and makes the idea of destroying freedom of speech really popular? That's what conservatives are essentially arguing is
possible. The solution to the paradox of tolerance is really easy. The paradox in tolerance in of itself is...
Well, can you explain it? Because the chat might not...
The paradox of tolerance is that if you do not tolerate intolerance, you yourself have become intolerant. And that fundamentally misses what tolerance is to begin with. Tolerance is not like a set rule you have to yourself. Tolerance is a social contract. You tolerate each other. You cannot tolerate another person if there are no other people. It is inherently something that has to be agreed upon by those around you, right? So if you have come into this society where everyone has agreed we don't yell the hard R at each other. That's a part of our social contract, right?
Generally, depends on where you are.
Generally, yeah. If you walk into an area where that is the social contract, everyone agrees that is bad, okay, and you come in and you say, you yell the N-word. Well, shit, you've violated our social contract. Now, do you think we are wrong if we like kick you out for that? I probably shouldn't have used saying the N-word as the example because it has to be something that the defenders do back. Let's say that you're rude to us, okay? And that's just not okay. You're not allowed to be rude at all in this group. And we are rude to you as we kick you out. Are we hypocrites? Are we violating our own contract that we've made? No, because by violating...
You call them the N-word as you kick them out.
By violating the contract of tolerance, you have outlawed yourself in terms of tolerance. You are no longer bound by that contract either. If you're not a part of that contract and you're not adhering by it, why are we going to adhere by it for you? It's a treaty.
Yeah.
Remember when the liberals and the Jewish law firms used to support the KKK march?
The what? He slipped that in there. Tell me about those law firms really quickly.
I think he meant those law firms. I don't think he meant to sneak in Jewish. I don't think he meant to say that. I think
just
that rolled.
My phone by accident.
I think it rolled off, and he just had to go with it. You know. You could see this guy here is like,
holy, you just dropped the whole thing.
Those.
Oh, look at her.
Oh, he's stuttering. No, play it.
Exactly. Remember when the liberals and the Jewish law firms used to support the KKK marching? Those liberal law firms.
There was a murder she wrote.
Holy those liberal law firms. Holy shit. No fucking way. No way. He couldn't hold it back.
He couldn't hold it. He couldn't hold it in.
Anyways.
He couldn't hold it in for how long has he been on? He got it at the 12-minute mark, and it's the 16
He made it
minute
4
mark.
minutes.
He made it 4 minutes,
Holy
dude.
fuck.
He made it 4 fucking minutes, bro.
I'm fucking done holding my phone. I keep dropping.
Absolutely. I mean, they didn't support the idiot KKK, but they said we got to let these morons march or we lose all our rights, which was true.
You know,
And it's true now on Twitter.
It is.
I think sometimes there's a responsibility for the authority to crack down if like child porn goes up. Like the admin has to take that offline. That means needs to be some central authority needs to snag that.
Well, it's illegal.
Exactly. And
when the conservative accidentally admits that when he says liberal, he means Jewish. Now go ahead and plug Jewish into every insult where Alex Jones has used liberal, and you understand what he means.
Wow, I'm just kind of taken back from that one.
You hear me talk about how evil and like demonic and out and just like you hear me rant about conservatives off stream all the time.
Yeah.
Watching me on my being on my stream, have you started to see what I mean?
I mean, I've always seen it with shit like, this is the planet Earth, you are not X-Men type rants, but like I don't think I've looked into Jones much outside of his like psychotic rants, so I never thought he would try and fail to be subtle with it. That's just that's impressive.
These people are genuinely just evil. They are demons.
Well, and keep in mind when they say liberal, woke, globalist,
they mean Jewish.
They've
Jewish. Always meant Jewish.
Or
okay?
sometimes the hard R. Sometimes
they mean black.
easier.
Yeah, they basically mean minority.
spam, it's not illegal, but it's unethical. So some central authorities got to crack it. But it's
But
not
what's central authority when the FBI has been uploading a lot of the content as
Yeah,
well,
what do we
and
think
they've been running
Alex Jones
international
means when he says
trafficking
globalist?
operations like with Epstein for over 30 plus years? How
That's
do
a
you
good-
trust those same people to actually monitor?
I like Alex Jones' face, and they brought up Epstein. Like, I got something.
Wait,
for
so
these.
is the point the guy's making here? How can you trust a central power because they are also pedophiles? Which side is this guy on?
I don't know. All I know is Alex Jones is probably about to start talking about Epstein, and my favorite thing about that is a clip from the Joe Rogan Experience where Alex Jones is on. It was an unironic, rare Joe Rogan W, okay? Where Alex Jones starts talking about the Epstein thing, and Alex Jones is like, now listen, I read the documents. And Joe Rogan's like, really? Where'd you read them? And he's like, I read them, okay? I just know that I read them. And he's like, no, I want to see them too. Where'd you read them? And Alex Jones is like, no, I'm just saying, just trust me. I've read them. I don't know where at the moment. I'm just saying. He's like, seriously, I don't want to let you continue unless you like tell me where you read the documents. And like it goes on for another 2 minutes, and Joe Rogan doesn't let him continue because Alex Jones just keeps vaguely saying, I've read the documents, and then tries to go on to accuse a bunch of people of being on the Epstein like flight list.
Source, trust me, bro.
Yeah, like that's literally the kind of shit that Alex Jones does. That's why he's so invested in protecting
Alex
free
Jones feels
speech.
like another one of another Trump type, where it's another fucking man-child who aligns with the average Republican voter that the others around him, the grifters around him, have to tolerate because he's the only one who can do it convincingly because he's actually fucking insane.
And we know he wasn't like this when he was younger. This is a character he plays.
Yeah.
Yeah, Luke Radowski's
He is
right.
insane, but he is playing a character.
How do we have the FBI that protected Epstein now being the policeman of child porn? I mean, I really think it's all up to us.
Yeah, I think it doesn't scale. That's what I was going to say. Is the central authority crackdown method doesn't scale to the masses like Twitter because it's too big for one guy to take control, whether that's the government or the head of state. So I think you need to decentralize the.
Wait, literally, Twitter has been taken control of by one guy. That's literally what has happened.
Authority somehow as the system grows, and if that could be written into the system.
They just keep doing everything they accuse the left of doing. Like, every time they accuse the left of doing something that's, like, really bad, get scared, because that's what they're currently planning. They're not original. All they can do is just lob their plans at the left as accusations. Every right-wing accusation is a confession.
Or the larger it gets, the wider the net of judges that can make the decision in aggregation.
Well, remember Elon Musk, like last week, that viral BBC clip. And he goes, okay, give me one example of what you're seeing. He goes, well, it's a little bit mean or it's a little bit sexist. And he said, well, then how do you define what a little bit is? Soon everything is banned except what you want to be heard. I mean, it's impossible. And here's the thing. We all know this. You all know this. I remember Joe Rogan in like 2000 in Houston, and I'm watching him in a packed comedy club, and he said, mark my words, within 10 years, Hollywood and corporate media are going to be dead. Because on the internet, there's so many voices, so many choices.
That quote didn't age well. What
Yeah.
was 2012? Hollywood and corporate media is dead? Hollywood and corporate media aren't dead now.
Yeah, they just adapted to the internet.
They're literally just adapting to the
The only thing
internet.
that really died was like cable.
Yeah, cable's kind of dying, but even that's still around because Fox News is still like huge.
Cable has survived solely off of like
Boom.
signing for internet. That's what it is.
Yeah, and also like people leave their TV on for their dog. People like I think there's always going to be people with their TV on. I think it's a matter of like really the boomers, like my mom's generation is going to be the boomers that watch TV, and then like my generation and younger are all going to have smart TVs with streaming services with on demand, like whatever they want to watch on there. They might even like adapt the concept of television stations onto that. Like certain streaming services will have a live television station that's randomly playing stuff.
Yeah. I mean, that with a live chat would actually kind of fuck.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
You know, just like that's literally a thing like people on Twitch will do, where they just illegally live stream a movie. I literally watched Return of the King with a Twitch chat, and when they destroyed the ring, everyone in the chat, like everyone reacts like it's their first time watching it. So they queue up their emote to react to a certain thing, and the whole chat unanimously reacts to a scene with the same emote. It's like the second that Theoden yells death, the entire chat lights up with like at the speed of light with let's fucking go emotes. It's really good.
God.
That was fun.
I actually wonder like why doesn't Netflix have comments? Like all the shit I pirate on, I love reading the comments under it for each episode. Why the fuck doesn't Netflix have comments?
It would be nice. It would be really, really nice. It would probably keep people like scrolling through the comments while a show plays for a while too.
Yeah.
It can never.
I'm so sad I didn't get to see any of the Lord of the Rings movies in theaters because I was too young. The last one came out when I was 4, maybe.
Yeah.
So yeah, I didn't like I got into Lord of the Rings when I was 6. You know, 5 or 6. And the movies were all out, which was nice because, you know, I didn't have to wait for them to come. I did kind of though, because here's the thing. I had a VHS and I had Fellowship of the Ring and then eventually Two Towers on VHS. But I only had a copy of Return of the King in a two-part DVD set. So I had to go with my grandma to the flea market and save up money for a DVD player. And then I got a nice cheap DVD player, just one that would get the job done. And then I was finally able to watch Lord of the Rings: The Return of the King. It was good. It was a fun time.
Compete with that level of Wild West freedom. And if you go back to 2010 and the numbers, that's really when corporate media died. That's really when Hollywood died. It's got endless funding and backers, but it's a zombie organization. It's already.
I like how he's already JQ'd and he's just trying to like keep it going from there, you know?
Yeah. I wonder what fucking like Destiny's thinking right now. Like, do I call him on the JQ he just pulled?
I think he just let it hang. Just let it hang. They do have theaters that re-show movies like the original Star Wars and Lord of the Rings and stuff. Would you want to go see the Lord of the Rings in theaters?
If we had more time, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, like if that was like at some point in the future, yeah.
A theater near my house is doing like a Ghibli thing where every weekend they roll Ghibli films,
Mhm.
and I really want to take my girlfriend to it. It seems nice.
At the end of the stream, we got to tell chat about the next year vacation plan.
Okay.
Because we know where we're going.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. We got to build the group now. We got to figure out who's going to be going and like, you know, just plan it out very far ahead of time.
Oh, I forgot to give that rant. We'll have to give it after this.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think we'll watch the end of this segment because it's about Alex. This is the part where Alex Jones crashes it, and I don't want to watch the whole thing on here because we don't have time.
Gone. So any attempt to
Yes,
bring
you're
in
invited to
AI,
play, by the
any
way.
attempt to suppress us, any attempt to shut down their competition is like a ghost dance. They're fighting a war they've already lost. So let's understand that. No amount of AI, no amount of BS is going to stop us because AI is just plagiarism of everything we already made. So we program the AI ourselves. So when the viewers and listeners of this show realize you're not the tail, you're the dog, and then when you produce culture and you speak up.
Alex Jones is very good at speaking to dumb people who feel like they've got it all figured out.
Like, he's not saying anything right now. Like, but I'm sure that like some loser stoner dude at home who's listening in, he's like, whoa.
I'm stoned as fuck right now, and it's still not making sense to me. And I like to like seek out Joe Rogan and watch his interviews with like astrophysicists and shit, and get real stoned and just watch that shit. Because like these astrophysicists, when Joe Rogan asks a super complicated question, they have to dumb it down to the extent of explaining it to an ape. So it's like, all right, I understand why black holes exist now.
God.
Why are you playing with scissors?
Hey, listen. I grab whatever I can near me. Sorry.
I've got random shit on my desk, and he just randomly grab. Here, I've got a fidget spinner.
You got some stuff on your desk. I think if I hold up to the camera, I've committed a felony.
Yeah. Here you
There you go. The dragon we found.
People are gonna think that like I have like guns and shit now. Why would you say it like that?
It's funnier like that.
It's my weed vape.
That's your defense mechanism to make sure you program the system.
Steven. I like how people in the audience are unironically clapping.
They just hear a dude who's talking. No, they probably know who he is, actually.
Well, yeah, they do, but like they're unironically like. There's just still people who love Alex Jones. Is still wild to me. Like they believe and agree with what he says. It's fucking crazy. God, what do you think of that?
Gotta filter my thoughts real quick.
Bro, JQ.
I think debate is very important, right? However, when debate fails, I think the next step is what needs to be taken. That's all. That's what I'll leave it at.
Yeah. Okay, so I really don't think there's anything else to be said about that.
He just walked up on stage and said, "I hate the Jews."
He just materialized and just said Jewish law firms, and he left.
Dusty didn't have to say anything else.
Dusty didn't say anything to win. He just like 4 minutes, and Alex Jones was talking about Jewish law firms.
Wow.
Man, that lawsuit must have really thrown him off.
That's gotta. I'm surprised he's here actually after that lawsuit.
I don't think he is here mentally.
Yeah.
All right, what'd you think of that segment? That was something, huh?
He literally walked up, sat his ass down, and said, "So about them Jews." Like, what the fuck?
Bro just dropped the J-bomb. He didn't even care. He just came in, said Jewish law firms dematerialized.
Let me give my rant really quickly to chat, okay?
Go ahead.
Okay, so allow me to see the chat really quickly. Now, chat, I need to ask, how many of you here have a vagina? How many of you are vaguely feminine? This is not being creepy. This is a warning, okay? This is something I thought about when we were watching the fucking sex trafficking borderline bullshit, okay? If you are even vaguely feminine, if you are weaker, if you aren't strong, I need to tell you something that I have talked to with all of my female friends, okay? You gotta drop any and all confidence you have when it comes to not getting like hurt, be it through sexual violence, trafficking, and whatnot. There's way too much confidence when it comes to people just being like, "Oh, I'll make it out," you know. "Oh, I'll be okay." So many women will do like outwardly endanger themselves because they have confidence they simply shouldn't. I do not think it's your fault that you could be possibly placed in these situations, but I worry with how confident I have seen some of my friends absolutely putting themselves in dangerous positions. An example I'll give is that I was in Ireland, okay? And I was, my girlfriend and I, we ordered some donuts in the middle of the night because we wanted some food. And some dude comes up and he comes to the door and he's like, "Oh, I got your donuts out of my car." Okay? And so I have to like close the door for a second and actually argue with my girlfriend to explain to her that why it's a fucking terrible idea for her to, in the middle of the night, follow some dude out to his car in the dark, halfway across campus, right? And I think I think a lot of people really do not really. How do I say this? Can I say this on stream? A lot of women will, women specifically, I don't see this much with effeminate men. They're usually probably bullied when they're younger, so they know fear. A lot of women, I'll say, are very prone to endanger themselves. They don't realize that they act like the most kidnappable, the most murderable, the most trafficable, the most rapeable people on the planet, because they simply do not protect themselves. I have to explain to a lot of the girls I know shit like, don't leave your purse in the car, like very basic safety.
Quick with an example, because I know what he means, but he's wording it poorly because he's not a streamer. He's just a normal guy that just doesn't like do content.
Oh, I'm saying this because men are fucking demons, but
I did a okay, so like I've got an example of this, right? My ex my ex would like leave the door unlocked constantly, and I don't go with that, right? The door always has to be unlocked, right? Like I need or locked, sorry. Like the front door, like to outside. Like I have to check before I go to bed, make sure it's locked. Like she would just be like, it's fine, no one's actually gonna come in or whatever. And then you know, just very much just hand waving that. She would also like walk alone at night on dark roads, like drunk. She would tell me stories of doing that and be like, yeah, it's fine, it's fine. I only ever thought I might get axe murdered once. And it was like, what? Like, there are definitely some women out there that are maybe,
I wouldn't describe
well
them as
while
dumb.
I don't really listen, while I really don't agree with like the super like overly cautious, like super scared and paranoid you know, suburban white woman stuff that I'm trying to find a video of right now as we speak that's going to really make Ethan understand what the fuck I'm talking about right now. There's definitely a lot of women out there that like can be overly trusting of the safety of the world. Well, yes, generally most instances of sexual abuse and murder and whatnot are, you know, familial and you know, like between friends and stuff like that, and you already probably knew the person. It's not usually like beginning of like a true crime documentary or like SVU episode. There is certainly, you don't want to create a crime of opportunity, right? Like, sure, typically a certain crime doesn't happen, but if you, in the belief that that crime isn't going to happen, start acting in a way that makes it more opportune, then you're basically like negating all of the odds and putting yourself in a unique situation.
Another thing,
and that's what I think a lot. I've met women who will do this, and it's like, you don't need to be like paranoid and terrified, but like, you shouldn't get drunk and get into strange men's cars to go hang out at their house because they've got a party at another place. You've never met these guys, you're drunk, you're alone, and your friends don't know where you are, and your phone's dead. You shouldn't go get into these strange men's car to go to a different party that's popping off.
So someone in chat says, I think
that's
men are
happened.
more... someone in chat says, there's a couple things I want to address real quick. Someone says, I think men are more prone to danger. Here's the thing, men don't prey on other men. The warning we're giving is, it only exists because a shit ton of men are fucking predators. Like, this isn't a woman thing, this is unfortunately, women are the target for men. So, men doing shit more dangerously and more carelessly doesn't really apply here, as you aren't as likely to get... If you're a man and you're going to get sexually assaulted, it's not going to be at random, it's likely going to be by someone you know. It's just a different type of abuse most of the time.
Yeah.
And another thing, someone in chat mentions like learn like boxing, learn jiu-jitsu, something like that. I really don't think you understand what a weight difference can do to even the most well-trained fighter. No, anything short of a gun is not comfortable.
Guns are the great equalizer.
Even a gun. Don't put yourself in a situation where you even need to think about using it. That shouldn't even have to come up.
Yeah.
Not that it's anyone's fault, but more so, I don't think you should be afraid. I certainly don't think you should be confident, if that makes sense.
Yeah. It's just like, I get, like, the big problem is when I meet a girl who's more comfortable walking around in like a darkly, dimly lit city sidewalk at night than I am. When I'm walking on a darkly, dimly lit city sidewalk street, I'm like primed and ready for a fucking fight. Like, I'm ready to throw hands with like demons coming out of the shadows, right? And I don't know, like, I feel like you gotta be a little ready, right? Because like, you know, there could be a coyote or something. It could just be like a fucking animal.
So, Tiho, I know, I wasn't actually reading off your suggestion. I read that from the YouTube chat. But even if you boxed as like a light heavyweight when you were younger and whatnot, I still wouldn't do it. I'm a former Texas State champion wrestler. and I almost got jumped by like 3 dudes who were after the girl I was on a date with in
Only
Germany.
it's unrealistic for
It's
even
just-
a trained fighter to be able to take on multiple assailants.
What I did was I said, okay, we're running. I ran from the fight in a 1v3. I'm not taking that. That's a stupid idea.
Yeah, like honestly, I've seen people take on multiple assailants and win, like fight videos. I've seen a lot of fight videos on Reddit, and usually the way it goes is it's somebody who's clearly been trained in some type of martial arts, usually one that involves striking and kicking, because these fights usually don't go ground game when there's that many people, otherwise you'll just get stomped to death. You have to be constantly on the move, and every video I've seen of somebody successfully taking on multiple opponents, they're like running backwards, like bouncing backwards on their feet, and they're like swinging punches and knocking people
Kiting
out
them like COD zombies.
like kiting them like it's COD zombies and punching them out one at a time and trying to like I've seen like one guy take on 12 people and win that way basically, but that is like you're never going to be able to do that. Usually what happens is there's more than one person, it's going to end in you getting stomped to death on the ground,
Or one person has a knife.
or one person has a knife or a gun.
Or something blunt they picked up off the ground.
Yeah, but
I'm very confident in like a situation where I have multiple people fighting me that I could come out okay. Why the fuck would I ever risk that? I am making sure that I'm never even put in that situation to begin with.
my point is you don't want to be this lady though.
I'm literally shaking right now because I just had a man approach me in a parking lot, and it went fine. And I'm going to tell you why it went fine.
Have you seen this?
Yes, I have.
You have? Okay.
How to address it, because it was in a book I read, and this is how you're supposed to address it, but it scared me. I'm literally shaking. So this guy, I'm alone with my son, by myself, a woman, and a male approached me in a parking lot. He's, "Excuse me, miss," and I don't know why in the hell he was approaching me or what he was trying to do. And before he was probably 30 feet from me when he said, "Excuse me, ma'am," and I turned around and I literally yelled at him and I said, "Do not approach me." And he like immediately started going in the other direction, and I just kept saying it over and over and over. I said, "Do not approach me, do not approach me." And he of course like got like, "What the F?" Like he started cussing and yelling like, what's your problem? And I looked at him, and he actually then crossed a couple cars down from my car, and he didn't come anywhere near me. He crossed a couple cars down from my car.
I
and
like
was
how you can
"What's-
see that there's other cars in the parking lot.
continuing to cuss and say, "What's your problem?"
said
And
it
I
was
say,
abandoned.
"You do not approach
man
women
says,
in a parking
"Excuse
lot." I
me,"
just
from
kept
30
saying,
feet
"Do
away.
not approach me. You do not approach women in a parking lot." Like yelling it. No male should ever approach a woman in a parking lot. Ever.
This is what leads to TERFs.
Yeah, that's like yeah.
Yep.
No male should ever approach a woman in a parking lot. And if a male does approach you, you need to turn around and use the strongest voice that you can possibly use with them. Don't be polite. They need to literally screw off. No male should be approaching you in a parking lot.
Me when I approach my
is that
girlfriend
is
and
one
she
of the-
tells me to go away because no male should be approaching.
That is one of the rare times, like one of the rare times I've ever heard a girl actually say that, and this is a big issue. Okay, a lot of women are really scared to be mean. Not necessarily, and I'm not saying, oh wow, I can't believe you didn't tell him to fuck off in a situation where he could just strike you. I mean, like, let's say that some guy's like accosting you online or something. A lot of women are a little bit too soft on that. Because you're not going to get them to fuck off just by saying, "Oh, I'm not interested." No, they see that as a challenge. You literally have to emasculate the guy. You have to tell him you're not interested, and you should probably say why. I think that that'll get him off your back pretty fucking quick. He might spurg out on you for a little. I'm on the spectrum. I could say it. Please, Ali. I've been trying my best on this stream. They might get real.
Ethan likes his gamer words.
They might get real mad at you and whatnot, but like in online situations or situations where you know that you won't be a victim of violence for being mean, because obviously that's a thing that can happen. A lot of women do need to be a lot meaner to the fucking weirdos who talk to them, because they don't realize they're weirdos. They don't recognize your no. You have to be fucking like blunt with it, really.
Understandable, yeah. Being blunt resulted in people trying to follow me or straight up threatening me.
Yeah, I know. I'm talking about a situation such as like an online encounter or an encounter in which you aren't like, on the street. If you're on the street, don't do that. That's a bad idea. That's not what I'm specifying. I'm specifying a more domestic issue.
At the end of the day, there's so many broad, scary encounters that aren't necessarily like Law and Order SVU tier, but that are just kind of creepy and unnerving that women go through every day. That's it's like either you get desensitized to it, or you have like a pretty like cautious but reasonable perspective,
Mhm.
or you end up going overboard. And I feel like the more cautious and reasonable perspective is probably best, right? Like, yeah, I don't know. I was raised by a very careful person and raised to be very careful in that respect.
Careful or neurotic?
Neurotic. yeah, maybe a bit neurotic. Like I hear
How
noise.
How
and I'm
much do you want to bet the man was black?
Who?
The man she's talking about, if he even exists. How much do
He
you want
was
to bet
black.
he's black? He is a black
he
guy.
was black.
Or
He-
he's
yeah.
like a Mexican dude. It could be a Mexican dude.
He wasn't white.
He wasn't white.
Because a white guy says, "Hi, excuse me, ma'am." Nah.
Nah.
Yeah. Nah. She encountered a man of melanated skin, and she was like,
Wait till she implies he was homeless. Real.
"Oh my god." You see, he was tall. I don't know, she just starts listing a bunch of like characteristics besides his race, and you just started to realize like, okay, she's trying to hint at his race.
She did in the original replies of her every fucking time.
White women.
Can we go over like black women who hate white dudes but have white boyfriends? Can we do that for a segment? I think those are some of my favorite.
We
people
already went
online.
over Cat Black.
We went over Cat Black. God
Did we
damn
already
it.
go over the Cat Black drama together?
I think so. You know, I actually I can attest. I've had a lot of like experiences with women who like they keep me around in their online group or whatnot, but the whole time they talk about how much they hate like white men, and then they immediately flirt with me. I think it's like some weird fucked up like dynamic.
There's chat. Ethan has told me this multiple times, and I've been like, bro, you have no idea. You haven't seen that side of Twitter. I'm not even kidding, chat. Go on Twitter and find a black woman tweeting about how much she hates white men. And go to her account. Find and search boyfriend. And
Cherry, we're
search
not recording right now.
photos.
We're just fucking shooting the shit.
So many times. White boyfriend.
Every time.
Works every time. Works every fucking time. I don't know what it is.
It's the inverse of the white supremacist girlfriend.
It is the inverse of the white guys who are racist that clearly have like sexual repressed feelings for black women. Obviously. Like it's gotta be the inverse.
God.
I mean, if it exists on one end, it's got to exist on the other, right? There must always be balance.
Be balanced.
Perfectly balanced.
Imagine how
As the
fucked it'd be if
things
the world
should
actually
be.
worked that way. That sounds like it sucks.
Yeah, that would fuck.
You do one good thing, something bad has to happen. Fuck. I guess.
What if that is how it works? We don't know.
Okay, listen.
We don't know.
Imagine you save like a train full of people and you think, oh my god, who did I kill with that?
We could prove that by like if we solve world hunger and like a nuke goes off in like some city somewhere and like obliterates half of Europe, then we'll know like okay.
Okay, chat. Let's say we live in a world where a good action has an evil action that comes with it that is equal. Okay, and let's say that this is known. In the first one, we'll say it's not known. Okay, so it's not known in this world. Okay, and some dude saves a train full of people, and because he saved a train full of people, we'll just say another train full died or something, right? Like that train full wouldn't have died if he hadn't originally saved those people. He's not like responsible, right? Now let's say this next world, they know that's how it works. They know that if they do something good, something bad equally happens. And this guy actively chooses to save this train knowing he's just passing that bad thing on. Is he capable? This is a more complicated version of the trolley problem.
You need to write this book. If it doesn't already exist, you need to write it. Quick, chat's already writing down the concept. That is a cool concept, though, dude. I feel like there are 3 keys to writing, to making like a story that's like guaranteed to take off to some extent, right?
Mhm.
Have an interesting character that's relatable, but has one thing about them that's super over the top.
Yeah.
Like something crazy that you can just say in one sentence to people as a pitch for the show that makes people go, "Oh, okay." Like normal guy, but and the more creative that but is, the more you got people hooked. Second, set it in a setting that has like a lot of interesting, like you know, like you can tell you're seeing the surface, right? Like constantly remind people that like if this continues, there are a lot more places this can go. And 3, dedicate a lot more. I learned this from watching anime, that I think anime does a lot better than a lot of Western television. Dedicate more time to sentimental character growth.
Yeah.
Dedicate a lot more time to sentimental character growth, because that makes the impactful, like, you know, spectacle moments actually mean something. That's what you really got to do the most. And it makes things more slow, but like the more time you put into just character, like getting to know the characters and making the characters liked by the audience, the better. Those really are the key. And I've seen shows that like are popular that kind of don't do that, and they slowly kind of die out over time. And it's like, why don't they do this? Why doesn't the show take more time? Just have, like, The Walking Dead, I feel like needed to take more time for our characters to like have an upbeat, chill time. Like there'll be moments where the characters are having a fun time, but like the show presents it grimly, like they're having fun despite how fucked up everything is. There needs to be genuinely positive moments,
just
more
nice
often.
moments,
like genuinely chill.
I mean, that's
fun.
why chat, I'm going to spoil The Walking Dead. You have 6 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's why Glenn's death was so impactful, really, because he was the one who had the most sentimental anything with everyone, especially Maggie. You know?
Exactly. He was the most like genuinely sentimentally kind person in the show. And yep, The Last of Us episode 3 did it amazingly. Like, I feel like so much, I feel like such a fucking anime snob right now because I hate the people who say this, but there is some merit to it. I do think that Western animation and a lot of Western media is kind of, now that I notice it, a little bit unbearably cynical.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Like there like some, I will admit, even when like for example, Attack on Titan was the most recent anime we watched. There was a lot of cynicality in Attack on Titan. Like Attack on Titan's a pretty cynical anime. For an anime,
if you know the ending,
still more sincere and like heartfelt, and like it just, there were jokes made at people's expenses, but like it felt like an actual live action drama that really took itself seriously, but still could pull off humor, both visual humor and like actual like joke humor about the characters. It had a good mix. And I feel like that's something that, especially in Western animation, you don't get a lot of. There's some exceptions, of course. Western animation's gotten a lot better recently, in my opinion. There's always been good examples, but I do feel like just generally, especially American shows, have a problem with like cynicality.
I'd agree. I also think I like anime because there's not really much of a space in the West right now for very serious, long-running animation, and I like animation more because you can do just wacky shit with it. Like you can't make live action Titans look good.
That Vosh is gonna make me watch Fully Cooley. That's his favorite anime.
Oh yeah, Fully Cooley.
Yeah.
I need to sit Vosh down, and I need to watch ReZero with him. I need to know as he sees it on screen what
You're
the
gonna
fuck
meet him
runs
and
through
get
his head.
to debate him.
I will. I'll fucking do it on the gun range while he's holding the rifle. I will do it.
I'm not
swear to
letting you
God.
hold a gun while you debate ReZero with him.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, I need to watch Avatar: The Last Airbender. Okay, we need to do another segment. All right.
Listen, hold on real quick before we do that segment. My biggest issue with Avatar: The Last Airbender is that it suffers from not being allowed to go very deep. You have like sword fighters that always hit non-lethally, shit like that. That makes me really fucking sad. I don't know. It kind of sullies it for me.
Yeah, it's a kid's show, and that probably kind of weighs it down.
I do think it's still pretty good.
Yeah, but Adventure Time also kind of
but Adventure Time actually showed death and stuff like that. Not that it has to have death to be dark.
Avatar: The Last Airbender also shows death, from my understanding.
Yeah,
it definitely gets pretty brutal.
I actually don't know. I do know that it pulled its punches too much for my taste.
Okay, well, we'll see.
Avatar has the issue of
I know
being
there's a scene where a character in Legend of Korra gets his head blown up by like a clamping device that like clamps onto his head and then it like blows him up.
Oh.
Like a living human character.
So like deaths are weird in children media because they'll show like full deaths. Like if you all the way explode, that's fine. If your skull explodes though, that's not fine because it's either got to be all or absolutely nothing when it comes to death.
Yeah. I don't know. There's some examples that are a little bit extreme. Anyway, all right. Let's start the segment. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, Ethan.
Oh boy.
So, Twitter.
Uh-huh.
What's your opinion on Twitter?
Dog shit platform, always has been, but is more so now.
Can't help but agree. So, Elon Musk bought Twitter. What's your opinion on Elon Musk? What's your opinion on Elon Musk been like over a timeline, like from when you first found out about him till today?
So, when I first heard about Elon Musk, I thought, okay, cool, he's funding space shit, right? I didn't think he was like linked to space shit. I thought he just funded it or something like that, right? And then I was in a period of time like when PewDiePie got popular. I wasn't a fan. I actually was like really fucking cynical about it. I thought like
because it was cringe to like PewDiePie, but he was also at the same time like getting really popular.
I was going through high school with the kids who thought he was popular.
So
yeah, so I thought, oh my god, these guys are a bunch of fucking... Yeah, I don't like them. I don't like being around them. I want nothing to do with this. And at that time, I think Elon started getting really big in meme circles, and because I find like band kid humor, like meme humor, like repulsive, I really didn't fucking like the guy. And to my glory, when I finally looked into him a while before he bought Twitter, when he started doing like the right wing grift and whatnot online more, where it was less I'm a cool dude bro who plays Overwatch and more I'm gonna start talking about political takes and stuff like that. And I looked into him. I was absolutely not surprised when I found out that this guy who leads a bunch of fucking losers is himself a fucking loser.
Yeah, it's honestly a pretty good assessment. Well, he bought Twitter, and he has been slowly degrading it. Just today, actually, or yesterday, he got rid of the normal blue check mark, so now you have to pay for it.
Oh yeah, but he's paying out of pocket for like Stephen King and a few others.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's paying out of pocket for Stephen King because he doesn't want Stephen King to leave. That's really funny. I thought you were going to grab the scissors again.
No, I was not going
trying to use scissors. Your fucking those are butcher's shears, motherfucker. Do not use this as your little stimming toy, you autistic motherfucker.
You have a fucking fidget spinner.
Yeah, use the fidget spinner.
Yeah,
it's in the other room.
Read the article.
Wait, here it is. Here's the fidget spinner.
Get to
use
slaving.
This,
get to slaving.
Yes, use that. Use that, man. Okay. New Twitter update. Twitter removes woke policy against misgendering and dead naming transgender people. This is from Rebel News, by the way. This is a conservative, very far-right media outlet I'm reading this from. So, like, this is not fake news. I'm literally reading this from a conservative media outlet so you can get an idea of, like, not even the right is denying the existence of this. Prior to the move, the platform's content policy read, "We prohibit targeting others with repeated slurs, tropes, or other content that intends to dehumanize, degrade, or reinforce negative or harmful stereotypes about a protected category." Twitter has removed its woke-oriented policy against the misgendering and dead naming of transgender individuals, stirring controversy among LGBTQ activist organizations that the platform could become an unsafe space for transgender individuals. They put unsafe in quotes. This is a Nazi outlet. Prior to the move, the platform's content policy read, "We prohibit targeting others with repeated slurs, tropes, or other content that intends to dehumanize, okay, the rest of the thing. This includes targeted misgendering or dead naming of transgender individuals." The rule stated, "The rule was put in place in the 2018 following campaigning from activist groups. Other platforms, including TikTok and Pinterest," is that how it's pronounced? Pinterest.
Have you dated a woman before? There's no way you've went this long without hearing it spoken. There's no way. All right.
I swear I've dated women. I swear.
Every girl I've ever dated won't shut the fuck up about Pinterest. I'm actually surprised. All right, let's get back to the article.
This rule was put in place in 2018 following campaigning from activist groups. On Monday, the company revoked its prior guidelines to replace them with a free speech first policy built around the principle of freedom of speech, not freedom of reach, which only places warning labels on violative tweets and limiting their reach instead of banning the users who post them. God, Twitter's just gonna Twitter's gonna sink. The advertisers are just gonna flee, dude.
I actually don't think Twitter will sink. I think Elon is going to have to swallow his fucking pride because he'll do it because money's involved and have to slowly come to the same choices that Twitter made.
It'll either be that or it sinks.
It sinks.
It's not going to stay like this and become like back to how profitable it was or more.
Yeah.
It's going to be a massive money sink forever, or it's going to shut down, or he's going to sell it.
God.
LGBTQ group GLAAD decried the move as the latest example of how unsafe the company is for users and advertisers alike, hoping to ignite a boycott against the Elon Musk-owned social media platform. One's not needed. People are just kind of voluntarily doing it. They don't want to pay $8. This decision to roll back LGBTQ safety pulls Twitter even more out of step with TikTok, Pinterest, and Meta, which all maintain similar policies to protect their transgender users at a time when anti-transgender rhetoric online is leading to real-world discrimination and violence. Oh, wow, I thought Rebel News was being based for a second, but it was just the quote.
The quote.
Stated GLAAD President Sarah Ellis in a statement. Media requests for comment from Twitter were met with the poop emoji.
Stated GLAAD President Sarah Ellis in a statement.
Yeah, I mean, Nazis.
Dog shit
It's
writers.
It's a Nazi news outlet. So yeah, Twitter has now removed any policy against dead naming and misgendering trans people. So
Still go well.
transphobia. I mean, we already
What was
knew
the
that.
date
Like,
of that article?
oh, literally like yesterday.
Oh, wonderful. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So basically, we already knew like the state of things. I don't know if you've seen the. I don't know if you've seen this account, Ethan.
Oh yeah, Black's taking L's.
Yeah, this count.
Yeah.
It's
still up and it's verified.
And yeah, and it has a whole lot of views.
What is Elon gonna do whenever advertisers like?
This is not the only one, too. There are many like it.
Fuck's he gonna do whenever all his advertisers are like, this sucks," and no one's paying for Twitter Blue?
I have no fucking idea. I feel like I have the perfect palate cleanser to finish this off with.
Mm-hmm. Also, I don't know if you guys realize, but ad money versus like subscription money, two different worlds. He cannot go without the ad money. There's no way.
Yeah. He needs both, ideally. Let me see if I can find the video. Oh, yeah. How do you feel about these two?
These two? Sex is good, but have you tried having... It's not this segment, Alex.
It's the Ethan's German, and he doesn't like the power plants, or not the power plants, the nuclear plants shutting down. Reasonably so, I would say. Trying to find. I know I retweeted it. I know I did. There's no shot I didn't retweet this. Cherry can edit this. It's fine.
Fuck.
Hold on. It'll come up. 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 No shot. No, I've literally liked and retweeted it. How is the
Let me check my account to see if you were logged.
There's no shot. I showed it to you. I liked it so much I liked and retweeted it. I know I did. There's no shot I didn't. There's no shot I didn't like and retweet it. It's so good. No, I hate this. I hate when I'm doing a segment and like a really good Twitter video I've retweeted. No. 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 Oh my God. I can't type.
Hey, I'll be right back.
Okay, I found it. I found it. Don't you dare. All right. Okay, I found it. This is the perfect palate cleanser. This is absolutely the perfect palate cleanser to finish this off with, okay? If you're thinking about buying Twitter Blue, if you are thinking about buying Twitter Blue and paying that $8 to Elon Musk, think about this first.
Guess who just got Twiddler Blue? Dude, you got Twiddler Blue? That's so lame. It's not lame. I'm verified, boy. Congrats, everybody now knows you're a certified loser. You're just jealous. Jealous of what? The fact that you paid actual money to prove to people that you're not a bot? Oh, you're gonna eat your words after I make my first twiddle. Aw, this one's gonna do number. Less than 5 minutes later.
Oh, ha ha ha! Now that I've taken over the minds of all the Twiddler Blue users, I will now use them to destroy the park and then the world. Bots! Attack them!
Dude, Rigby, snap out of it! I am not a bot. Elon is so cool. Invest in crypto. Ooh, bad shoe! Gotta help Rigby. How do we get him out of that?
It's okay, I've seen this before. We just gotta ratio him.
Oh, dude, how do we do that?
Don't worry, bros, I got this. Yo, Rigby, you wanna know who else invests in crypto? The self-driving feature is Whoa, dude, what happened? You got turned into a bot, bro, but I totally ratioed you.
Shut up! Eyes, look. Oh! We gotta stop him! How do we stop him?
His power source seems to be his ego, which is super fragile. So all we gotta do is boo him.
Boo him?
Yeah, like this. Boo!
Boo!
Boo! Boo!
He doesn't know the fucking voices too.
Boo!
You suck, bro!
Boo!
Nepo baby!
Nepo
I
baby.
think it's working.
No! No, I'm a very special boy! Oh.
Give us a refund, loser.
Real.
I fucking so badly wish that was a real episode of Regular Show, dog. Oh my god, I'll put a link in
What
chat.
I would give for regular show, but more aimed at like slightly older audiences. I don't need it to be like fucking like Family Guy edgy or anything, like not edgy, but you know what I mean. But like regular show where they could just say the characters are stoners, you know?
Yeah, I mean, Mordecai and Rigby are getting stoned off screen, okay? Thank you, Summerstar. I appreciate it. You're very kind. Anyway, I feel like that's the perfect palate cleanser for that god-awful news about Twitter. Do not pay Elon. Let the platform sink. The check mark means nothing, okay? The more people that just don't pay for it, he's gonna be bullied into having to, go back to the old rules, or he's gonna be forced to sell it, or Twitter will collapse and something else will replace it that's better.
It'll be really funny if it collapses.
Yeah.
I'm hoping for a collapse.
Which option is more interesting to you? Let's be honest.
Okay.
That was a good segment.
Yeah, let me take a quick break.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. You okay?
You guys don't understand. He's using a fucking like backyard table for his desk right now, alright? This shit looks like it folds up, and I'm gonna
Tell them to donate.
donate to his broke ass so that he can give me a chair that isn't a fucking kitchen chair. God damn.
And of course, if you can't afford to donate, you can always drop a like by hitting the thumbs up button over on YouTube. I really do appreciate it. Every single one of you who goes out of your way to drop a like really does go a long way. Twiddler Blue. Wait, chat. Have you seen this TikTok that's been living rent-free in my head? If you know about this TikTok, then you know. When you hear it playing for half a second, you're gonna like know if you've heard it before. All right, chat. This TikTok has been living rent-free in my head lately.
Come over here. Check out my new shoes. They're the brand new
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, buckle some more. 5, 6, Nike kicks.
Yo, that is so fire! I know it's low. I don't know how to turn it up. I don't know why it's so low. That video goes so fucking hard, dude. Dude, that video goes so fucking hard. It lives rent-free in my head. That is fire. That sounded like the Hassan top of the hour break switch off. Show the onesie I linked on stream. Oh my god, you're not gonna let this go, are you, Summer Star? Okay, if you're gonna ask me to click a link, you gotta resend it. I found it, but you gotta If it's like a mile up, you gotta resend it. Oh, nice. A hot chick is wearing it in the thing. Let's go. That is a capybara onesie. There's definitely a capybara onesie. That is a cappy onesie. Make sure it's not showing my address on here for some reason. Okay. Look at this little capybara onesie. That's cool. That's pretty dope. It's a little cappy blappy.
Yeah.
Slashy, thank you for the $3 donation through Streamlabs. I really appreciate that. Let me see what that said. Want to read that one?
Okay, hold on. You should have your streamer complex have 10 gigabyte fiber and have convention area so you can have your own cons to stream life games. Oh, that's cool actually. I like that. So they're suggesting, hey Alex, you should have your streamer complex and have 10 gigabyte fiber and have a convention area so that you can host your own cons like GameZone Quick.
Oh yeah, that would go hard.
Sorry,
That's always been like the idea of having the big lobby area was to have people like be able to visit.
Yeah, be able to visit.
Yeah, so we could have like a big open public area that's away from everyone
I wasn't
living.
fully conscious when you had me read it, and then I realized I didn't read it out loud. Sorry, guy.
Could I burden you to get me a monster, my butler?
Foul fuck.
You foul fuck.
He's not even paying me. Chat, donate me.
Bro, I've bought you so much sustenance. I paid for you to be here. I'm taking you shooting. You're gonna get to go shooting with Vosh and Demon Mama and shit. What are you complaining about? Swear to God, I'm gonna draw a cock on his face while he's sleeping.
Rub my cock all over the cold can because it was quite warm. So
I believe you. I honestly believe it. You should also have your stream. Oh yeah, we read that. Ron's KFC, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, hey, look, I like how I immediately went into Southern as soon as I said KFC because I'm so fucking used to saying it like that. Ron's KFC donated $4.99 through Super Chat. He looks like a low-budget Beetlejuice with them pants.
yeah, I can see it. These are comfortable fucking pajama pants, though, chat. You gotta understand.
Bruh. They're fucking, like, the most stereotypical, like, pajama pants ever. Like, the plaid.
Mm-hmm.
And then Bruce Strats with the $2 Super Chat said, don't forget to do that true crime segment. True crime segment. We were just going to watch that video, not do a segment. I might have misspoken, but thank you for the $2. I appreciate it. Let me add that to the dono goal. 136. Righty though, then.
Hey, I noticed you keep spelling recommend wrong in all of your notes. You know recommend has 2 M's, right?
That's not me spelling it.
I'm
That's
fucking with you.
Oh, well, I'm not reading what it says there. It's just that's Cherry writes his notes, so.
Not Stuart. Fuck. I went into fuck with my friend mode and I called you Stuart. That says something.
Not Stu.
Not Stu.
Do you want to explain the Gawk Goblin lore?
I think I should explain who Stu is. So Stu's like my guy best friend, right? And I've known this guy for years. Stuart's name is not Stuart. His name is Logan. But at the time, I had another dude named Logan, right? And I was like, okay, I don't want to say Logan with 2.
He's got a lot of boyfriends.
I got a lot of friends. And I was like, Stuart, you know, your name kind of looks like your username, Stretwes. It kind of looks like Stuart. So I'm going to call you Stuart from this point forward. And my friend group, which is like 30 folks strong, all of them call him Stuart now. Every one of them call him Stuart. They got nicknames for Stuart even. Stubby, Stubro, Stewman. All right, everyone calls him Stuart. His family now calls him Stuart because I visited up north in the middle of nowhere near Albany, New York. And I threw Stuart
doxing
around.
this motherfucker.
Dude, no one's finding him in the middle of upstate
Stuart
New
lives
York.
at 308 Negro Arroyo Lane.
Shut up. I don't want to hear it from you, 440. It's not actually the start of the So, no, so Stuart, right? I go up to see all of his
I
family.
live at 308 Negro Arroyo Lane, Albuquerque, New Mexico. To all law enforcement.
This is not an
This is not, yeah. Is that the meme?
Anyways, so I go up there and I meet his whole family, and I start slinging Stuart around. I refuse to call him Logan, and anytime someone says Logan, I say, "Who's that?" Just to fuck with them, right? And eventually, either reluctantly or like excitedly, they all start calling him Stuart, right? In fact, his cousin, who I got very, very close with, we're good friends now. I was talking to her, and I realized she never refers to him as Logan anymore. Even to him, she calls him Stuart. His grandparents call him Stuart now, okay? I am this close to convincing him to change his name legally. This is my favorite power trip ever. Anyway, Stuart is our residential punching bag. Not actually, we're very nice to him, but we like fucking with him. Like, in like...
I don't
ways...
think he thinks so. I'm just kidding. I'm just joking.
He and I talk about this. But anyways, one of them is we have this running joke that he's a chaser. The Gawk Goblin. I'm talking the girl dick champion of the United States, all right?
I will say I've made jokes about Stuart being a chaser on stream before, and then he gets like 5 trans girls from my stream chat in his
So,
DMs asking,
have-
"Is it true what Zan said about you being a
I've
chase?"
before gone out of my way to DM your fans to fuck with Stuart and say that he's like a renowned chaser. He's received DMs from your fans, from trans women in your audience, who I convinced to piss him off. I'm talking one time like 6, 7 fucking like messages a day of just, "Oh, are you the Gawk guy I was told about? Are you the Gawk guy?" And they do it just because I want to fuck with them.
Are you the Gawk Goblin?
I go on Valorant and I give out his fucking like his username and numbers on Discord and shit like that to get people to message him, like just asking for horrendous shit. It's my favorite thing ever.
Dude, that one meme where it's
Chat.
like, "That's
Chat.
disgusting," where is literally trans women when they hear about a chaser.
Chat, do me a favor, chat. Can you guys send him a friend request on Discord and insist that he's looking for Gawk? This is not harassment. This is a long-running, funny joke between dudes. Okay,
Stu will be okay with it. GOCK.
Select the chat.
GOCK. Glock without the L.
And then
He's...
number 777.
Is he watching right now?
No, he's not. He's doing his
Perfect.
own thing. I checked actually whenever I left.
Little Stewie's in for a
Send the guy a friend
surprise.
request on Discord, okay? And fuck with him. Just insist he's the Gawk Goblin, please.
Say, "I heard you're the Gawk Goblin."
Are you looking for Gawk? Don't send him any actual dicks. That crosses a line. But like, fuck with him.
And like, you know, if you were gonna do it unironically, right? Like they're actually looking to yeah.
Okay, not Twitter, Discord. That's his Discord at.
This is
Send him
vile.
a friend request on Discord.
This
You
is
can
this
send
is
messages
vile.
on
This is vile conduct.
I've done worse to him. I got the voice actor for Vegeta to call him lame for not being in Houston when I went and hang out with him.
I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah.
He went to a con and met the voice actor. What was the Japanese voice actor? Right?
No, it was the English voice actor, the original guy, the original Vegeta that said it's over 9,000. He power scaled me.
Oh, what do you get power scaled at?
What did I get power scaled at? Over 9,000.
Over 9,000.
Listen, I need you guys who have his tag. All right, I'm gonna read out his tag really quickly. STRET EWSS. STRET all lowercase, all 7s for the numbers. Please fuck with this guy. It's important you do it.
Need to ask if he is looking for Gawk.
But yeah, no. So I went to.
But he is. He actually is though. But he unironically is.
Yeah, no, he's not.
But like not in a chasery way, but he kind of is.
Anyways, yeah. No, going to that con was really fun. So did I tell you the full story behind that con? One of my real life friends who only knows I do YouTube stuff and assumed I was a YouTuber at the time, told the place that I would do a promotional video for them.
Oh yeah, you did tell me about this.
They told them on my behalf that I would do a promo video. So 30 minutes out to this free convention invite where I'm a special guest for no reason, I'm told, here's the deal, you got to make a video while you're there. And I looked at them, I said, I have no equipment, I have no camera, I've got my phone camera, I've got no microphone, And you want me to go interview who now? Goku? The one of the Encanto voice actresses? You want me to interview people from Kung Fu Panda?
Yeah, you interviewed the actress who played who is the woman in Encanto who had the super hearing?
Was it her?
Yeah.
I can't. I've never watched
Yeah.
Encanto.
Yeah. She was cosplaying as her character too.
Yeah.
At the event. But yeah, like you interviewed a few pretty big people. So yeah, that was pretty wild. It's on YouTube.
Actually, no, it's not on YouTube. I purged all my online presence.
Oh, but the interview would be on YouTube, right?
No.
For the
that
con.
was posted for me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was doing the promotional video.
Oh shit. Encanto's one fan losing their shit right
You gotta
now.
play the corn.
Or not in... Encanto doesn't have one fan. What are you talking about?
It's hating to hate, and I respect it.
What do you mean? What are you talking about? I'm not even like a fan of the movie, and I know it doesn't.
Is there a bad power dynamic if I hook up with one of your fans? Is that an issue, Morley?
No. Here's my policy with hooking up with like my fans, quote unquote. They have to not be a fan anymore. Okay.
They have to not be a fan. That makes sense, actually.
Like they have to, like they can find me through my content, but we gotta vibe. We gotta like vibe to the point of where I consider you, where we both can consider each other homies reasonably, and it not be like a weird parasocial thing anymore. And then it can become like an actual romantic relationship.
Okay. So let's say in a hypothetical, like a fan of yours hits me up, right? But they never mention you. Like you never come up. Is there a power dynamic issue with that? How does that work with like groupie culture and shit like that?
Like if okay, so like you're dating someone who's a fan of me would be the idea. Well, I mean, like that's bound to happen. Like it's I can't tell you how many times like I've found out that I'm friends with somebody who it turns out their partner or someone they have a crush on even is a huge fan of me.
What if their introduction to me was through your content? Does that change it?
Like if they were watching the stream right now and start DMing you, well, I mean, you've just been on once. I don't feel like that's... I feel like someone would have to reach to try to accuse that of being an abuse of power.
You would say that there's a space between, say, Chris from Mr. Beast and me from, like, occasionally on your streams every once in a while?
Probably, yeah.
Probably? Okay.
Until you've gotten more of, like, a presence on here and you're basically part of the show.
Yeah, so where would you draw that line? I don't know the answer, mind you. I'm actually asking.
I feel like you'd have to have your own, like, general fan base and following online. Yeah. And I know you have your like friend group, but right now because you're not really making content,
like a psychotic private cult.
Yeah, you've got your cult. Yeah, Ethan has an unironic sex cult. Cancel him. Good luck. Good luck. Okay.
Good luck canceling me. You know how it's gone for the last few dudes.
True. Bruce Strats, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. That is extremely kind of you. Thank you for the $25 gifted the third Archon Tia Ho. Guitar Rocker 100, Bazooka Horse, and Do Boots said Amogus. Well, I really appreciate that, and I'm sure all 5 of them do as well. Thank you. And then Bruce Strats gifted a Morgan Grail a tier 2 sub. Wow, thank you for the $10. Very kind of you. Said colorful name is colorful. It is indeed. Thank you. I really appreciate that. It's really kind. I'm sure Morgan Grail appreciates it too. Look at that purple name.
Gadtronic.
Who?
I don't know. Chat said I'm similar. I don't know who the fuck that is.
Well, guess what? We're almost 2/3 of the way through the dono goal for the onesie. All right.
Reaction and toy videos. Oh boy.
What's that?
Chadtronic seems to do toy videos. What the fuck? Oh, okay. So I saw the description for Chadtronic's YouTube channel, and it says evolved breed and race as the first 4 words. It's a fucking game ad under his YouTube channel's little blurb. I thought you were comparing me to like a white nationalist or something who was gonna start saying some shit.
Yikes. Ethan, why would you say something like that? Why would you be a Nazi like that, bro? Kind of sus. I mean, you're wearing an anime shirt, so I know that you're a Nazi, but like still. Okay. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, Ethan. Do you remember Sargon of Akkad?
Why the fuck am I here?
Did you ever watch Sargon of Akkad back in the day? My man.
I thought he was pretentious when I was younger because I was like him. I don't like people who I don't get along with people who are similar. So I acted like Sargon when I was younger, and I didn't like him because he was similar to me. I thought he was fucking annoying because of that.
That's hilarious. That's unironically fucking hilarious.
I think that's a worse answer than I liked him, I'd say.
Yeah, I will say that Sargon for me was like pretty decent like background noise that I like to watch because
He has a nice voice. I mean,
I slowly sort of kind of absorbed his opinions over time, and he was a big part of like getting me from like entertainment like right-wing politics to like actual hardcore right-wing politics, like actually caring about like the issues and not just sort of politics of the chase or entertainment. But Sargon like mostly doesn't really have a presence as just himself anymore because he's been demonetized to the ground. I think he also defended Lolly recently on Twitter.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it's a little sus. That or it was I think it was Short Fat Otaku, his really good friend. It was Short Fat Otaku who defended LollyCon on Twitter. He might have as well, like Sargon might have, but I know Short Fat Otaku did. That was a whole.
Name yourself Short Fat Otaku. I feel like
he actually is a short fat otaku in real life. Like I'm not even kidding. He's his face is leaked. So like, I think he's just ahead of. I think he's just ahead of the insults. Like he thinks if he just calls himself that, he'll.
I don't know about that. Like you can try to be ahead of the insults.
No, I think that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to be ahead of the insults. Like, oh, he calls himself a short fat otaku. I bet he totally doesn't care if I call him that. That's just gonna bounce right off him.
Such an obvious scope, though.
Yeah.
Fuck Monster Energy. Alex is a cuck for buying it. You should boycott it for what it's doing right now.
I'm addicted to the caffeine, though.
I'll get you on Red Bull. We should get to the video, though.
I'm never having Red Bull. I like the flavor of this Jolly Rancher liquid shit. Okay. So, Sargon no longer really has a presence under the name of, like, Sargon of Akkad on YouTube now. He now does a podcast called Lotus Eaters with some other dumbass. And he did a segment called Where Did Woke Come From? So let's go ahead and get into it, huh? Are you ready for this?
Yeah, let's see.
I'm for the sake of our own survival, should I put it on 1.5 or 1.25 speed?
1.5. The issue is that it's a little quiet for us, so really quickly turn down your Opera ever so slightly in your OBS and then turn this up because it's loud for them.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
So Tim Pool and Peter Boghossian recently had a debate on Timcast, I think it was Monday night now, about the origins of wokeness and its means of spread versus where it came from and how that shapes its aims and how it plays out in society.
Oh, for the record, by the way, the comparisons of this quote-unquote wokeness ideology to a disease is very deliberate because the only way that one handles a disease is by completely eradicating it, exterminating it. They call it an infection, a parasite, a disease. They compare it to something that is spreading, that needs to be eradicated entirely, root, stem, and foliage. This is not them talking about an ideology they disagree with. This is them talking about a group they want to eradicate. Because when they say woke, we know what they mean when they say woke. Yeah. They always mean minorities.
If I remember correctly, woke started, I believe in the like originally started in the black community as be woke, wake up. Pretty much to like what's going on. And then it immediately got used to mock people, pretty much.
They'll no doubt argue that it's a word for a concept that has existed for longer, though.
I mean, concept maybe, but...
I bet that's what they'll try to argue. We'll see.
Both are obviously friends of the show. Tim's shouted out not to stop podcast, but actually one or two of my segments before, which I'm really chuffed about. I chat to Surgeon and Phil Labonte.
Okay, they're talking too quickly. We got to slow it down a bit.
Yeah.
And love Timcast, watch it every day. And you had a fantastic conversation with Peter, which is linked down in the description, which I recommend you go and watch because you and James Lindsay at some point as well, you tried to shake both of them out of their liberal sensibilities, and I think they're slowly but surely getting there.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, like you say, I like all of the people involved in this. I consider them to be good people and friends. So
I'm so glad Sargon's given up all pretense of trying to appeal to the Zoomer demographic. He's solely like an hardcore dedicated. He's now owns like this media company, the Lotus Eaters thing. He's solely dedicated himself to being like an ultra boomer, like conservative media outlet where like he's just going to slowly dwindle away making content for like YouTube watching boomers that like were in their like 20s or like mid 20s when they got into Gamergate and are now into their 30s and in their 40s and stuff. Like that'll be the slowly dwindling demographic that he'll make content for till his audience slowly falls off and he has to start flipping burgers at McDonald's.
I don't know why these grifter guys don't immediately cover like getting out. Like, why do they let themselves sizzle? You know.
I think it's because they're too like in deep. They're in too deep, and I think they recognize that politics is a cycle, and they think they can come back in when the time is right.
Okay.
I think they're too like prideful to give up.
Yeah, this isn't going to be an attack on them or anything like that.
No, it's not going to be an attack at all, because I think they're both looking at the same issue from two very divergent perspectives, and I feel like we need a synthesis of both of their opinions, because I think one's right on the origins and one's right on the means of distribution. And so I think we're going to look at what exactly woke culture is, where it...
Listen, a year older than me and above is boomer, okay? That is how it works.
That's when you draw the line at like 25?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
But it moves with me.
It moves with you. Okay.
Yeah. I'll call everybody like a year or two older than me a boomer.
I call anyone
Forever.
who's like over a year and a half older than me old as fuck and going to die soon.
True.
And, it's my favorite.
Accurate.
Came from and how we can attack it and deconstruct it by understanding how
Bro,
it
what the
spreads
fuck? I'm
best.
25.
So, bit of a chicken and egg question, but I thought we'd start off with something we're accused of never being able to define. What is wokeness? Now, quite a few years ago, a small YouTuber by the name of Sargon of Akkad, which I'm not sure what he's up to these days, decided to watch Ash Sarkar's denial and then quick definition of exactly what woke culture is. So if we just play this easily accessible clip, please, John.
What precisely do you mean by woke? What exactly do you mean here? What is woke culture? This is what no one has been able to explain to me. What is woke culture?
To answer Ash Sarkar's totally honest question of what is woke culture, we now turn to respected television academic Ash Sarkar from later in that very same podcast.
Woke is...
Wait, just define woke. Conservatives, just define woke yourselves. Stop trying to do gotchas by playing clips of lefties defining woke and saying, well, this and that. Just define it yourselves, because every time you say this or that is woke, it's always like when a minority is in a piece of media. So if wokeness is a disease you need to eradicate, and you say that minorities being in a show is woke, the only conclusion I can draw is, well, what conclusion do you draw, Ethan?
Listen, just like Alex Jones JQing by accident when he means to say liberal, it's just a stand-in for what they actually want to say, which is whatever slur ends up being applicable to the minority group, or hell, not even minority group, just like group they don't like, you know? It's just an obvious stand-in for thing we don't like, as basic NPC fucking brain dead as you can get. There's nothing else to it. But it's a very useful term to have whenever you want to dehumanize as many as you can at once, and want to have a label you can freely slap on whatever you can to immediately dehumanize it, as you have with previous groups you've slapped it on.
That is true. Remember, conservatism is all about labels. While the left does, to an extent, care about labels when it comes to, like, identity and whatnot, that's not what I'm talking about here. The right is about labels of insults. They need you to be a snowflake. They need you to be a terrorist. They need you to be a groomer. They need you to be a soy boy. They need you to be a cuck. They need you to be a... There is a list of insults and different labels that you have to be called from the right, because that's what... They need to put everybody into categories and put labels on them. And the two biggest categories are winners and losers. And they tell their audience the right are winners, and if you believe in what the right believes in, you will be a winner. And if you believe in what the left believes in, you will be a loser. And it appeals to people who are deathly terrified of being thought of as losers by losers.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much more to it.
There really is not much more to it than that.
Accepting that LGBT identities are valid and should be protected under the law, that woke culture is an acknowledgement that there are racialized outcomes reproduced through institutions in society, and people of color measurably are treated differently. What I want at an interpersonal level is understanding, empathy, and solidarity. And at a political level, I want the pursuit of redistributive goals, whether that's power, whether that's wealth, whether that's land, in order to pursue aims of social justice along class, gender, and race lines.
So the premises appear to be that man's state of nature is equality, that the only way to reach that, again, because civilization has distanced us from that, is to affirm your self-conception, so validate your identity, and have...
Dude, you know what's wild to me is, like, literally a couple years ago, Sargon of Akkad was, like, white nationalist posting about the Great Replacement and his debate with Vosh, and now he's trying to do the whole, like, we have to debunk the woke left thing, and it's like, dude, you've already masked off
You've
about...
blown your load, clean up your cum. You
Yeah,
can't try going a second time without
you
cleaning
can't
up your
clean up your cum. You've blown your load everywhere. It's in the keys.
Yeah.
It's in the fucking keys. You're trying to, like, pass it off as, like, sauce, but it's clearly cum in the keys.
It's staining.
It's
even.
staining the keys.
God.
You're gonna need some WD-40 and a jackhammer to get that cum out of those keyboard keys.
Such a good thing.
Political interventions to enact a redistribution of wealth, power, and land across identity lines.
Yeah.
That seems to be a pretty sensible and easily understandable definition of woke. So I think we can operate based off of that. I would
race, class, gender, and sexuality, socialism.
Yes.
The summary of it.
Yeah.
This is socialism. Okay. Let me define woke as is used nowadays for you guys, okay? Woke basically means progressive. You can literally just point to another word. It's identical. Woke means progressive. Though you could argue woke in the mind of conservatives also includes the more virtue signaling aspect, but regardless, woke is literally just a buzzword. It means progressive. It's the same as SJW. It's the same as, like, fucking snowflake. There are tons of words the right has used to call progressives in the past the same group of people fighting for the same ideas, generalized rights, and the ability for people to live as they are freely. The right has always needed a way to paint those people fighting for freedom and, human rights as worthy of insult. So they find labels and insults for them. Yeah, PC, like politically correct. PC culture was what came before woke culture. It's just new words for the same thing they've been grifting about for years.
I would also add perhaps a more academic version, which would be intersectionality plus praxis. So woke is the adaptation of the intersectional worldview into whatever the current thing is to advance its overall aims, which is
to apply an intersectional lens to any particular topic.
Yeah.
That's what woke is.
Yeah. So Tim disagrees. Tim actually says that it doesn't really have any academic content whatsoever, and it's a materially generated product, and it's come from algorithms.
Right. I mean, I've read the literature on how intersectionality came to be, so I know that's not correct, but Tim's not...
Okay. I don't believe that Sargon has read anything. I don't know if you guys know this, but back in the anti-SJW era days, Sargon of Akkad was famous for not reading anything. So much so to the extent that one of the most notorious, like, Sargon... This was like the internet version of that scene in that one Batman movie where Bane picks up Batman and, like, snaps his spine over his fucking knee, okay? It was when, who was it? 3 Arrows shows the clip of Sargon making some stupid, insane claim while off of an article that he's citing, and he shows the article on screen. But because he didn't edit his videos very thoroughly at the time, he forgot to edit out the quote in the article he's showing that debunks the thing that he is trying to derive from the headline, proving he didn't read it. It was, like, definitive, too. Like, not even like, subjectively you could pull this in different conclusion. No, just definitively debunked in the, like, first paragraph of the thing he was citing.
That's just... I don't know. I would rightfully kill myself if that ever happened to me.
Yeah, so basically, Sargon of Akkad is very good at sounding smart with his dumb hoity-toity British accent.
He's got a nice voice, and that's it.
He's got a very soothing voice. We even listened to his narration of the Communist Manifesto, which is very short, to be fair, while playing Minecraft once. If Sargon of Akkad just stuck to, like, reading, and this is the only time we know that he does read, to, like, reading... like random theory books, right and left, like with his voice, that would be fine. Like he's been gifted with a good voice.
Did he manage to get through the whole Communist Manifesto without like snickering or something?
No, he read it all very it was read like an audiobook. It was
seriously?
Just, yeah, he just did it full audiobook format. It was fine. It wasn't like he wasn't stopping and like commenting on it. He wasn't like laughing through it. He was just seriously reading through it. It was actually fine. Yeah, and that's how I consumed the Communist Manifesto, was Sargon's reading of it.
Curated.
Someone who spends his time reading really boring critical race theory essays, so I can understand why he doesn't have that perception.
But he has obviously spoken to James and Peter in this podcast, and they have a bit of a battle over that because Peter believes it's all downstream of academia, then it goes from academia to the campus with all the students, then it goes from the campus into corporations and the culture, and it contaminates everything ubiquitously.
Tim is right that social media has been a great disseminator of the memes of social justice, intersectional social justice.
So Tim's contention is that social media itself created it. And I can summarize it, and I'll play this clip in a second to let him.
Okay, I love how the right is now trying to claim that social media is the, like, proliferator of wokeness, while it is unanimously agreed upon by sociologists and people who study the way that certain ideas spread on the internet, that the internet has done more for the far right and white supremacy than it has for the left. Like, the far right went online in the mid-2000s, and from there started to grow and recruit people from there, because when you can grow stochastically, you don't have to have direct ties to a specific organization.
I don't know how they're going to say that like social media and whatnot benefits the left when Trump's presidency is thanks to memes. It's thanks to the social media. It wouldn't have happened otherwise. If it weren't for the likes of Facebook, if it weren't for the likes of Twitter, if it weren't for the likes of hell, even Reddit r/the Donald.
It all started when they shot that damn gorilla.
That fucking gorilla, dude. No, but like the right simply would not exist an eighth of as it is strong today if it weren't for social media.
I love that fucking meme. It all started when they shot that fucking gorilla.
God.
Him speak for himself, but it seems to be that he's saying that all of the disparate woke terms that are rage bait started to interact and interlap when websites were making rage bait articles, when the articles would be spread over social media. So if you had a police brutality article that would cater to libertarians and a racialized police brutality article that would cater to critical race theory activists, then more terms were amalgamated to drive more rage, more clicks, more advertising revenue. And so over time, there was a snowball effect of perverse incentives to make woke profitable.
He is right that this is...
There was an incentive there was perverse incentives to make woke profitable. I'm sorry. Once again, I'll reiterate this, okay? What sounds more realistic? An insane conspiracy where massive corporations push an ideology that objectively is less beneficial for their bottom line? Because listen, as much as like the whole like shilling to like the gays and like to like progressive like civil rights organizations about race may be profitable for these corporations, tied in with that is typically things such as being pro-union, being pro-workers' rights, a lot of other things that are just not very beneficial to large capitalist industries, you know? So the right is, or not the right, the corporations are not playing a part in bringing about this ideology. It is counter to their best interests for progressivism and intersectionality, which includes socialism and pro-workers' rights and unions and stuff, to get more popular.
Corporations are exceptionally retarded. You would think that they always act for money, but sometimes to avoid being decent people, they actually won't even act for the money, and it amazes me. For example, as you guys probably know, with a lot of the research going into like 4-day work weeks, it's just better for the company if you're doing a 4-day work week. You make more, you do more. You know, it's because you don't have people burnt out by the last few days because they know the end is coming quicker and whatnot. Just easier to work that way. And moving to a 4-day work week would be better for most companies, but we just don't because God forbid we do something good. Like companies will actively avoid making nice choices, even if it means money. I don't have any reason to assume that suddenly a bunch of companies came together and said, guys, you know, we got our dick wet and all of this conservative cash. Let's throw it all away. Let's start over with a new progressive movement. No, that didn't happen.
No, it was a dragged kicking and screaming type thing. It has always been the people that these two are demonizing. These wealthy dudes in suits talking into it, literally $350 microphones, by the way. Hey, guess what? Same microphone as I'm using. You can look at my microphone. Here's their microphone. It's the same fucking one. $350 microphone, by the way. God knows the kind of equipment they've got each of those hooked up to. These guys are wearing fucking suits. They're sitting in leather armchairs on iPads and laptops with $350 microphones in their fucking YouTube channel. At wealthy as fuck. Talking down to... It has always been impoverished, working class, extremely radical progressive people that people like this call whiny snowflake babies, who have pushed society into a more progressive place so that there are more groups of people who are able to live free and live their own lives. And these guys have always been the types of people pushing back against it. It is just the same thing repeating over and over and over again. And what ended up happening was these corporations realized the only way to ensure that the broader societal opinion of these companies was positive was to kowtow to progressive values. Because there are not, as time goes by, there are less hardcore bigots out there, more people who just don't really care that much, and more people who are super duper progressive. You kowtow to the people who are super duper progressive, you don't upset the people who are just kind of in the middle, and the super angry racists just are loud and angry. But they are not enough to actually... We've seen with the Bud Light thing. The transphobes are trying so hard to claim that, like, Anheuser-Busch is losing big because of this boycott. They haven't. They're
They've
literally...
lost like nothing.
They've lost like nothing. They literally dipped down for a day, and now they're back to normal. Like, they're literally back to normal, and they're still trying to say, we have to keep pushing.
Well, you know,
we have to keep
Bush
pushing.
got totally owned, you know, with that dip. But you know, Elon, he knows what he's doing. It'll come back. The money will come back.
Yeah. It's all
dissonance
just
on the
team.
right.
It's all just team sports. They just have to be the ones that win.
Is something that's kind of taken on a life of its own. That is correct. You know, and he is right that there's an algorithmic ecosphere that we're a part of. You know, that all of us talking about culture are a part of. And that he's also right that it is kind of self-generative, because this is why Peter Boghossian and James Lindsay's fat weightlifting article made no impact at all.
Yeah.
Because it was literally like just exploring an undiscovered country. So yeah, that's there, and that fits totally within woke politics. And so they didn't, you know, the conceptual penis and things like this. It was all stuff that was essentially prepackaged in the definition of what woke politics is, and it just required someone to unpackage it. But it wasn't something that shone a light on an unusual flaw of intersectionality. No, this is the purpose. This is what it does. And so this is why it had no impact on them whatsoever. And what Tim, I think, is identifying is the kind of the sort of hive mind nature of the internet. Well, once you've given them a new tool in which to analyze the world and explore this undiscovered continent of ideas, then yeah, it does have this kind of self-generative process where it kind of refines itself in a kind of like a nuclear reactor or something, you know, just burning itself up.
Is he saying anything right now?
No, but I heard the conceptual penis. So
I also heard the conceptual penis. Is this guy, like, if you talk about nothing with a British accent hard enough, people just listen to you and think you like are saying
yeah,
stuff.
I don't know what the fuck he's getting at. I thought maybe I was a little retarded, but like,
You don't just talk like this for the rest
we
of
should
my
just do this and
videos.
say like something like, oh,
So,
the conceptual penis and like a
Sargon of Akkad. I'm gonna play. Two can play at this game, Sargon of Akkad. So, I've read the academic literature, and it says that Sargon of Akkad is a fucking retard. It does. I don't need to cite it. I'm quite smart myself. I've got the British accent.
The fucking Alex Jones. Oh well, I've read the sources.
I'll tell you. I've read the sources.
No,
I've read the documents.
I forgot what they were.
I've read the documents. I've read them. Okay, I've read the documents. Rogan, Joe, I've read the documents.
The thing
Joe.
that I've come to learn after like debating both lefties that are annoying as fuck and rightoids generally, lefties at least don't try to lie all that often in a debate. They're just usually wrong. The right will just sit there and fucking lie to you.
They'll
because
lie their face
they think
off.
You're so fucking stupid.
There's a reason why there is a plethora of right-wing, like AI-generated, like fake images being pushed as real. Like, there's a reason why for every like 10, or sorry, for every one lefty post that gets fact-checked by Twitter users and like added context to it to prove it wrong, there are 500 conservative massive accounts that post something and get fact-checked because they outright lied. And it's like, to the extent that you know they knew they were lying.
You want to know what's my least favorite thing since I've seen the fact-checking thing show up, and this happens kind of on both sides, mostly the right? Oh, well, it certainly means something that I believed it.
Yeah.
It means you're gullible.
Yeah, it means you're stupid. It means that you're partisan as fuck, yeah. It doesn't usually happen to lefty figures, but when it does, it's usually like a tiny, like...
It's happened a few times.
It's usually like a... What's it called? it's pedantic. Like,
Yeah.
it's like, oh, you got this tiny detail wrong. But with conservative accounts, it's like, this post is entirely fabricated with AI. This is not real. My favorite example is a video of it's like a very fuzzy, blurry video of a plane landing very badly.
Mhm.
And the account claims that this is the cause of diversity hires for pilots. And it was like, expect more of this. And it got fact-checked as footage of Microsoft Flight Simulator. And they like got roasted in the replies.
Yeah,
and they started arguing, well, okay, I know it's fake. I obviously knew it was fake, even though they were like defending it, saying it's real for days before. Like, I know it's fake. I obviously knew it was fake posting. I would never fall for video. It's obviously video game footage, but like, it's this is what would be happening. And he tries to claim that, like, yeah, but this is just a demonstration of what's gonna happen.
Well, it says something that I believed it. It really reflects on the state of things.
Yeah, and then there was like Donald Trump Jr. who posted the AI generated image of Trump walking down the street with like a crowd of people and like the American flags all around.
Yeah.
And like, if you look closely, you can see it's like very obviously AI generated because all the people are blobs and all the some of the flags are inverted and
Mhm.
floating in midair. And Donald Trump Jr. posted this as if it was real. And it's like, you can even see the little AI generation watermark there if you look hard enough. It's just, these people literally don't care about the truth.
They live in a
fundamentally.
delusion.
But
you had something?
The only right wingers that don't live in a delusion are the ones perpetuating it. And there are a lot of, like we've been saying all night, there's a lot of dudes who are just grifters. They don't believe a fucking word they say. They go on trial and they say, "Sir, it was entertainment. No one could possibly take what I'm saying seriously." They don't believe fucking anything they're saying. And they're so brazen about it that it's actually kind of surprising they have any following whatsoever. Like, educate, right? But holy fuck, is it possible? Like, is it possible to truly ever fully educate people if they're this fucking gullible?
I really don't know.
I really don't know the answer to that. I'm gonna try.
I mean, I just keep doing my content, and every day I get messages saying that I help pull them out, someone out of the right.
What would you do if God came to you, God himself, and he said, "Alex, I have to break it to you. 20% of the population too dumb to convince of something. They're made that way. You give up." He just told you that and left. What would you do?
I guess I'd have to start the rumbling or something. I don't know. Like find the nuclear launch codes.
Fuck. God comes down like a dev that's like, you're not supposed to be able to beat that level, and he's like, you guys aren't actually meant to change their mind. They're
Like,
there for a reason.
yeah, there's always gonna be those people.
Yeah.
Like, the game is like, you can't actually beat the game. The evil forces will always exist. You can't actually. There must always be evil for good to exist.
Yeah.
You know, like okay.
But he is wrong that it didn't come from academia. This does all come from a series of articles written by people who identify themselves as critical race theorists, and was coined by Kimberly Crenshaw. We've done a lot of work on this on the website. Go sign up if you want to watch it.
Yeah, Tim's argument that it's self-generative comes from his conversation that he had recently with 2024 presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy.
Right.
And it's on his...
Can you imagine a Zoomer watching this shit?
No, they're gonna lose Zoomers.
Like, I'm actively like I can feel like it's that scene in The Simpsons where Homer's got like the entire factory of Homers in his brain,
The monkey.
and they're all like, no, they're he's like, come on, get the machines rolling, get the machines rolling. Like, I feel like that's what's happening in my brain right now to keep me focused on this video, to fight against every urge I have to just be like,
I don't care.
This is boring. I know they're British, but
I wish Sargon would turn that tablet around, and I wish that it had Subway Surfers and Family Guy on a pop out.
imagine it's just funny Family Guy funny clips.
God.
That's what he's watching right now. He's got an that's what that little earpiece is. He's listening to Family Guy funny clips.
Right now, we've frozen him in a moment where you get to hear the bliss of Peter saying Lois.
Lois. Hey, Lois.
New Culture War podcast he puts up on Fridays, which is also very good, by the way. Well done, Tim. And he said that Dylan Mulvaney is the product of the AI overlords, and that is the...
Dude, do you know who Dylan Mulvaney is? Like, did you know who she was before this Bud Light fiasco?
Oh, I had no fucking clue who she was.
I was Dylan Mulvaney's existence was forced into my brain by the right, okay? The right literally decided Dylan Mulvaney she lives in their heads rent free, I swear to God. They decided she's going to be like their public enemy number one because she's a trans woman who made a TikTok where she says it was her first day as a girl when she first came out. And so they've decided to, like, narrow in on that and claim that by saying that she was a girl, she implied little girl, and thus she's doing trans age play shit and thus a pedophile groomer. That is the entire justification they have for their entire media frenzy over her. It is just straight up the most psychotic shit ever. I hope she sues like crazy. I hope she's like... I don't even know if there is a type of lawsuit she needs to be able to... She needs to be able to, like, with the help of the government, sue multiple people at once for defamation.
It's not possible when it gets these types. Unless you are Alex Jones level of disabled and like incapable of higher thought, you're not going to be able to successfully trap yourself in a system rigged for you. I'm actually surprised he got in trouble. Really.
Yeah. Alex Jones straight up called the families of the dead children of Sandy Hook crisis actors and said they're paid to pretend this happened by the government to hurt gun control or to hurt the perception of guns. And I was still surprised he got got.
Yeah, it's actually kind of insane how far they can fucking go with it, and I'm surprised that he faced any repercussion at all because that just never happens. It's It took them literally... It took... How many families was it?
It was like 8 families.
8 families in the entire state or something.
And I think 3 were there was only like 3 in the end. Like I think a bunch of them kind of dropped out because they just didn't...
They couldn't
handle it anymore. Well, I just think they couldn't handle it anymore. You know, like this prolonged legal battle against this psycho demon who's attacking you and your family over your dead child for political gain. This random internet weirdo who just won't leave your family alone to stop to grieve over your dead child.
Chat moderators of whatever video platforms we're on, this is not a call for violence. Alex fucking took a hard puff when I said that. I'm saying this, how do these guys not end up getting hurt with how often they're just like awful people? Like, why don't we see more situations like Ethan Ralph getting his shit kicked in Ireland? I'm not saying it should happen, I'm just surprised that it doesn't more, you know?
Stay back! Stay back! Have you seen that Andy Worski clip?
No, I have not.
You haven't? Okay, we're watching that as our palate cleanser for the end of this segment because they're just dryly droning on now.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Oh, it's so good.
Because security works. That's a good point.
Oh god, it's gotta be on here somewhere.
Gun?
Yeah. This is ancient. Oh my god. Yeah, there's just it just drops ends.
We shouldn't play this.
Not on Twitch, yeah.
Yeah.
So like you can just this is literally seconds of playing this. Well, allow me to explain what is happening right now. Do you want me to... Let me explain what's happening right now, okay? This is a clip from Andy Worski's live stream back in 24 years ago, 2019, okay? This is from 2019. This is back when Andy Worski would walk around the street in cities, in this case Miami, with his text-to-speech donations on for his YouTube live stream that he'd be doing on his phone, so that people could live donate and have the like robots say whatever they want like out loud on the phone while he's walking down the street, and it could also play music. So basically, he's just walking down the street with his phone, with it just constantly screaming slurs in both music form and text-to-speech form, because that's all the people in chat are donating, and they're like assailing random people on the street.
I actually, okay, so as much as it's like public nuisance to do, I think it would be fun to do streaming where you have a moderation team queuing media that's been submitted by people. That way it's not...
That's media share, yeah.
Yeah, so like at the worst, you're a little annoying in public, you know? I don't think it's awful to be a little annoying in public. I think that I would find you annoying, but I think it's still funny.
I think text-to-speech out loud in public while streaming is unacceptable.
Text-to-speech is a bad idea, but I wouldn't mind
I think-
someone who walks around with like a speaker in like a busy city with some music.
If it's just, I think that the furthest I go, and I feel bad doing this because it just feels disruptive, is like being in public with my phone on my selfie stick, talking to it, doing a vlog or like a live stream video. Even then, I try to lower my voice when people are around because I just don't want to interrupt their day and distract them.
I think there's a type of cringe that you can do in public where it is okay, though. I think I'm not saying go fuck with workers or anything like that.
There's no one's gonna get mad at you for filming a video unless they're really crazy, and usually they're so crazy they're gonna do something that puts you into the right.
There's humor in being a jester. Like, if you are embarrassing only yourself, I think that's really fucking funny, and I rate it hard. Maybe not to the level of Filthy Frank going up to a person and sitting next to him, but like walking around the park and rambling to yourself is funny as fuck if you're recording it with hidden cameras. Walking around in a silly outfit, just not being enough of a public nuisance where you're gonna ruin anyone's day, but you're just silly. I love shit like that, and I would kill for more of it where I live.
Yeah.
I like things like that.
Yeah, in Texas you'll just get shot.
I don't know. Well, it depends.
Depends.
It depends on.
It depends. Well, it depends what you're doing. Depends what you're doing. It depends what you're doing and where you're doing it. Is what I'll say.
I'll have you know this is a sundown town, and you best get your ass home.
Good old Texas, they got a lot of them sundown. Don't go
You
Texas.
usually get
Just
the
don't go.
sundown towns like central east. towards
Yeah,
the-
it's like that's a Florida, like northern Florida, and like around that area kind of thing.
Texas is like a weird kind of south. It has some of the worst legislations, but that's because of gerrymandering. Actually, being
Okay,
in Texas,
there are some sundown towns, quote unquote, all over Florida where I grew up that aren't even towns. That are like a collection of 20 trailers on a dirt road, and it's like
more like a territory for those.
it's like, okay, yeah, that's a sundown neighborhood right there, you know, off that dirt road there. You would just like, if you were black and you were driving on this road and you accidentally turned down that like little narrow dirt road and the only option was to pull into a driveway and do like a 3-point turn and get out of there, you should just leave behind the car and walk.
Listen, I love Houston. I'm sorry. I hate Houston. My least favorite place in the world, but I gotta vouch for Houstonians. I gotta vouch for dudes who lives in cities in Texas. They're usually all chill, okay? You will never really have much of an issue in a Texas city, okay? Texas cities are uber fucking based. You want to know why they're based? Everyone's neighbor is a fucking Mexican. You can't go long being a racist there, all right? You learn to love Hispanic everything if you're a Texan, okay? Texas is like noticeably a little removed from the rest of the South, I would say, because of that.
Texas is unique. Like Texas itself is like there's two halves of the South. There's the South.
Yeah.
And there's the South.
Yeah, the South.
And that's Texas.
Yeah, Texas is like, if you stay in the right areas, you're honestly not going to have a bad time ever. Unless you're raised by, like, Christians, then you're fucked. But I met this dude in a 7-Eleven. Louis Bambino, okay? He's an artist, okay? He's got sub 1,000 streams and everything, Louis Bambino. And he comes up to me in the 7-Eleven. He's like, dude, you got money for scratch-offs. And listen, I love tweakers. Tweakers are my favorite national animal, okay? Tweakers...
Stay an animal.
Yeah. Okay. Tweakers bring me joy that nothing else in this world brings me. I don't treat them poorly, but man, do I like to enjoy... I like being around them. I like seeing what they do. All right, I grew up around my father. All his friends were tweakers, okay? So whenever I'm hanging out in like a 7-Eleven or something, some dude comes up, he's like, you got cash for a scratch-off? Absolutely, my brother. We're getting you 4 scratch-offs. I am your new best friend.
And a hot dog. Get yourself a hot dog.
Get yourself a hot dog. I'm giving you a good night, you know, because I know that these tweakers only have people who are dicks to them, okay? I'm going to be nice. I don't care if I'm encouraging them or whatever. I'm going to be nice to these people. And I had this one dude, Louis Bambino, he comes up to me with a fucking joint in his like ear. He's like, dude, you got money for like a scratch-off? I'm like, fuck yeah, Louis. I got money for a scratch-off. And I started trying to say, convince her to take this euro. Okay, so I gave him a euro coin because he was like $1 short. And I was like, dude, just convince her to take the euro. Okay, I'm trying to get rid of this euro I have from my time in Germany. And he goes up and he haggles with the fucking a cashier chick who she apparently knew him because he was there all the time. And I know he was there all the time from something I'll show you in a second.
Mm-hmm.
And he starts haggling for the fucking euro. It was funny as hell. And I eventually ended up buying him full-on tickets. Oh, yeah, you're recording. We'll let you in the segment. I'll continue the...
Well, we gotta... Yeah, so... basically, coming back around to what we were talking about before, like, basically, like, when these people say they're anti-woke, they mean a lot of things by that. Woke literally just means everything they're opposed to, and a lot of that literally just means minorities. But they also mean any attempt to try to, like, limit the platforming of hate speech. And when we say, like, platforming of hate speech, it's very easy to, like, imagine a certain thing in your mind, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's accurate, right? Like, the type of shit these people get up to, like the Andy Worski guy,
Careful with
is yeah, it's fine. This Andy Worski guy, who ended up like harassing. I'll just play the like the visuals and no audio. Who ended up harassing some people with his like live stream. Ends up getting his ass kicked. Him and his friend get their ass kicked in the street for because the text-to-speech that people were donating was screaming out slurs, and his friend pulls out a gun and gets arrested. Yep, there you go. This guy gets arrested for pulling out the gun.
You can't threaten with it.
Yeah. Finger on the trigger, too. Oh, and, like, you've literally got, like, the people donating actively for the TTS to scream out the N-word and whatnot. Like, this is the type of content that these people are fighting to have a platform on YouTube. That's what these people are fighting for. Because as soon as they have the freedom to do this, this is what they do. Look at DLive. Look at Cozy TV. Look at Kick. Look at the shit these people get up to. The degenerate, disgusting, like, immoral, and also just absolutely, like, gross and just unpleasant to see on the platform you're using shit these people get up to the second they find out they've got the freedom to. TOS exists for a reason. It's not this woke mind virus. It's our society has gotten more progressive, and these corporations have a desire to make more money, and so they are tailoring their TOS to more progressive more progressive perspectives. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. And there's a reason that these guys don't go to their own little corners of filth on the internet, because they've ruined it themselves. You can't browse a lot of 4chan without seeing like weird fucking porn. Like obviously there's the non-NSFW boards, but all the most popular ones are NSFW, and you can't browse those because they don't have much content moderation.
Yeah, I definitely see that. They don't even like those platforms. There's a reason why they go to where all the normies are, because that's where everything's happening. It's the only place where they can go trigger normies. But once they make their like a platform more like that, they turn a platform into their little Mordor, everyone leaves, and it's like just a cesspool. So, yeah, that'll probably happen to Twitter pretty soon.
I gotta tell the rest of that tweaker story. You're gonna like it.
Okay, tell it.
Okay, so I give him this euro, and he's haggling with the cashier. He seems to be friends with her. That's the only reason I encourage this. And her and I had already spoken. And he seems to just hang around the 7-Eleven in his free time talking to her. I think he was interested in her and something, but I didn't really know. Anyways, eventually we end up getting him a couple scratch offs. He loses fucking all of them, but we paid for it, so it's whatever. And I buy him like a Reese's bar or something. And I was talking to a guy, and he comes up and he's like, dude, do you want to see my Spotify? Okay. And when I thought that this guy was just like a little like 7-Eleven scourge, I didn't realize all he does is sit in that 7-Eleven and make rap videos and shit like that. So he's got like music with like no fucking no listens whatsoever that is just called like shit like 7-Eleven. Ooh, 100 X's. I fucking love this guy. He's my new favorite thing. I can't wait to bump into him again. But yeah, he just fucking makes music in the 7-Eleven all day. I love shit like that.
Hell yeah. Okay. Ethan, entertain the chat really quick while I go pee.
Okay.
And then we're going to wrap up stream with with talking about the vacation plan.
All right. Oh, that's sick. There's like 100 people like that in my town. I describe the average Houstonian. Hey chat, what's up? I look disheveled. Sorry. Also, Alex uses a dog shit camera angle. How are you guys doing? Let me cop his Spotify. I don't want to like dox him or something. But hey guys, what's up? Well, Alex is taking a piss. You guys should send me memes on Discord to react to. Here, let me put my fucking Discord in the chat. Send me like the worst fucking vile shit post you can, please. Oh, fuck. You just described what it's like to be in any gas station in Musco. Okay, Muskogee. Is that what your shit's called? That's where you live? That's interesting. That's fucking weird. Muskogee. Oklahoma. That explains it. Sorry you live in hell. Do a trick, entertain us. I'm no monkey. I don't dance for peanuts. No, but in all seriousness, I just don't have much to talk about at the moment. I'm very fucking tired. Here, watch this meme. Yeah. Oh, wait, I can't watch anything Resident Evil 4. I haven't played it. I don't want to be spoiled. They don't smoke marijuana in Muskie. They take, nor do they take any trips on LSD. Used to be Oklahoma. What the fuck is with you guys in 7-Eleven? Wait, is Oklahoma weird about 7-Eleven? Because here in Texas, if we need a gas station to be weird about, it's going to be like Buc-ee's or something. Also, I'm not rating One Piece. Sorry. Chad's trying to convince me to read One Piece.
One Piece? The One Piece is real! Alright. Sorry. Chat. I'm going to read the stono from Empress Julia really quick. And as you hear this story, by the way, consider donating, as it does help us sort of, you know, make sure this future, this plan is achievable.
It worked. So guys, Stuart has just added me. Not funny, die. 7 friend request. I hear you like Gawk guy. I hear you're the Gawk guy. I heard you were looking for Gawk. At Xanderhall, do not accuse me of being a chaser on your streams. We got his ass. Everyone, send them more DMs if you can. Alright? Please do.
I got my evil laugh for that.
Nice niggerina.
He's like, no, don't tell them I'm a chaser. No.
Oh no. I'm funneling cock directly to his doorstep.
Gawk,
yeah.
Gawk. I've seen so many trans women on Twitter say gawk is the most horrific word they've ever heard in their lives, and I'm like, embrace it.
Real.
Embrace it. The amount of like good the word gawk could do for the trans community, for normalizing trans people, is untold, okay? It's untold, all right?
Untold.
It's a funny word. Just using the word gawk, okay, to like in memes and just common parlance, all right, normalizes the feminine penis, okay? Which is very important to trans acceptance, I promise you.
Alex here is
vital.
A big pusher for the feminine penis. Like, one of the best I know. He is honestly, day in, day out, he's got sweat pouring down his brows, working for the feminine penis to be accepted in America. Would you disagree? Are you not working for the feminine penis to be accepted in America? Come on, Alex, tell us your position. Day in, day out. Do you not work to make sure that people are okay with feminine penis? Do you not?
And day in and day out. Day in and day out. I'm so fucking high right now, it's not even fun. Okay.
Fuck.
Empress Julia, thank you for the $5. Said, Zan, when was it you wanted to discuss the gun stuff? Also, the ban came way quicker than I expected, and you missed your chance.
What? Like in 2 days?
I mean, I was already sure it happened, because when I talked to Demon Mama, she said the AR ban went through. Well, I guess I'm stuck with pistols and bolt-action rifles and shotguns now.
And switches.
I guess I like guns are guns, you know.
Okay, in a setting where it wouldn't be federal offense to do so, would you use a switch on a fucking handgun to make it automatic just for fun?
Like for fun?
For fun, just using it in your backyard.
And it wasn't illegal?
Let's say it wasn't not a federal crime in what I'm suggesting.
Oh yeah.
You would? Okay, cool.
Yeah, like for using it, yeah.
Yeah.
Like for at a range or something, yeah. Just to experience it, yeah.
Okay. Alex, I've got a question.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say you're a defensive gun owner, okay? And in 1 month, you've stopped not one, but 2 robberies with lethal force, okay? So you're wearing that grief. And this seems to be very continuous. and you're not sure if this gun is like cursed, and these cases only show up because you have it, and if you put it away, it would be a good idea or not. Like you have this like twinge in the back of your mind that the gun might be cursed. It might be the gun.
I would not be thinking that.
You would not be thinking that.
No, not even a
What
bit.
if the gun is magical, and at the very least,
I don't believe in magic.
Okay, let's say that God told you that magic was real. Okay.
Okay, God told me magic
so
is real.
listen to me. God has told you magic is real, and He gave you a handgun, and He told you this gun is very magical, but the only effect I'm telling you is that it will make you know it's magical when you touch it. That is it. You do not know if it's good magics or bad magics, but you do know that since you've had this gun, you've killed 2 people in a month, and it was justified both times. But you don't know if by having this gun, you're causing these situations to arise. Would it be the good or bad thing to put this gun up?
I'd put the God gun in like a storage facility and use one of my other guns.
You'd put the God gun in a storage facility?
Because I can always use another gun for home defense. My worry is that like, if I'm only allowed to have one gun, and I think maybe it's the magic gun, I keep the magic gun.
Okay.
Because I've been robbed twice, and like at that point, I'm so traumatized about being robbed twice. I need to have a gun.
Let's say you take the new gun that is not the God gun. God gun's home in a safe, and as you
Can the God gun kill God?
No. You get robbed again, okay? And this time you go to use your gun defensively, and it jams, and you end up getting beat up, right? But like that's it, and you get successfully robbed. Would you go back to the God gun?
My normal gun jams?
Your normal gun jams on the first shot. Like breaks jams.
Would I go back to the God gun? Well, yeah, because I know that it doesn't prevent that it's not causing the robberies.
What if it is causing the robberies, but it was only because you had the other gun? Would you
at that
risk
point?
having...
That's like 3 light. That's like 2 Minecraft lightning strikes happening on a block because you made it happen, and then a random one happening because of the rain on that same block.
But how do you know that the God gun didn't cause you to get robbed and the other one to fail because it's jealous? What if it's like the rain?
Then there's nothing I can do but have the fucking God gun. That's why I go back to the God gun, because it'll work.
You can't confirm that, though. Can you confirm that it did that? There's just a chance it did.
Well, I'm just assuming. I don't care. I'm that sure. I am that willing to put my hopes and my intuition on. I am that willing to fucking guess. I'm gonna shoot you with the God gun in Minecraft. Does the magic God gun have the utility if you can't touch it without making it non-magic? Can I summon it to me like Mjolnir?
Like Mjolnir? You find that like you can you accidentally packed it, but there's gonna be significantly more bloodshed when you accidentally packed it, or it just happened to be there. It's like more gruesome, the defense.
Interesting. Okay. So, anyways, I just started blasting. All right. Okay, chat. Listen up. I've had 2 dreams in my life, okay? One I've already talked about today, which is the streamer compound thing. My other was to go on a true tropical vacation.
Oh, yeah.
The closest I've ever been was when I was 8 years old. I have very faint, very fuzzy memories of going on a trip to Key West, which was very cool. That's the furthest I've been. And I think many of you would agree it's not exactly the most picturesque, like idyllic of tropical getaways. Like there's definitely better. That's like the beginning level of like, oh, that's nice. Key West is the very like last little island coming off the tip of Florida. It's about 9 miles to Cuba.
Yeah, it's
I think
practically in Cuba.
I think it's 9 miles away from Cuba, right?
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Chad. I think it's literally 9 miles to Cuba. Or 19?
It's something close.
It's like, it has a 9 in it, I know. It's the southernmost point of the United States, of the continental United States, I guess. I mean, Hawaii, I think, is further north, so yeah, Hawaii, the entire United States. Anyway, with that said, I really badly want to go on a tropical vacation, and I've wanted to for a very long time. In fact, funnily enough, I've recently been playing Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, which takes place in the Caribbean Sea. And it's really nice for kind of like getting into that mindset of, God, I really want to go literally to that setting and experience like the beautiful, like crystal clear blue water and just the beach and the coconut palm trees and all of that.
I was actually wondering if this trip idea was started by you playing Black Flag, and if it was, I need you to do something. While we're on this trip, you cannot ask me to do the hard missions for you like you do with the game. You just can't.
No, I'm just kidding.
No.
You're fucking
19 miles to Cuba. No.
No. So what we are going to do though. Hold on. Hold on. Fuck. I'm so stoned. You fucking threw me off my. I had everything planned out that I was saying, and you threw me off entirely, bro.
Sorry.
Okay. Oh yeah. So as I was saying, like ever since I was a little kid, I've really liked the idea of going on like the idyllic tropical vacation, like in a postcard or whatever. But I've never really been able to go to that. And all the beaches, I felt like teased my entire life because I lived 90 miles. Knew it was a 9. I always knew that like I was always teased with it my whole life because I always lived by the ocean in Central Florida, but the water was always silty and green tinged and like people talked about Florida like it looked how it does in the postcards and in the movies for like, tropical islands, but it didn't actually look like that. And I felt so deprived of that because my mom would be like, we're going to the beach. And I'd be like, oh, and I'd imagine that idea in my mind. And it never looked like that. It just never did until I went to the Keys when it looked the most like that I ever got. Here's the thing though. Now I'm a YouTuber. And I actually have, more money than my poor ass had growing up. And I have the potential to make more money than my poor ass had growing up. And I can go on trips to places I've always wanted to visit. And not only that, but make content of it. And so me and Ethan went over a bunch of different locations that we could visit on a vacation that fit these criteria. And we decided that the Bahamas in the Caribbean was the best place, specifically Nassau. There, I would like to bring a big group. Could you knock over the space heater?
Knock over the. Oh,
yeah, it's heating us up. Yeah. There, I want to pay for all accommodations and travel of basically all of my friends to fly out to Nassau in the Bahamas and have like a week plus long, maybe like a 8 to 10 day, maybe 10. I think 10 days would be reasonable.
If you have to use your passport, it's a 2-week minimum trip. That's my rule.
Okay, 2 weeks sounds reasonable. Like a 2-week trip to the Bahamas. Like I'd pay for multiple hotel rooms at a nice hotel, and like we'd break up into groups that are like comfortable with each other, so everyone would have their own like rooms, their own like groups in these rooms. And the idea is, the reason why I picked the Bahamas is because out of all the locations, the Bahamas would give us the option of renting a boat. Now, I've already had my boater's license before. I've already piloted many boats, particularly the type of boat I planned for us to get. A pontoon boat. Very experienced with those, and they're very versatile. Very good for shallow water, too, so we don't have to worry about, getting stuck.
That would be a fucking nightmare.
Yeah, it's a very useful type of boat. It's really hard to fuck up with a pontoon boat. You practically can't even sink it. You have to literally flip it fully over in order to. They're really good. Pontoon boats go hard. I would rent a big old pontoon boat, and we would do videos where we go out full on Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag style, and explore the islands around the Bahamas. Because when you go to the Bahamas and you go to Nassau, it's beautiful, but it's also touristy, and there's pollution from people being there. It's beautiful, and it's better than any beach you'll see in America, but it's still not as beautiful as the rest of the area around it where there aren't as many people. You have to have a boat to get out to the really beautiful locations that I really want to go to. So we'd rent a boat, and we'd start exploring. With that said, I've got a video queued up here called Best Places to Go in the Bahamas. Okay, good, that's not too loud.
Welcome to Revel, the world's best destination for adventurers and explorers, for artists and romantics, for the curious and the wild at heart.
Will you sing pirate shanties?
No, I'm not doing that.
What will we do with a drunken sailor?
I'm for this.
When we're on the boat,
I'll do it.
Yeah, we have to.
Can you show them that one sea shanty? You know the one.
Which one?
The one about big meat. You got to show them that. You can't not show them that.
I will after this, okay?
Okay.
We will do that. We will sing that shanty on the boat.
World of travel insight and destination inspiration. Revel in the experience.
Look at that.
Today we'll have a
you missed it.
bluish exploration
Stop
of
looking
the
at your
best
phone, motherfucker.
places in the Bahamas. Be sure to watch all the way to number
Look at
one
those
as
boats.
it's famous and for more
Whoa,
than one
look at
reason.
those rock formations. Holy crap.
Be sure to watch all the way to number one as
Those are
it's
rock
famous.
formations.
Jesus Christ.
This is why we need to have the boat to go around so we can visit places like this.
Dude, in Fortnite, those would give like 80 brick.
Those look like Fortnite rocks that would
Yeah.
give you... Those look like
those would give
Fortnite
you a
rocks.
shit ton of stuff.
That's why those caught my eye. I was like, Fortnite? Those look like Fortnite rocks.
They're the same gray and weird smooth, actually.
That's not CGI.
and for more than
That's
one
erosion.
reason. Number 10, Atlantis, Paradise Island.
Okay, this isn't a good video. I don't want to see a single resort. I'm looking for, like, nature locations that you have to boat to. Holy shit. Thunderball Grotto. Okay, so here's an example of a place that you get to with a boat. This is a place where you can go cliff dive or cave diving. If you so choose. God damn. Look at this water. I want to get everybody on this trip. I want to get Demon Mama, Shark, Keffels, Vosh, Apillo, Ethan obviously, Conyer, Doe, Vermin, who else? Surus.
Can we invite my friend Destiny?
That's a good one. What else? Just like I want to get a massive like bros vacation. Balth, fucking Balth. I want to get a massive bros vacation. Not the Surfs. No, the Surfs hates me and I hate the Surfs.
Alex, if we brought Thought Slime, okay, and you and Thought Slime got to sit down and have a real conversation, do you think it's like possible in like a real life setting, like just both?
I'd call him Nanners and he'd lose it.
You call him Nanners? You don't think you guys could get along if you really
If
tried?
you said retard around him, he'd shit himself.
Okay.
He'd shit his trunks and sharks would attack us. Because he'd chum the water with his poop.
Well, okay. Do you think there's any universe where you guys could get along? Do you think there's any? Like
over Minecraft and psychedelics, maybe.
Over Minecraft and psychedelics. Okay.
Yeah, if here's my plug.
If Thought Slime gave you a doobie, you think you could chill with him for a bit?
Yeah, if he was my plug, I think I could vibe. Vosh hates flying. Too bad. I'm gonna convince him. Okay, we're gonna.
I'll
bully
give him
him.
my Steam Deck. Let him use it.
Yeah. We're gonna. I'll give him like a whole bag of
We can
edibles.
put him in the glasses, and he wouldn't have to worry about it because you can't see us.
Yeah, the glasses. That's cool. Yeah. We could get him some of those. No, we'll just give him like an entire like bag, like a 500 milligram bag of edibles, and tell him it's gummy bears, and he'll eat it. And then we tell him it's edibles, and he'll be like, "What the fool?"
And he's in the Bahamas.
And then he's in the Bahamas.
Oh fuck.
It's literally that episode of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia where Dee has the trip to Ireland and then she like wakes up, she like passes out in the bar and then wakes up in a bar in Ireland and they're like, "Oh yeah, by the way, we downgraded your first class ticket to 4 coach tickets and we all flew with you, but we knocked you out for the flight and now we're here in Ireland. We joined you on your vacation." She's like, "What?" We literally do that to him.
Oh fuck.
He just wakes up woozy in the Bahamas on a boat.
Hey, we should go smoke weed in fucking the Philippines and get beheaded or something.
I think I've already said things about the Philippines president and his family that I don't know if I am allowed to be in the country already. But if I haven't already, then I plan to soon.
I've got a really close friend who lives there. I hear about the Philippines every day, guys. It seems like really cool culturally. Don't fucking go there. Don't go to the Philippines.
Yeah, it's
actual police state at this point.
There needs to be a revolution there ASAP.
Like I'm talking killing little kids who are forced to be drug mules
Like-
because of the death penalty.
Right now, if the U.S. doesn't like get behind a revolution there, then an unfortunate power
you
is going to
saying
support a revolution there.
We
and
should
we're gonna...
meddle in a smaller state, Alex? Or should we put?
That's what America does.
That's what America does. So you agree?
Well, I'm literally saying that like Russia or China are going to try to back like a revolution.
Oh, that makes your
revolution
Afghanistan take. Wait, are you allowed to talk about that? You supported the Afghanistan war?
Oh, I love the Afghanistan war. Nah,
He doesn't.
No, but in all seriousness, a regime change is pretty much imminent, and like just it's going to happen. What's happening in the Philippines right now cannot continue.
It's not like the people are unaware. My buddy Val, he literally talks to us with his classmates about how they outwardly wish for his death. Like
no, they're gonna like, what's his name? Marcos. What's his first name?
I don't know. I just know he's Marcos.
Yeah, it's nepotism as fuck. So like his dad was also the president.
No. His dad was like a former fascist. Like really.
Well,
bad.
yeah, but also president, and yeah, he was responsible for several massacres.
Yeah, I thought that I thought that there was a gap between the two though.
Yeah, Pollos Marcos, is that it? Or are you trolling me? Bruce Strats. Duterte, thank you. Duterte, I think. Is that right?
I'm not even gonna try to say any Tagalog. That's not for me.
I think that's correct, Sophia. I don't know.
Yeah, he's a huge nepo baby, and I don't think his father was like recently.
Literally nepo baby.
Literally, like I don't think his dad was like an office too much,
Yeah,
right? Or an office recently. I think it was like hey, we finally got rid of that fucking guy, and then 10 years later his son comes along or something like that.
Yeah, so I do think a regime change is pretty much imminent and like what's the word for it? Inevitable in the Philippines right now. It's just a matter of when and who's going to be backing it, right? Because inevitable, like when these types of things happen,
What is his first name? What do you think his first name is? It's way better than you realize. Alex.
What is it?
It's Bong Bong.
How did I forget
it was Bong Bong?
How do you? I feel like it's so insane that just goes in one ear out the other because like.
No. Is that a nickname?
That has to be a nickname.
That's gotta be a nickname. No, that shows up as his first name. Whenever I search for his name, it shows up as his first name. That's a nickname, I think.
Oh.
No, wait.
No, it's his first name.
Is that his first fucking name? No, he's got like 4 names.
No, it's Marcos. Yeah, Marcos is last name. It's not Duterte.
The fuck is chat telling us? No, it's Bong Bong. Yeah, Bong Bong Marcos, His Excellency.
Yep. and on top of that, yeah, what was his dad's name though?
Oh, what was his dad's name? Hold on. Commonly referred to.
His dad was also a fucking monster.
The former first. He's the second child of the 10th president and dictator Ferdinand Marcos Sr. So he's a junior, who I believe was in control. Oh fuck yeah, he was in control back in like the 80s and shit. Okay, yeah. So yeah, he was in office in the 80s. So this is like fascism from the 80s resurging in the Philippines.
Yeah. Oh, not really resurging within the populace, I imagine.
Actually,
is it?
It is, yeah. From what Val's told me, it's like you had this like dip with Val's like parents' generation that was kind of like apathetic but not hateful, and then a rise in hate that's followed after.
You know, probably as it's hard to say. I'll have to look more into it to find out more what's like the cause, like what kind of led to that, so like sociologically. But yeah,
the way Val's explained.
Anyway, sorry. I want to get back to the vacation thing because we got to wrap up soon. So when we go to the Bahamas, should I keep the mountain lad aesthetic I have going on? If you want to, we're gonna be going like. We're going full Assassin's Creed Black Flag, okay? We're gonna be exploring the islands, digging up treasure chests. This just reminds me of like I was watching PKA, that podcast earlier, and they were talking about how there's rules for like if you find gold within like a certain country, there's rules on how much of that gold has to go to the government. And Taylor was like, "Wait, a bunch of guys found gold." Like pirate coins, and the government took like 80% of it. Whatever happened to finders keepers? If finders keepers doesn't apply to lost sea gold, then it doesn't apply anywhere.
I'm gonna keep it so real. If I dug up pirate
You're keeping
treasure,
that shit, melting it, and then
we're driving the boat to the coast of fucking Florida. We're not going
melt
through TSA.
gold in a pan. In a cast iron pan, you can melt gold with a blowtorch, okay? If you find gold coins buried in the sand, you pocket those fuckers, you melt them down into, like, whatever, and you sell them, okay? You do not tell anybody.
Hey, your checked bag is well over the weight limit. Well, don't worry, we can pay it.
you keister those fuckers if you
Yeah.
have to, okay? And you don't even have to put them far. You can just squeeze your butt cheeks tight.
No, we would get pulled for solid fucking gold. There's no way we get solid gold through TSA. We would have to go by boat.
Oh, they scan you. I forgot.
They do, and they scan all your shit with a fucking 3D X-ray now. Hey, chat, how do I smuggle gold past TSA? I need to know.
Say that you ate gold leaf.
Say that I ate gold. No, they see it, though. The issue is, like, they get a fucking cross-section of everything.
Not just say, nah, I gotta poop. You know, it's just, I poop gold. You'd have to melt it down into jewelry. Like, what if you melt it down into a bunch of rings?
No, the best plan is we melt it down into sizable chunks and we mail it.
Mail it, really?
I think that's the best plan, yeah.
Yeah, I guess so.
Hold on,
Even then,
let me check if they'll pull gold.
Well, can we please resume
Yeah,
the
let's
video?
resume
My
the
bladder
video.
is going to burst, okay? Okay, let's watch the video. This is one of the locations that we can go to. Look at this. This is a little underwater cave. It's a little coral reef. Would you guys watch all of the homies doing, like, vlog videos in places like this in the Bahamas, boating around, finding prime places for fishing and swimming? God damn. God damn.
I want to touch the floor, but you probably shouldn't.
This is amazing. I just want to swim to the bottom of that little sandy spot and, like, hold my breath and sink to the bottom. This is dope. This is literally
I want to jump from that into this.
That's literally, yeah, it's literally a leap of faith spot. I'm pretty sure in, like, Assassin's Creed 4, there's, like, an animus fragment that you have to, like, jump by, you have to catch by jumping down into that hole. Dissolve the gold into Aqua Regia. They won't let you take that many fluid ounces of fluid.
So that's where you would jump through. I don't know.
That's so cool. Ooh. If you melt them down, you're destroying history. And?
Gold. Sorry.
Gold.
Maybe it's
I have
the
to bury
European
lots
thing.
of gold.
Yeah.
It's called the...
They know what they were doing with that shot.
Ayo.
There was no shame in vloggers.
I love YouTube.
You know,
I love
you know the
YouTube so
fishing dudes
much.
who have their half-naked wife stand in the shot who has nothing? They just show her off like the fish.
Yep. It's one of my favorite genre of YouTube content. Nature and ass.
Nature and ass, yeah.
Nature and booba. We live in a great era. It's a good time to be alive. Born too late to explore the frontier, born too early to live on Mars, born just in time to watch hot women in bikinis swimming in crystal clear water in the Bahamas on YouTube.
Like, it's one thing if the woman's just dressed to swim. It's another if your camera's on her ass the whole fucking time. Like
You know,
these ones
they're
are.
listen. They're probably fine with it.
I'm sure they're paid fucking well.
Look at that. Look at that. What's that called? A ladyfish? Or not a ladyfish? No, it's a parrotfish.
Yeah.
I think it's a parrotfish. They eat coral and they're really colorful. I think it's a parrotfish, right? Did I get it right? Yeah, dun 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 dun. Man,
They're cool as fuck.
Man, I love fishing.
Dun 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 dun. Me identifying fish like a real Florida boy.
Fish hardly acknowledge my existence. Women fear me.
What a great shot. This is fantastic cinema.
You guys don't understand how much of a gooner this guy is. I have to watch my feet on these carpet. I was. It's bad, dude. This
I've got a line of towels.
I walked into his room and I thought he had hardwood until I looked down.
It was a shag carpet. Oh, Zan, I didn't know you had a tile bedroom floor.
Oh god, I broke your tile. Oh!
Hey, Zan, I think you spilled something here. Oh. This is fantastic cinematography.
I thought she was bald for a second.
This is great cinematography.
Yeah.
What do you guys think of the cinematography, chat?
I don't know if they get enough shots of like near the surface, just slightly below the chin.
Can I show you one of my favorite fucking cinematography channels? That also is doing. It's gonna be a good. It's related, okay?
Okay.
I don't even know what his channel's called. I'm just gonna search. Okay, it's gonna bring up a bunch of Britney Spears shit. He does. Yeah. Change Your Danger. This guy does the most.
I think this might have been what I was thinking of when I said the Fisher guys who show off their wife more than the fucking fish.
Which one should I get? How about this one?
We'll see.
This guy's
usually
shorts.
The ones on the boats are usually the ones that are most egregious.
Yes, but this guy's shorts are like egregious, bro. And he like pretends like he doesn't know what he's doing when YouTube like restricts his content and demonetizes him. He does videos where he complains about it, acting like he doesn't know what he's doing.
Oh god.
And it's like, come on, man. Like, just make more shorts. Like, I get it, but like, come on. Like, don't pretend like you don't know what you're doing.
I dive today. We found our octopus friend Octavius Maximus. He's huge. He's so big I can barely fit him in the frame. Max told me that he wanted to go play with Brittany, so I tried to hand him over,
This
but
one's
he
not as
wouldn't
bad
let go
so
of me.
far.
Jeesh, Max, you're
I
so
say bad.
creepy with all those tentacles. We haven't seen him in so long, and it was really nice catching up. Wow, Brittany, Max put his arm on your chest so that he can feel your heartbeat. Right, Max? That's why you're doing that, right? To feel her heartbeat, right? On my dive today, we found
That one's not as
That's
bad.
not as bad as they normally are. But
No, let me find one that's like
where they're on the boat. You gotta find it on the boat.
No. This one
I
will
get
do. Okay, this is a good one.
Questions a lot, like why are you always swimming behind Brittany or my other friends if I don't want to show their backside? And I think part of the problem is that a lot of you guys don't know what it takes to film someone from underwater, so I wanted to show you. First, I wait for the diver to dive down, and
This is what I was talking about.
follow
It's like
afterwards.
cope.
I have to time my breaths
think he
before I
makes
go to make sure that I get a full breath, because I need to be able to stay down longer than they do.
Yeah.
As I'm going down, I make sure that the camera is pointed exactly at them, even though I can't see it, because I'm basically kicking from above it. Once I get down, I finally recompose, because once we're down here, it's basically the most important part of the shot. By the way, can you imagine me trying to be in front of her while we're doing this? I would have to be swimming backwards somehow, which is almost impossible without having my feet in the way. Another thing I do once I'm down here is try to get closer or further away to change the way the composition looks to give the shot a dynamic look. If you want to see the final product from this shot, go to my exclusive
dynamic
page.
looking
I get
question.
questions a lot like, why do you always
Listen, I just love his cinematography, okay?
The cope is real on that one. Like, I'm not dogging on you. It's
So
just
anyways, the
you're
monks
oddly subtle.
I found some
Alright, here's another one where this is a good one.
Pretty interesting stuff on my dive today, and I wanted to show you guys.
Like, look at
Brittany
this
had
shit.
these braids in, and I asked her if I could pull on them like
This
reins
is
of a horse.
fetish
Giddy up,
content.
get along, little
Underwater
Brittany.
fetish
Then I found a piece of plastic. Brittany found one too, so she gave it to me to put in my pocket. As the day went on, we realized the sun was about to set, and that could only mean one thing. It was feeding time for the fish, and they were gonna start to get hungry. We swam in as fast as we could, but then on our way in, we said, frick the hungry fish, there's a rainbow. We were so excited. It was so beautiful. We took a bunch of pictures and then swam the rest of the way in. We made it in before sunset.
Hugging it
Don't
from
worry.
behind.
Make sure you follow me for more amazing videos from Hawaii. I found
He's
some
straight handling that.
What were you gonna say, Ethan?
I found some pretty interesting.
It's hard to
I found
Oh,
something.
here's a good start.
It's hard to tell because of the bitrate compression, but right below us, there's a school of
What
about
great
1,000 fish.
cinema.
No one was
They
looking
swam
below
so
her. I'm
fast
sorry.
that a bunch of air came out of them.
No one.
I've actually never
Like,
seen
you
that
can't
before,
look
but
at
as you can
anything
see all these
else,
bubbles
bro.
rising up, it came from the fish below. I wondered what could be scaring them off to make them swim away so fast. And in the distance, I
Seal.
saw this dark
Big
figure.
bull
It looks
seal.
like he's hunting in the reef. Oh
Hell
my
yeah.
gosh, it's the monk seal again. And right behind him is some scuba divers
Big
looking for
bull
an animal to
seal.
harass in the daylight with a flashlight. Okay, that's all the stuff we saw. Bye. It's hard to tell.
I like how he started it with the girl's butt.
Yeah.
And then
I like how his shot where he wants to talk about this still includes her.
That's what I meant by like he copes.
Yeah,
He-
it's
he
there's
copes.
nothing wrong with it, but like, be a little more upfront, dog.
Yeah. Hold on. Best swimming spots to get to by boat in the Bahamas.
I will say, if he's saying all that and she's not making money off of it, then there's something wrong with it. That's the only way I'd take issue. If she's not making any money off that, but she's
They better be like, yeah.
Yeah,
I feel like you
She's
gotta
probably
split
benefiting
with your
financially.
like if you're doing that type of content, like vlogs or whatever, with your friends or with your friend who's a YouTuber, then I feel like you're so much part of the content that you're basically an employee at that point.
Yeah.
Wow, Florida to the Bahamas by boat. I guess this is a good demonstration of what I'm talking about. Do you mind entertaining the stream while you like watch this and while I go pee? I'll be quick, but like go ahead and like watch this with the stream and talk about what you want to do on this trip, what your plan is.
Hey guys, they call me Goon Master. World's best gooner. Okay, what's up, chat? My girlfriend does like marine biology stuff, so I want her to take me out here. I think it'd be fun as fuck. Like ideally, I'd like to get some kind of a submarine or something like dumbbell diving. I know a lot of friends who do water shit. Too loud? Hold on.
Hey guys.
Alex's audio balancing is fucking abysmal, guys. The Stewart guy said, "Did Zan send you?" Yeah, he's already getting on to us. Okay, chat. Can you guys hear me now? If Zan called me a chaser, I'm not. Hi guys, what's up? I really like the boats that have like the little top part over them, like the little rooms that you can go chill in, because you can still be like I'll accept everyone's discords in a minute. I am not really on my phone right now. But I like the boats that have like the little enclosed spaces that are basically floating little mini apartments. Holy shit. That's awesome. Sweet dreams, everyone. All right, have a good night, man. 3 fucking engines. We can't hear the video now unless that's on purpose. I doubt you want to listen to vloggers. They can be really fucking annoying. The rest is like stock music. Sailing like this fast looks really fucking fun though. Alex, put a shirt on. Yeah.
That's my
What kind of
trick.
writing do you do? Fantasy.
That's my throne, motherfucker.
All right. I can't hear shit.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, it's
They're
fine.
annoying
Yeah,
as
we
fuck.
don't need to hear.
We
these.
don't need to hear these people.
Yes, they're basically going from Florida to the Bahamas by boat, which is pretty damn cool and actually not that insane of a boat. Like it's probably a 2-day, if not a 1-day trip.
Alex, do you think I could make like while we're just looking and whatnot because they're just sailing right now? Do you think I could reasonably make content where I document my world as if it's like a existing fucking like piece of media? You know how people make entertaining Warhammer recap stuff, and you don't even really have to know Warhammer to enjoy that.
You can make like literally your own like
I can make my own setting, you know?
Yeah, you
like
can
from
probably
what
do
I've
that.
told you, I think I have enough to work with.
You would just have to start it like as like a story that you're telling in YouTube video.
The way that I've been thinking about doing it is having
Look at
this-
that water.
Ooh, I love the fucking variation in the color based off how deep it is out here. It's really cool.
A lot of it's based on whether or not it's sandy or rocky.
Yeah. Sandy water is usually prettier.
Yeah,
Well,
I
it
mean-
depends on the sand. Some sand kicks up too much and makes it murky.
Out here, it's like what really matters is like the current. Like if it's a low current, then it's going to be really clear and no silt. But like here, it's a higher current, so there's more silt. But look at that! Wow, look at that!
Holy fuck! I want to explore those ruins. I may be wrong on this, but like how do I word it? I think down in Houston, like the Gulf of Mexico area, it's a lot of clay, right? So the clay in the water
A
makes
lot
it
of
real
clay.
murky.
And it's also just the fact that the Gulf of Mexico doesn't get a lot of like the Caribbean Ocean is basically where all of the water that gets to the Gulf of Mexico has to come through.
Mhm.
So by the time it's gotten to the Gulf, it's already gotten like polluted through the Caribbean and up to the coast of Texas and
Mhm.
Mexico and Florida. And that's why the Gulf is generally not as clear and beautiful. The Caribbean, though, is being fed by currents, like very strong currents, feeding extremely fresh water from the deep ocean and the Atlantic into it constantly. So that's why the water is so clean. It's constantly getting diluted.
They said, "Here's a." Oh my god, the dono you just got's really fucking cool.
Oh shit! Okay. J Spoon, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate that. It's very kind of you. You want to read it, Ethan?
Here's a thought on the gold problem. Make it into an alloy that loses its gold color. Cast them into armor platings, and then line the suitcases with them. If authorities ask, say you're a war journalist.
True.
I think that's just badass. Oh, sorry. I think that's just like a badass like set of armor at that point. Does anyone know how hard it is to like undo like a platinum alloy or something?
Oh, yes. There's the process is for platinum. I think there's a little bit of gold in it. You're trying to get the gold and silver out.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think you just kind of do the same process. You make aqua regia, which melts out the silver.
Okay.
Or dissolves out the silver. So you would just it's mostly the same process, I think.
Here's an idea: commit a federal crime. Yeah.
Based. All right. let's watch this video. It's like the idea is we get a pontoon boat and we're able to go to set locations that we know are really good spots to like go out away from the main island of the Bahamas and swim and I want to find like land areas to explore, like little forests.
Say I bring like camping equipment and we don't leave anything after we're there. Is it legal to camp?
Enough so that like we can do it.
Okay.
Like we wouldn't get like in trouble.
Yeah, I don't know. Listen, I go camping everywhere I go regardless.
We need to get some like hot women to do like this with our videos. Like we have to have.
Do you remember back when I made YouTube videos? I just had a woman narrator, and how fucking well that went for me.
That does just
Listen,
extraordinarily.
You guys don't understand the entertainment woman meta. People love listening to women speak, and they love
even if it's not even horny. Even if it's not actively horny, like jacking off to it or anything. It's just pleasant.
This is not saying women in content creation have it easier. They face a different set of challenges. But listen, being a content creator and having just woman voiceover, different universe of easy. I did YouTube. Yes, doesn't matter.
Look at that water.
That's the fucking sand is beautiful, dude.
This is the deep ocean where it's so deep it's just blue.
I love thinking about how those trees got there.
Stingrays. For Steve Irwin! He wouldn't want this. I want to swim in a wreck like this. What a shot. What cinematography.
The fuck, dude? That's so brazen. I would not want to be under that.
Single video. Every single one we find.
I want to do dangerous diving. Shit where like underwater cave diving.
You know how I know that it's possible to film without doing that? Because I watch like the boating family channels where like the mom does the filming and the mom doesn't film her kids like that when they're swimming.
Yeah.
Like the kids are filmed tastefully and
and
like that.
What even is the point of filming the person swimming? Like usually the person's the focus. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, they're mostly focused on what you see in the water. Yeah.
Not that you can't film women. That's not what we're saying.
No, it's just obvious like when you've seen that it's possible. Right, and then when you watch these channels, it's like they say, "No, I'm not focusing on the ass. It's not possible. It's not possible to focus to not see the ass in the shot." And it's like, no.
Own up to it.
Just be honest. This is the kind of.
That's fucking.
Well,
crazy.
that's good, but what I'm talking about is. Here, hold on. You can see all the boats.
The coloration is crazy.
Like, obviously, this is, like, probably a place you could fly into and stay for, like, a whole 2 weeks. But we don't want to be stuck in one place. Like, we want to be able to pull up to this
We
island
gotta get
at one of the
paragliders.
docks.
We gotta get paraglider. Not paraglider. What are the motor ones?
Paramotors.
Paramotors. We have to get paramotors for this.
Yeah, that would
Dude,
be
imagine landing a
interesting if
paramotor on a
this,
fucking
this
beach.
okay. This is why we need boats. You
Yeah.
can't get here by car or by plane. There's no runway. You have to get to this place by boat. You pull up here by boat and you swim. There's like 3 people here on their boats.
Dude, camping here would be so fucking cool.
Airboat wouldn't be suitable for open ocean, no. We'd go pontoon boat. You won't have to worry about scraping on the bottom and sinking. Yeah, like, oh my god. You would pull up like around here, or probably around here in this little deep spot, swim up, and look at this pristine beach and this idyllic swimming area for snorkeling. Fishing.
Why do private islands have to have the reputation they have now? You know how fucking cool it would be if I could legally just own an island and have it have utilities? I want to go play Minecraft in the woods. I want to go build a fucking house. You can't do that anymore. I can't manifest my destiny.
Yeah.
Like colonizing seems really cool if you don't like include the killing people part. I think the idea of like
discovering new lands is
seems
conceptually
fun.
cool. Those are value, Jack.
Hey, Stuart in chat said, "Hey, so who thought it would be funny to send your viewers after me? We didn't send them after you. We just like talked about what you're like, and they guessed your tag. I guess
We just discussed your fetishes.
tastes. We'll say we'll be.
Look at the loopsters.
Lobsters.
Those aren't anywhere near. That's
Bye,
not a big
Stuart.
enough one to eat. We love you, Stewie. Friendly neighborhood chaser. We're mean.
I gotta accept the fucking friend request your fans have sent me.
You're getting so many friend requests. We're just gonna go for a little while. Look at this. Look at this. This is why we need the boat, to be able to go to places like this. Look at that. Dude. And then of course there's the fishing. God. I'm so excited. One of the places I want to go to is check this shit out, chat. We can go here to a place called Compass Key. It's spelled C-A-Y, but it's pronounced Key. And you can swim here off this dock. Look at this.
I wanna rub them. I've told you my story of getting cock popped by a shark, right?
We've all been cock popped by sharks on the Gulf Coast.
Yeah. Sea puppies.
Look at them. I think these are nurse sharks or lemon sharks, right? What are these?
I think they're nurse sharks.
Yeah, they look. Oh yeah, they've got the little catfish things. They're nurse
aren't
sharks.
lemons a little like lighter in color?
Yeah, and lemon sharks can get bigger. Nurse sharks can pretty much almost never hurt a person unless you stick your finger in their mouth. You want to keep a closed fist probably with these guys. How would you guys like me to do a video where I lay down on the bottom here with the sharks?
Stuart's showing me the DMs you guys sent him.
Oh look, they're petting the shark. They petted the
They
shark.
look like big ass
Look at their
catfish. I
little
love them.
mews. They got little mews. They are literally just big catfish, aren't they? How do we even
I wish it was
classify these as
okay to put them over my shoulder. I do that with my cats, and I love just holding them like this, like.
You could rotate one of these.
You could rotate one of these easily.
You want to rotate a shark?
Yeah, we'll spin them around.
Ethan wants to rotate a shark pretty bad. Look at that little guy. They're just silly little guys. Sometimes bull sharks pull up out of nowhere because they chum the water for these guys to come up, and that's when they're like, "Okay, get out," because like randomly a bull shark will pull up, and a bull shark this big is like
you know how
problem.
bull sharks can go up into freshwater rivers sometimes. It's
They've
like
gone really
yeah,
far.
they've gone deep. My mom, when I was a baby, she was on out like in a boat with some people, like a small boat on a river, and she's like, "Guys, I just saw a shark." They're fucking inland Texas. What is she talking about? And everyone starts making fun of her until there's a fucking bull shark in an inland Texas river, and they had to like get out fast because it was trying to knock the boat.
Yep.
That's fucking terrifying.
And they're aggressive. They're one of the most aggressive sharks too. So
when you think of like mean sharks, the only ones that are actually like that are like bull sharks and
not really much else.
It's like bull sharks.
And hammerheads also have a bad reputation, but ironically enough, as far as like accidentally attacking humans, they're one of the least likely to do it. Their hammerheads are so full of sensory organs that they're really good at determining what you are without having to bite. So hammerheads are some of the more safe sharks to be in the water with, funnily enough. Even though they get big and they are deadly. Orcas? Well, an orca might just decide it wants to kill you for fun, but
Orcas
they
are just like
don't.
nature's dick. Actually, no, nature's dick is the dolphin.
Yeah. Nature's rapist.
No, dolphins are actually like the evilest fucking things on this planet.
Yeah. Because they're intelligent. They know what they're doing. They know when it's wrong. So this is Pig Island. Do you want to go to the Pig Island?
Is Pig Island the one that's just overrun?
Check it out.
If you let me hunt pigs on Pig Island. Oh, they look like sweet. These aren't boars. What the fuck?
Yeah, these are chill pigs.
Wait,
they're still domestic somehow.
What the fuck? Why? Do people tend to them?
They're being fed constantly, so I think they're practically domestic. Okay, do you want to explain the difference between wild and domesticated pigs?
So, you guys know what boars are, like the things that break down like metal fences and destroy acres and acres of land and are one of the worst pests in America. Boars and the domestic pig are the same animal. The only difference between these pigs and like the big fucking hairy ones that kill babies is like whether or not they're taken care of by humans.
In the wild, yeah. They literally will grow tusks and look massively different just from being
I don't know why they turn like comical Ice Age big fucking boars in nature, but they just do. And I don't think it's anything we do to them to prevent it. I think it's just domestication makes them not do that.
It's really bizarre.
It's fucking weird.
It's one of the few animals where like a wild version and a domesticated version
Look
literally
like
within a year.
species.
Literally, if you took one that was wild and then released it into the wild for like a couple of years, it would look like a different species.
You can see those pink fucking hairless ones go to like just big furry beast. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. God, this is gonna be us on the ocean, exploring. God damn. This is good. This is some good cinematography.
Yeah. This music sucks. Holy shit!
Those fucking granite cliffs. Wow. Shork. Little nurse Shork.
The masculine urge to rip a suckerfish off a shark.
Look at this crashed plane.
I wouldn't do it. Holy shit!
That's a World War II airplane too.
Someone died there. That's fucked. I mean, he could have ejected. What's with the mermaid get up?
She's just doing her thing.
Maybe
she swims. Maybe she's a Wiki-Watchy mermaid.
I'm gonna be so.
Look at that. That water's so clear. It's not even blue.
If mermaids were real, they would be the scariest fucking thing to me. Like, do you remember like when Science Channel bullshit was trying to push mermaids were real, but they're like horrifically demonic looking?
That's scary. But what's honestly even scarier now that I think about it. Remember the scene in there's even a scene where I swear they're playing homage to it in the new Black Panther movie. The scene where the sirens come out of the depths in Pirates of the Caribbean. Like imagine you're just on a boat, middle of the night, and a bunch of women's heads just pop out of the ocean in the dark and are just staring at you and start singing at you and staring at you.
Fuck that.
That's terrifying. That's really scary, dude. Like when you think about it, just like sort of on its face, it's like, but if you were in that situation, middle of the night, out on the ocean, bunch of heads in the water staring at you, that is vile. Like that is vile, bro.
Oh, fuck.
That is terrifying.
We needed a stream on one of your free days that's just like not planned, no segments needed, where we just browse the internet because I've got shit I want to talk about on stream, like what we normally do.
That would be fun.
I want to go down like the Discovery Channel mermaid fake shit at some point in the stream. They have this one show that's all about these like they look like they aren't cut in half mermaids, but they're humanoid on top and then fish on bottom, right? But they're like fucking chupacabra mermaids is what they look like, and they have this whole documentary about trying to catch one or something. It's fucking awful.
Christ. Yeah, look at that water. It's so clear. It's just oh my god, look at that spot. Oh, it's a spot where the waves break over the rocks into like a little estuary, like a little river. Oh my god, that's dope.
Fucking cool. That seems like an easy way for someone to knock themselves out, though.
Yeah, it's a little dangerous of a spot to swim, but like around it, like a little further off from it, like that little calm area there is perfect to swim.
Yeah.
Gosh, look at that.
Okay, Alex.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I know that you won't stick your dick in a woman's ass. All right. Let's say that a woman had a cloaca. All right.
Cloaca.
However the fuck you say it. Okay.
I was making fun of how you said it, not how.
Well, I don't know how to fucking word the bird hole. Okay. She has the bird/fish hole. Okay. She's a normal, consenting, beautiful, wonderful girl. Would you try it if it was a human cloaca?
No.
No, you wouldn't.
No.
You know, I would like to say I wouldn't, but I'm a man who stuck his dick in a woman's ass before. I think that if a woman with a cloaca was a real thing, I would do it. I don't think I'm above that.
You're strong. You're straighter than me. I guess that's what that means. That makes you straighter than me, or does it make you less straight because there's less holes?
How does that work, chat?
The more holes, the more straight.
The shots are so fucking.
God. Damn.
All right, if she had a cloaca, then maybe.
Okay, what if she had a pseudo penis?
No.
No, what if it was tucked away when you were around her? You never had to see it. It was just internally there. Would you fuck a chick who has a fully retractable cock and balls, like sack included, that sucks in? You never see it.
Holy shit, these are bigger sharks.
Oh, fuck.
These are big boys.
Those are bigger.
Whoa.
Those underside things scare me. Imagine
They
getting
do,
stuck
yeah.
under that.
They do scare me a little bit.
Chat,
Mostly
he
because I
did
wonder
change
what
the
lurks
subject.
beneath. For Steve Irwin! Do you feel like Commander Irwin was based off of Steve Irwin in terms of his design?
I think
He
that-
looks
isn't that-
really
isn't that
similar.
confirmed or something?
He looks really
They do
similar.
look similar.
I feel like that's gotta be from somewhere, and they're both like really like honorable and respectable and beloved and likable. So like I feel that's my headcanon.
Can I go on a rant really quickly? Because someone said a question. This is an anal related thing, okay? So I want you to disagree with me here if you can.
They
So-
both went out very similar ways. Think about it. Think about it.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Real quick. So, someone in chat says, "I'm a cis woman. I don't see the appeal of anal. I get that it's good for cis guys and trans girls because of the prostate, though." And I'm like, one thing about like anal actually that made me realize something. What percentage of fetishes do you think are gained, and what percentage do you think are like innate to a person, like they're just predisposed to? Because I don't think I had an inciting incident that made me like anal. It was just something that I always thought was like something I was into. What percentage of fetishes do you think are like gained versus like you're kind of disposed to?
It's literally impossible to say, but I can say that for as long as I've known, I've found ass, like woman ass, to be hot, but like woman butthole not to be hot.
Really?
Like it's not like this. It's not like it's like repulsive to the point where I can't go near it, but it's like I don't want to stick my dick in it.
Would you stick your thumb in it?
No.
No, you wouldn't. Not even a finger.
No.
What if the
because
chick-
it would
what-
it would
okay.
ruin the sexual experience
Okay.
for me because it's not it's I think of it as like a not sexual body part.
Okay,
I think
okay.
of it in the same way as I think of feet.
Okay, I can get that.
So it's like
I don't look at me and tell me you look at me the same way you would look at a dude with a foot fetish, but I get it. I get what you're saying.
Not exactly, okay?
But okay, so like do you think
Zan doesn't like feet? You just assumed I did?
Yeah, guys, I've been wearing socks since I got here. Let's say like so do you think there's like a difference between like a fetish that's like let's say like someone has a fetish for ass or foot stuff. Do you think there's like a line that just not necessarily makes one better or worse, but is like noticeably different to like a fetish that's like about like a concept like I'm into dudes who dress up like football players, right? Do you think there's a difference between those types of fetishes?
Yeah, there's gotta be, because, like, I definitely developed a fetish for girls in one-piece swimsuits from being on the swim team.
Yeah, but there's like no nature reason we should
for
like that. That's like
years.
nurture there.
Yeah, that's nurture. Yeah, 100%. That's
can-
an example of it, because, like, I literally spent years in the swim team, and that's what caused that.
So do you
One
think
Piece?
Do you think there's any like grounds on like a nature versus nurture categorization for different types of fetishes?
Nature versus...
Like,
yeah, I mean, yeah, no, there's already that argument has been made, yeah.
Has it?
It's just hard to know where the split is, because it's literally, like, you couldn't morally pull off that study. Anyway, wait, hold on, can we please focus?
Yes, we can focus.
Can we please focus?
Oh my
Okay.
God.
So, sea turtle and beautiful Bahamas Ocean. We need to wrap up stream soon.
Oh god. He's been saying we gotta wrap up for an hour. Dude.
Let's go. This is beautiful beach. Look at this. We got to be able to pull up a boat here, you know? This is good content. I thought she was not wearing a top there.
Oh my god, I hate being colorblind because like like girls wearing khaki pants, if they're white girls, they can look like they're just not wearing pants.
They're so cute.
I think that was a dog out of my peripheral when I looked
What's
at
the
you.
dog doing?
He's so chill.
They can swim.
Okay.
I'd be looking out for shits everywhere.
Humans struck out when it came to their nipples, dude. Animal nipples are fucking gross. Have you seen like the nipples on a
You
pregnant
mean
dog?
we didn't strike out? We
didn't strike out. We're the only ones that didn't strike out. Like we got very lucky with human nipples.
Can you imagine if we had 8 nipples?
Dude, where?
Can you
how does that
imagine if
work?
women just had like 8 tits?
Have you ever chafed your nipples running or something? Like imagine that with 8 nips. You would have to be careful on how you sit. Like, you know, when you go through like some dudes when they go through puberty, their chest gets a little sore because it's like got like regulatory like glands in it or something.
Mhm.
Imagine having that 8 times through
Oh.
like puberty as a guy, and you like lean forward or something.
Imagine having a stomach ache.
Imagine
and
being-
it like affects like like what feels like your chest area.
Imagine being like a woman and you have like 8 breasts and you get like you're like on your period. I know their breasts get like really fucking painfully sore on their period, but you have that like 4 more times.
Imagine it gets cold and you have 8 pointy little spots.
How the
like
fuck
no
do
one's
we-
not noticing.
Do you wear multiple bras in that case, or do we get specialized ones? Like how?
There'd be like special tube bras.
Yeah, like
it'd just be a full front suit.
Dude, imagine
It'd be one big sack.
Dude, imagine dudes going around wearing like nothing but a jacket, so you could just see all 8 nipples, and they like flash people like that. That'd be
like, hey girl,
Hey,
check
girl,
out
you
my
like
nippy
my-
abs. That's what we call them, nippy abs.
Dude, having abs on each of your
Having nipples on each of your abs.
Yeah, fuck that.
What kind of nightmare, like hell world are we just concocting here for our viewers?
I like the Nightmare Hell world with the god gun, the weird nipples, the treasure smuggling. These sharks are so pretty.
I want to rotate one. Google rotating shark.
If you have not seen the rotating shark gif, it's so fucking funny.
We need lights to drop in the water when it gets dark. This is basically what I did with the boat that I
Oh.
brought up the river when I fucked that girl on the little dinghy boat.
Yeah.
That's essentially
Alex,
what I had going.
speaking of lights and water and whatnot, you know the like old myth that if you piss in like a chlorinated pool, it'll change color. That's a
He's
real.
doing a bit.
This isn't a bit. This isn't a bit. This is.
I know it does change. You have to put a chemical in that makes
No.
it change color. I was a lifeguard.
That's real. I thought that whole thing was fake. Anyway, it's not about that. There are like photoplankton. There are some that will glow if you piss in the fucking water, and I think we need to find them. I think it'd be really fucking funny.
So what's really cool, since this video ended, can I show you some cool phytoplankton?
Okay, I was making up the pissing in the photoplankton thing. I was hoping.
Oh, I'm going to show you something cooler that made me believe that this was real.
Someone said that their partner says we're such boys because of our conversation.
We're bros. This is a cool video. Check this out.
As night falls on certain beaches around the world,
so
the
pretty.
waves glow with an eerie blue light.
Oh, dude,
Tiny
you know what'd be
neon
cool? A
dots that
Minecraft
make it
mod
look
that
as
adds
though
those waves and
stars are
stuff.
washing up on the shore. The phosphorescence only occurs when the microorganisms are agitated, such as when the water crashes onto the shore, or someone steps on the wet sand, or a paddle hits the waves. The surreal scene arises not from magic, but from plankton that have evolved to glow in order to startle or distract fish and other potential predators. Some of the most spectacular photographs have been captured from one location, Vadu Island, Maldives, which has been nicknamed the Sea of Stars. The Maldives is a tropical nation in the Indian Ocean, composed of 26 ring-shaped atolls, which are made up of more than 1,000 coral islands. The spotting of the Sea of Stars is dependent on climate and the plankton growth throughout the year. Visitors to the island have stated they have the most luck seeing the blue glow from about July to February, especially during a new moon, since the darkness of the sky helps intensify the light. The glowing waters are the main reason why Vadu is one of the hottest tourist destinations in the world. The glowing blue waters are caused by a natural chemical reaction known as bioluminescence, where microorganisms in the water are disturbed by oxygen.
like
The result is a glittering and sparkling seawater.
It doesn't look
As the
real. It
waves
looks like some
crash on
shit
the
out of
beach, the
Avatar.
water glows
Yeah.
in the dark and gives the impression
Fucking
it is
magic.
acting like a mirror that reflects the sparkling stars above. The phytoplankton's blue glow is like a defense mechanism, which wards off other marine organisms from eating them. Although this phenomenon of
Looks like a
bioluminescence
fucked up glow
blue
stick
glowing
chemical.
water occurs on
Yeah, it
many
looks like a Nile
islands
Red
and
video.
locations around the world, it is extraordinarily prominent on the island of Vadu, which only has a small population of about 550
We need to
people.
breed a shit ton of this stuff.
Bioluminescent plankton are highly unpredictable, even in Maldives. There is no time through the year that you can guarantee seeing it, but as stated earlier, people have had the most luck between July and February. Anyway, that's the end of this video. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next
How
time.
hard do you think it is for
Bye-bye.
them to recharge? Do you think if you took a tub of them and took a bath, they'd get worn out trying to light themselves up by the end of it?
I don't know. I feel like they would, because, like, knowing fireflies, they'd get tired over the course of the night, and they'd have to go to bed.
Yeah.
So, like, I feel like they probably only light up for a few hours.
Yeah, probably.
Like, knowing fireflies, it's probably not a very long affair. It's probably an hour long, 2 hours long. But yeah, I feel like that's a good place to wrap things up. What do you think, Ethan?
I think it's a pretty good place. Can more people DM my buddy Stuart, calling him a chaser, and send me memes? I'm bored as shit. Alex makes me clean his house and stuff.
True.
That's
yeah,
all we-
I've turned him into
that's all
my
I do,
maid.
dude.
Yeah, I turned him into my slave.
We had fun on the stream.
I don't pay him or anything. I don't even feed him.
I'm still thinking about earlier. Alex Jones just saying Jewish banks. Like, holy shit, dude.
He didn't mean to say. Well, he meant to say that. He meant to think that, but he didn't mean to say that. He was thinking it, but he meant to say the liberal banks.
The liberal banks.
Because that's what he means when he says liberal. All right, chat. You've all been amazing. I love you all very much. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you all another day.
Deuces.